Dark Challenge. Dark Series, Book 5. By Feehan. Part 1. Chapter 1. Julian Savage hesitated outside the door to the crowded bar. He had come to this city for one last errand before he would choose a Carpathian's eternal rest. Almost an ancient of his race, he was weary of the centuries of living in a stark, gray world void of the intense colors and emotions known to the younger males of his kind, or to those who had found a life mate. Still, he had one last goal to accomplish, one more thing asked of him by his prince, and then he could meet the life-destroying dawn with an easy mind. It wasn't that he was on the verge of losing his soul, of turning vampire. He could hold out longer should he choose. It was the bleakness of his life, stretching an eternity before him, that had dictated his decision. Yet he could not refuse this errand. In the long centuries of his existence, he felt he had given little to his dwindling race. True, he was a vampire hunter, one of the more powerful, which was considered a great thing among his people. But he knew, as did most of their successful hunters, that it was the Carpathian male's killer instinct, not any special talent that made him so brilliant at what he did. Grigori, their people's greatest healer, second only to the prince, had sent word to him to warn that this woman he now sought, this singer, was on the hit list of a fanatical society of human vampire hunters, who often mistakenly targeted unusual mortals as well as Carpathians in their murderous zeal. The society had very primitive notions of what made a vampire, as if avoiding daylight or feeding on blood alone rendered one soulless, evil, and dead. Julian and his kind were living proof that nothing could be farther from the truth. Julian knew why this task of warning and protecting the singer had been given to him. Grigori was determined not to lose him to the dawn. The healer could read what was in Julian's mind, realized that he had chosen to end his barren existence. But he also knew that once Julian gave his word to protect the human woman from the society of killers, he would not stop until she was safe. Grigori was buying time for him. But it would do no good. Julian had spent many lifetimes, century after century, apart from his people, including his own twin brother. Julian was a loner even in a race made up of solitary males. His species, the Carpathian race, was dying out, their prince desperately attempting to find ways to give his people hope, to find new life mates for their males, to find ways to keep their children alive, to bolster their dwindling numbers. Julian, however, had no choice but to remain solitary, to run with the wolves, to soar with the birds of prey, to hunt with the panthers. The few times he walked among humans, it was usually to fight a worthwhile war or to lend his unusual strength to a good cause. But he had spent most of his years walking alone, unseen, undetected by even his own kind. For several moments he stood still, reliving the memory of his childhood folly, that terrible moment he had stepped upon a path that had, for eternity, changed his life. He had been but 12 summers. Even then his terrible, unquenchable thirst for knowledge had been upon him. He had always been inseparable from his twin brother, Aiden, yet that day he had heard a far-off call. A summons he couldn't resist. He had been filled with the joy of discovery back then, and he had slipped away, following the lure of an unspoken promise. The network of caves he discovered was honeycombed deep within the mountain. Inside, he met the most amazing wizard, personable, handsome, and willing to impart his vast knowledge to a young, eager apprentice. All he asked in return was secrecy. At the age of 12, Julian had thought it all an exciting game. Looking back, Julian questioned if he had wanted knowledge so much that he had deliberately ignored the warning signs. He had mastered many new powers, but there had come the day when the truth hit him in the face with all its stark ugliness. He had arrived early to the caves and, hearing screams, rushed inside to discover that his young, handsome friend was the most loathsome of all creatures, a true monster, a cold-blooded killer, a Carpathian who had yielded his soul and turned vampire. At 12, Julian did not have sufficient powers and skills to save the hapless victims as the vampire drained their blood completely, seeking not just sustenance, as a Carpathian would, but the subject's death. That memory was etched in Julian's mind for all time. The streaming blood. The unearthly screams. The horror. Then came the moment when the vampire's hand gripped him, the once admiring pupil, and dragged him close enough to smell his fetid breath, to hear his taunting laughter. Then the teeth fangs now were tearing into his body, painful and vulgar. But worse, Julian wasn't allowed death, as the vampire had given his other victims. He remembered the way the undead creature had slashed his own wrist and forced it to Julian's mouth, had brutally forced him to accept that tainted blood, to exchange blood with the most unholy of creatures, bringing him into his power, beginning the process that could make Julian his slave, that connected them for all time. The shame had not ended there. The vampire had immediately begun to use the boy even against his will, as his eyes and ears, to spy on those of his former race he now wished to destroy. He had the talent to eavesdrop through Julian on the prince or the healer when the boy was near them. He had taunted Julian that he would use him to destroy his own brother Aiden. And Julian had known it was possible. He had felt the darkness spreading within him, at times had felt the vampire's eyes looking through his own. Several times Aiden had escaped by a mere hairbreadth from traps Julian later recognized he had inadvertently set himself under the vampire's insidious compulsion. And so, many centuries ago, Julian had made a vow to lead a solitary life, to keep his people and his beloved twin safe from the vampire and himself. He had lived on the fringes of their society, gaining a Carpathian's true strength and knowledge until he was old enough to strike out on his own. His people's blood still beating strongly in him, he did his best to live his life honorably, did his best to fight the gathering darkness and the continual assaults the vampire made on him. He had evaded further blood exchanges with the undead and had hunted and killed countless other vampires, but the one who had fashioned his life so brutally always eluded him. Julian was now taller and more muscular than many of his race, and while most had dark hair and eyes, he was like a Viking of old, with long, thick blonde hair he tied at the nape of his neck with a leather thong. His eyes were amber, and he often used their smoldering, mesmerizing fire to hypnotize his prey. Now, though, he gazed about the street, seeing nothing yet to account for his unease, and he moved forward like the predator he was, fluidly, muscles rippling beneath his sleek skin. When need be, he could be as still as the mountains, and as relentlessly unyielding. He could be the rush of the wind, like flowing water. He had tremendous gifts, could speak in many tongues, but he was always alone. In his younger years, he had spent much time in Italy. More recently, he had lived in New Orleans, in the French Quarter, where his aura of mystery and darkness alarmed almost no one. But not long ago, he had given up his home there, knowing he would never return. At long last, after this one remaining task, his duty and honor would be satisfied. He saw no reason to continue his existence. Julian heard the conversations, so many of them, from the interior of the bar. He felt the excitement of those inside. The patrons seemed enthralled by the singing group they were waiting to hear. Evidently, the band was intensely popular, and recording companies were screaming for deals, but the performers refused to sign with anyone. Instead, they traveled like old-fashioned minstrels or troubadours, from town to town, city to city, never employing outside musicians or technicians and always performing only their own songs. The odd, reclusive nature of the troupe, along with the lead singer's voice, described as hauntingly beautiful, mesmerizing, nearly magical, had drawn the unwanted attention of the Society of Vampire Hunters. Julian inhaled deeply and caught the scent of blood. Instantly hunger beat at him, reminding him he had not fed this night. He stood outside, unseen by the humans clamoring to get in or by the security guards silently standing at the entrance. He would go in, deliver his warning to the singer of the danger she was in, and get out. Hopefully the woman would listen, and his duty would be done. If not, he would have no choice but to continue to endure his terrible solitary existence until he could make certain she was safe. And he was tired. He no longer wanted to endure. He began moving then, weaving silently through the crowd. At the door stood the two men, both tall and dark. The one with long hair looked like someone to contend with. He even looked vaguely familiar. Julian became but a rush of cool air as he glided past, hidden from sight yet walking confidently among the crush of humans. Still, the guard with the long hair turned his head alertly, black eyes searching restlessly, resting on Julian briefly even though Julian was invisible. The guard was clearly uneasy. Out of the corner of his eye, Julian saw him turn his head this way and that before his icy gaze swung back to follow Julian's progress through the crowded bar. Julian's white teeth flashed with a predator's gleam. He knew he was unseen, so the guard had well-tuned, radar-like senses, unusual for a mortal. Interesting that the band had him. He might be worth his weight in gold should there be an actual attack on the woman. The cold air Julian pushed before him parted the pressing crowds. He didn't even have to slow down. He glanced at the stage set up for the performers, then walked toward the back rooms. As he did so, the humorless smile faded from his face, leaving the familiar hard edge to his mouth. He knew there was a hint of cruelty there, the cold mask of the hunter. Then he smelled them. The enemy. Had they reached the singer before he had? Swearing silently, eloquently, Julian moved with preternatural speed to the woman's dressing room. He was too late. She was gone, already making her way to the stage with the other members of the band. Only two beautiful leopards with spotted fur were curled up in a corner of the small room. Simultaneously, their heads swung toward him, all senses alert. The animals were larger and heavier than most in the wild, and their yellow-green eyes, fixed on him, betrayed their superior intelligence. It was also unusual to see the two together, as leopards were generally solitary creatures. Like Julian. "Where is she, my friends?" he asked softly. "I have come to save her life. Tell me where she is before her enemies kill her." The male cat crouched and snarled, exposing long, sharp canines that could grab, hold, and puncture its prey. The female crouched even lower, ready to spring. Julian felt the familiar sense of brotherhood he always did when he encountered a member of the Pantheropartus family, and yet, when he reached for the leopard's minds, he found he couldn't control either easily. He succeeded only in confusing them a bit, slowing their reaction time. Then the male cat began its move, a slow stalking, head down, eyes fixed on him, its slow-motion manner preliminary to the explosion of speed preceding a kill. Julian didn't want to have to kill such a beautiful, rare creature, so he quickly slipped out of the room, closing the door firmly behind him, and headed toward the sound of thunderous applause. The band began to play the opening to the first song. Then he heard the woman's voice. Haunting, mystical notes that hung in the air like silver and gold shimmering with fire. He actually saw the notes, saw the silver and gold dancing in front of his eyes. Julian stopped dead in his tracks, shock ripping through him. He stared at the hallway. The tattered, faded wallpaper was edged with red. It had been well over 800 years since Julian had seen anything in color. It was the fate of Carpathian males beyond their youth to lose all sense of color, to lose their emotions, to struggle in gray bleakness against their predatory natures, unless a lifemate appeared to balance their darkness with her goodness and light. Only then would color and emotion, powerful emotion, be restored to them. But females were rare, and surely one such as Julian would never be blessed with a mate. Yet his heart jumped in his chest. He felt excitement, hope, emotion. Real emotion. Colors were so vivid that they nearly blinded him. The sound of her voice played through his body, touched him in places he had long forgotten. His body tightened, knees slammed into him. Julian stood frozen to the spot. The colors, the emotions, the physical lust rising so sharply could only mean one thing. The singer possessing that voice had to be his lifemate. It was impossible. Totally impossible to believe. The men of his race could spend an eternity hunting for the one woman that was their other half. Male Carpathians were predatory, with the instincts of dark, hungry killers, cunning, quick, and lethal. After their short time of growing, of laughter and adventure, it was all over as they lost the ability to feel, to see in colors. There was nothing left but a solitary, barren existence. Julian's existence had been especially unbearable, alienated as he was from Aiden, his twin, whose inevitable closeness might have made the long, gray centuries a bit easier to endure. But he had known he was locked to Aiden through their blood tie, and every moment they spent together increased the vampire's threat to Aiden. Their very closeness endangered his brother. So Julian had fled his people, never telling any of them, not even his beloved brother, the terrible truth. He had done the honorable thing, as he had only his honor left to him. Now Julian stood numbly in the narrow hall, unable to believe that his life mate was close. Unable, in that dazzling moment of emotion and color, to believe that he could possibly deserve such a thing. Many Carpathian males turned vampire after centuries of a life filled with no hope. Without emotions, the power to hunt and kill, seemed the only thing left to them. Others, rather than becoming a danger to mortals and immortals alike, chose to end their barren existence by greeting the dawn, waiting for the sunlight to destroy bodies meant to live in darkness. Only a handful actually found their other half, the light to their darkness, the one who could make them complete. After nearly 1,000 years of bleak existence, after making the decision to meet the dawn before the predatory demon within him, now struggling for control of him, conquered him, Julian could scarcely believe he had found his true life mate. But the colors and emotions and hope said that it was true. The woman's voice, throaty, husky, erotic, held the promise of satin sheets and candlelight. It played over his skin like fingers, tantalizing, enticing, sinfully sexy. It mesmerized anyone within hearing distance. It haunted and captivated. The notes danced, pure and beautiful, weaving a spell of enchantment around Julian, around every listener. Julian knew nothing of this woman. Only that Grigori had sent him to warn her that she was in danger from the human society of vampire hunters. Evidently the prince wished her and those traveling with her to be protected if necessary. The society of mortals who believed in the vampires of old legends and sought to destroy them had for some reason targeted the singer, Desari, with her haunting voice and eccentric ways. Most of the society's victims were killed, a stake driven through the heart. Worse, some victims were kept alive to be tortured and dissected. Julian listened to the beautiful voice. Desari sounded like an angel singing, her voice not of the earth. Then a scream, high and piercing, interrupted the beauty of the song. It was followed by a second scream, then a third. Julian heard a shot ring out, then a volley of bullets thudding into flesh and musical instruments. The building shook with the force of feet pounding across the floor as the patrons raced to get out of the line of fire. Julian moved so quickly that he blurred as he shimmered into a solid mass. The bar was in complete disarray. Mortals were fleeing the place as fast as they could, running over each other in the process. People were yelling in terror. Tables and chairs were smashed and broken. The 3 members of the band lay, blood-splattered, on the stage, instruments shattered. The security guards were exchanging gunfire with 6 men who were also shooting into the crowd as they tried to escape. Julian went straight for the stage. He pushed aside one male body and found the still form of the woman, Desari, sprawled on the platform, her masses of blue-black hair spreading out like a veil. Blood pooled under her, staining her royal blue dress. He had no time to examine her features further. The worst wound was mortal and would kill her unless he did something. Instinctively, he fashioned a quick visual barrier, blurring the stage from watching eyes. In the pandemonium, he doubted if any would notice. He lifted Desari easily into his arms, found a weak pulse, and placed a hand over the wound. Blocking out the chaos around him, he sent himself seeking outside his body and into hers. The entrance wound was small, the exit wound quite large. The bullet had torn through her body, ripping internal organs and tissue. He sealed the wounds to prevent further blood loss before taking her deeper into the shadows. With one lengthening fingernail, he opened a wound in his own chest. "You are mine, cara mia, and you cannot die. I would not go quietly to my death without avenging you. The world could not conceive of such a monster as I would become. You must drink, Piccola, for yourself, your life, for me, for our life together. Drink now." He gave the command with a firm compulsion, not allowing her to squirm away from his iron will. Before this moment, before Desari, he had chosen to destroy himself rather than wait until it was too late, and he had become one of the very monsters he had spent centuries hunting and destroying. For tying Desari to him now, he might deserve death 100 times over, but he would take what destiny offered him. After long, empty centuries, in a single moment, Everything had changed. He could feel. He could see the brilliance of the colors in the world. His body was alive with needs and desire, not simply the ever-present gnawing physical hunger for blood. Power and strength ran through him, sang in his veins, flowed through his muscles, and he felt it. Felt it. She would not die. He would not allow such a thing. Never. Not after centuries of complete loneliness. Where there had been a yawning black chasm, an abyss of darkness, there was now a connection. Real. Felt. His blood was ancient blood, filled with healing strength, filled with power. His life flowed into her, forging a bond that could not be broken. He began to whisper to her in the ancient language. Ritual words. Words that would make their hearts one, words that would weave the tattered remnants of their souls back together and seal them irrevocably for all time. For one moment time shimmered to a standstill as he struggled to do the honorable thing, struggled to give her up, to allow her to live without the terrible burden he carried. But he wasn't strong enough. The words were wrenched out of his soul, from deep where they had been buried. I claim you as my life mate. I belong to you. I offer my life for you. I give to you my protection, my allegiance, my heart, my soul, and my body. I take into my keeping the same that is yours. Your life, happiness, and welfare will be cherished and placed above my own for all time. You're my life mate, bound to me for eternity and always in my care. Julian felt tears burning in his eyes. Here was another dark sin for his soul. This time against the woman he should protect above all else. His mouth brushed her silky hair, and very softly he issued the command that she cease to drink. He was already weak from lack of feeding. Healing her wounds and giving her a large volume of his blood weakened him further. He inhaled her scent, took it into his lungs, his body, imprinting her on his mind for all time. The warning came to him as nothing more than a brush of fur against a chair, but it was enough. Julian sprang away from the unconscious woman, whirling to meet the threat, his snarl exposing gleaming white teeth. This was a huge leopard, a good 200 pounds, and it sprang at him, its strange, inky eyes fixed on him with lethal malevolence. Julian leapt into the air to meet the beast, shapeshifting as he did so, his body stretching, contorting, golden fur rippling over heavy muscle as he took another form to meet the deadly threat. They met in midair, two huge male cats in their prime, at full strength, rending and tearing with claws and teeth. The black leopard seemed determined to fight to the death, but Julian hoped to save its life. The black cat arched in a half-circle, swiping at Julian, and Julian felt the rake of razor-sharp claws ripping into his side. He lunged for his opponent and managed to score 4 long furrows on its belly. The panther hissed softly with hate and defiance, with renewed determination, with retaliation, vengeance. Julian reached for the beast's mind. It was in the red haze of a killing frenzy, a need to destroy. Agilely he sprung away. He did not want to kill the beautiful animal, and, the truth was, for all his own fighting experience, this creature was enormously strong and skilled. And it did not respond to his many attempts to seize control of its mind. He swore as the panther crouched protectively over the woman's body, then began once more moving toward him in the slow-motion manner of the stalking leopard. The intelligent ebony eyes focused on his face in the unnerving, unblinking stare only a leopard could produce. The cat meant to kill him, and Julian had no choice but to fight to the death or flee. He had given the woman precious blood he didn't have to spare, and now the 4 long furrows torn deep into his side were dripping the liquid of life onto the floor in a steady stream. The cat was too strong, too experienced a killing machine. Julian could not risk it. His life-mate's fate was now tied to his. He sensed no animosity toward her from the large panther, rather, a need to protect her. From Desari's mind he picked up memories of love for the animal. Julian forced himself to back away, his golden muzzle snarling, his eyes blazing defiance, not submission. The Black Panther was clearly torn between following him and finishing the job and staying with the woman. Picking up that information from the panther reassured Julian even more. He backed away another 2 steps, not wanting to blunder by harming a creature his life mate loved. Then another attack came from behind him. A mere whisper of movement had him springing aside so that the second leopard landed where he had been. It snarled in rage. Julian bolted, leaping for the bar, then a table, his powerful back legs digging into the smooth surface for purchase. A third cat blocked the entrance, but Julian sprang and hit it squarely, knocking it off its feet. Then instantly he was gone, dissolving into thin air. As mist, Julian streamed out into the night. He didn't fool himself, however. Some of the droplets streaking toward the ocean were his blood. The cats could track him if he didn't put enough distance between them immediately. It took tremendous energy to put on a burst of speed while holding his image of insubstantial mist, energy that was fast leaking out into the night air. Julian summoned his remaining energy to close the wounds in his body to prevent further blood loss. Totally bewildered, he went over every move he had made inside the bar. Why hadn't the black cat responded to his mind control? He had never before failed to mesmerize an animal. The panther's mind was not like any other he had encountered. In any case, he should have easily defeated a panther, but the black male was far bigger than any leopard he had met with in the wild. And the cats had been working in unison, something not natural for the species. Julian was positive the large panther had been somehow directing the actions of the other two. And they had been protective of Desari, not treating her as prey. Julian turned his attention back to the more immediate threat to his Lifemate. Somewhere out there were 6 humans who had attempted to kill her, an innocent woman whose only crime was possessing a voice from the heavens. He could not rest this night until he had tracked them down and ensured they would never get close to her again. He still had the stench of them in his nostrils. The cats would take care of his Lifemate until he returned to her. His job now was to defeat the assassins, bring Carpathian justice to them, removing the danger to Desari as quickly as possible. He gave a fleeting thought to his need for blood, the wounds he had sustained, and the possibility of the mysterious panther tracking him, but decided all that didn't matter. He could not allow the assassins to go free. He turned back inland and streamed toward the bar, rising high to mingle with the fog. He hoped to avoid detection by the leopard's superior sense of smell, but if it found him again, so be it. As he moved through time and space, he touched the mind of his Lifemate to see if she was coming out of her unconsciousness. She would need to heal, but he discovered that she was alive and being cared for. Pandemonium reigned at the bar, with police and ambulances everywhere. Likely by now the cats were locked up securely. He found the first body in the thick brush not 10 yards from the back of the bar. Julian shimmered into solid form, pressing a hand to the dripping claw marks marring his side, not wanting to leave any evidence of his presence. Though there was no sign of a struggle, the assassin's neck was broken. Julian found the second body a few yards ahead, tucked in an alley. It was sprawled against the wall, half in and half out of a puddle of oil. There was a hole in the man's chest the size of a fist where the heart should have been. Julian stiffened and glanced carefully around him. The assassin had been killed in a manner consistent with a ritual slaying of the undead. Not the human version, using stakes and garlic, but the true manner of a Carpathian. He studied the mutilated body. It almost had the look of Grigori's early work, yet it wasn't. These days Grigori would not have wasted time. He would have stood at a distance and simply killed all the evil mortals in one stroke. This was retribution. Someone had taken a personal hand in each death. His own brother, Aiden, lived here out west and often destroyed the undead. There were few Carpathians as capable as he here in the United States, but Julian would have felt his twin's presence, would have known his work the instant he saw it. This was somehow different from the cool, impersonal work of Carpathian hunters, yet still close to it. Curious now, he sought out the other killers. Bodies 3 and 4 were side by side. One had buried his own knife deep within his throat, no doubt under an irresistible compulsion. The other's throat was completely ripped out. It looked as if an animal had done the damage, but Julian knew better. He found the 5th body only a few yards from the 2. This one, too, had seen death coming. The horror was on his face. His eyes stared obscenely skyward, even as his own hand gripped the gun he had used to shoot himself, the same weapon he had used on the musicians. Julian found the 6th assassin lying face down in a gutter, a pool of blood surrounding him. He had died hard and painfully. Julian thought for a long moment. This was a message, a clear and brazen message to those who had sent the assassins after the singer. A challenge from a dangerous adversary. "Come and get us if you dare," Julian sighed. He was tired, and his hunger was becoming a gnawing, biting demand. Much as he shared the sentiment to brutally destroy any who dared to threaten Desari, he could not allow this challenge to stand. It would place his lifemate squarely in deeper danger. If the society knew exactly how their assassins had been dispatched, they would be convinced she and her protectors were vampires and would redouble their efforts to destroy her immediately. It took a few moments to collect the bodies into a heap in the privacy of the alley. With a little sigh, he gathered energy from the sky and directed it toward the corpses now lying in the puddle of oil. Instantly, there was a flash of fire and the stench of burned flesh. He waited impatiently, masking the scene from all eyes, even those of the police searching just down the road. When the dead men were little more than ashes, he directed the fire out and collected the remains. He then launched himself skyward and streaked away from the scene. Well out over the ocean, he scattered the grotesque, grisly ashes, watching the choppy waves, made hungry by a flick of his hand, devour them for all time. Losing 6 assassins, not having a clue as to their whereabouts or fate, would be a huge blow to the society of killers. With luck, their directors would crawl into a hole to regroup and remain inactive for months to come, sparing innocent mortals and Carpathians from their malice. Julian turned inland toward the small cabin he had tucked away in the mountains, his thoughts once more turning toward the strange behavior of the leopards. If he didn't know better, he would swear the large black panther was not really a cat but a Carpathian. But that was impossible. Every Carpathian was known to one another. They could detect one another easily, and all used a standard path of mental communication when necessary. While it was true that a few of the ancients could mask their presence from others, it was a rare gift. Another thought disturbed Julian. His own behavior had assuredly thrust Desari directly into a new path of danger. By claiming her as his life mate, Julian had marked her as surely as he had been marked in the eyes of the undead, his mortal enemy. Swearing softly in his mind, Julian turned his attention back to the strange animal guarding her. Although Julian was a loner, he knew every Carpathian alive. And the Black Panther reminded him of someone, with its method of fighting, its fierce intensity, its complete confidence in itself. Grigori. The Dark One. He shook his head. No, Grigori was in New Orleans with his life mate Savannah. Julian had seen to young Savannah's protection until Grigori had fulfilled his vow to allow her 5 years of freedom before claiming her as his life mate. And Grigori was not the undead, his life mate assured that. No Carpathian would attempt to destroy another who had not turned vampire. No, it could not possibly be Grigori. Julian solidified at the entrance to his cabin and pushed open the door. Before he went in, he turned and inhaled the night, seeking the scent of any prey that might be nearby. He needed blood, fresh, hot blood, to fully heal his wounds. When he looked down and saw the tears in his side, he cursed, yet he felt a certain savage satisfaction in knowing he, too, had scored against the huge cat. Julian had traveled the world. He had had centuries to indulge his curiosity, his thirst, and need for knowledge. He had spent considerable time in Africa and India studying the leopard, inexplicably drawn there time after time. He believed the cunning and deadly cats were possessed of superior intelligence. However, they were also wildly unpredictable, which made them all the more dangerous. So it had to be an unusual group of humans who had befriended the cats, let alone secured the required permits to travel with them in the United States. Julian questioned again the unusual behavior of the cats themselves. Even if they had been hand-raised and trained, the coordinating of their efforts to bring down an intruder in their midst, especially when chaos and the smell of blood were all around them, was remarkable. The huge Black Panther had not even licked at the woman's wounds or attempted to sample the blood of the other 2 fallen band members. The scent of fresh blood should have triggered the cat's instinct to hunt, to eat. Leopards were notorious scavengers as well as hunters. Something was off-kilter, for these leopards were definitely protecting the singer. Julian shook his head and returned to matters regarding his immediate attention. He sent himself into his own body, seeking the lacerations, sealing them off from the inside this time. The effort took more energy than he could afford, so he mixed an herbal drink that promoted healing. Drifting back outside onto the porch, he drained the liquid quickly, forcing his body to hold on to the unfamiliar nourishment. It took a few minutes to gather the necessary strength to make his way into the forest. He was seeking rich soil, a blend of vegetation and dirt that would best approximate the earth of the Carpathian homeland, which always aided the healing of a Carpathian's wounds. He found such soil beneath a thick layer of pine needles on the far side of a knoll. He mixed moss and soil with the healing agent in his saliva and packed his wounds with it. At once the blend soothed the terrible burning. It was interesting to him, observing the different sensations and emotions pushing in on him. He had known that those Carpathians who reclaimed emotion and color found that everything they experienced was much deeper and far more intense than it had been when they were younger. Everything. That included pain. All Carpathians learned to block things out if it was necessary, but it took enormous energy. Julian was tired and hungry. His body cried out for nourishment. His mind was tuned to Desari's, his life-mate. Her mind was in turmoil now, but she was alive. He wanted to reach out and reassure her, but he knew such an intrusion would only make her more upset. He closed his eyes and leaned against a tree trunk. A leopard. Who would have thought a leopard would score such a blow against him? Had he been so distracted by the presence of his newfound life-mate that he had been careless? How could an animal have outmaneuvered him? And what of the assassins and the way they were killed? No cat or even human avenger could have accomplished all that so quickly. Julian had supreme confidence in his own abilities. Few of the ancients, and certainly no mere animal, could defeat him in battle. There was only one who could. Grigori. He shook his head to try to clear his thoughts. The way the cat had battled, so focused, so relentless, was all too reminiscent of the Dark One. Why couldn't he shake that thought when he knew it was totally impossible? Could another ancient have hidden from all of his own kind? Gone to ground for a few hundred years and emerged undetected? Julian tried to recall what he knew of Grigori's family. His parents had been massacred during the time of the Turk invasion of the Carpathian Mountains. Mikhail, now the prince and leader of the Carpathian people, had lost his parents the same way. Entire villages had been destroyed. Beheadings were common, as were bodies writhing on stakes, left to rot in the sun. Small children were often herded together into a pit or a building and burned alive. Scenes of torture and mutilation had become a way of life, a harsh, merciless existence for Carpathians and humans alike. The Carpathian race was nearly decimated. In the horror of those murderous days, they lost most of their women, a good number of their men, and, most important, nearly all of their children. That had been the most violent and shocking blow of all. One day the children had been rounded up, along with mortal children, and driven into a straw shack, which had been set on fire, burning them alive. Mikhail had eluded the slaughter. Along with a brother and sister, Grigori had not fared as well. He had lost a brother around 6 years of age and a new baby sister, not yet 6 months. Julian took a deep breath and let it out, going over each and every male Carpathian he had encountered over the centuries, trying to place the unusual Black Panther. He recalled the legends about 2 ancient hunters, twins, who had disappeared without a trace some 500 or 600 years earlier. It was believed one had turned vampire. He inhaled sharply at the thought of that. Could he still be alive? Could Julian have escaped relatively unscathed from one so powerful? He doubted it. Julian searched every corner of his mind for information. Had there been a child he didn't remember? Wouldn't any Carpathian, male or female, from Grigori's bloodline be far too powerful to miss? If there was a chance that any relative of Grigori's existed somewhere, anywhere, in the world, wouldn't the rest of their people know it by now? Julian himself had traveled near and far, in new lands and old, and had come across no strangers of their kind. True, there were rumors and hopes that Carpathians as yet unknown to their people might well exist, but he had never found them. Julian dismissed the matter for the moment and sent forth a call, luring prey and close to him rather than wasting valuable energy hunting. He waited beneath the tree, and a light breeze carried to him the sounds of 4 people. He inhaled their scent. Teenagers. Males. They had all been drinking. He sighed again. It seemed that was the favorite pastime of young mortals, drinking or using drugs. It didn't matter. In the end, blood was all the same. He could hear their conversation as they stumbled almost blindly through the forest toward him. None of the boys had permission from their parents for this camping outing. Julian's white teeth gleamed in the night in a slightly mocking smile. So the boys thought it was funny to make fools out of people who loved and trusted them. Their species was so different from his own. Although his race was often more predator than man, a Carpathian male would never harm a woman or child or be disrespectful to those who loved or protected or taught him. He waited, his intense eyes molten gold, easily piercing the veil of darkness. His mind continually strayed to his life-mate. Every Carpathian male knew the chance of finding a life-mate within their dwindling race was nearly impossible, their numbers being repeatedly decimated by the vampire and witch hunts in the Middle Ages and during the Bloody Turk and Holy Wars. To complicate matters, the few remaining women had not given birth to a female child in years, and the rare children born in recent centuries nearly all died within their first year. No one, not even Grigori, their greatest healer, nor Mikhail, the prince and leader of their people, had found the solution to these grave problems. Many had tried in the past to turn mortal women Carpathian, but the females had either perished or become deranged vampiresses, feeding on the lifeblood of human children and always killing their prey. Such women had had to be destroyed to protect the human race. Then Mikhail and Grigori had discovered a rare group of mortal women who possessed true psychic ability who could survive the conversion. Such women could be turned with 3 blood exchanges, and they were capable of producing female children. Mikhail had made such a match, and his daughter, Savannah, had been born as Grigori's life-mate. A new surge of hope had spread among the Carpathian males. But though Julian had traveled throughout the world, granted, preferring the wilds of the mountains and the freedom of the open spaces to long periods spent among humans, he had never come across any women possessing the rare abilities required. Julian had long since ceased to believe or hope the way the others had, even when his own twin brother had found such a woman. Julian knew he was a cynic, that the darkness in him, calling out to the undead, was like a stain spreading across his soul. He had accepted it, as he accepted the rest of the ever-changing universe, as he accepted the sin of his youth and his own self-banishment from his people. He was of the earth and the sky. He was a part of it all. And as he neared the time when he was dangerously close to the change, he accepted that, too. He knew he was strong. He was willing to walk into the sun before he became a demon with no soul at all. For a very long time he had had no hope, had had nothing to hold out for. Now everything had changed. In one heartbeat, one instant. His life-mate was out there. But she was wounded, hunted. At least she had a decent bodyguard, and her cats were obviously protecting her. Still, he could not get it out of his head that the huge male leopard was not what it had seemed. And there was the way the assassins had been dealt with, not in the human way, but that of a Carpathian hunter. If there was a powerful Carpathian, another male, that Julian wasn't aware of, he did not want the man anywhere near his life-mate. The teenagers were traipsing closer, their voices loud in the stillness of the night. One stumbled repeatedly, having consumed far too much alcohol. They laughed raucously, and from the deep woods, the golden eyes watched them, the white teeth gleamed. Julian stepped out slowly from behind the trees. His face was hidden in the shadows. He smiled at the boys. "You seem to be having a good time tonight," he greeted softly. All of the boys stopped abruptly. They could not make him out in the dark. And they were suddenly aware that they were somewhere deep in the forest, far from their campsite, without a clue how they got there or how to get back. They exchanged puzzled, alarmed looks. Julian could hear their hearts beating loudly in their chests. He prolonged the suspense for a moment, his teeth gleaming, allowing the faint red haze of the beast within him to be reflected in his eyes. The boys stood frozen to the spot as Julian emerged from the shadows. "Has no one ever told you the forest can be dangerous at night?" His beautiful voice purred with menace, and he deliberately deepened his foreign accent, evincing a danger the boys could feel moving through their bodies. "Who are you?" one of them managed to croak. They were sobering up fast. Julian's eyes were glowing a feral red, and the beast within, always crouching so close to the surface, fought for release. He allowed hunger to sweep through him, the terrible emptiness, the biting, gnawing craving that was never fully sated, could never be sated until he was with his life mate in every way. He needed her dwelling in him to anchor the raging beast. He needed her blood flowing in his veins to stop the horrendous craving, to bring him back for all eternity into the light. One of the boys screamed and another moaned. Julian waved a hand to silence them. He didn't want them terrified, only scared enough to remember their fear and modify their behavior. It was easy enough to take possession of their minds. He erected a veil to cloud their memory of the event as he stepped forward to drink his fill. He needed a large volume of blood and was grateful there were several boys so none of them would be left too weak. In each boy, he planted a slightly different memory, wanting confusion to reign. At the last moment, smiling sardonically, Julian planted a firm command in each boy to blurt out the truth to his parents every time he intentionally sought to deceive them. Julian melted into the shadows and released the teenagers from the thrall paralyzing their minds and bodies. He watched them as they stirred to life, all sitting or lying on the ground. They were dizzy and scared, each remembering a close call, an attack that came out of the deep forest, but all remembered it differently. They argued briefly but without much spirit. They just wanted to go home. Julian made certain they made it back to their camp without incident. Then, as they huddled together around the fire, he began mimicking the hunting cries of a pack of wolves. Laughing, he left them throwing things helter-skelter into their car and racing away from the terrors of disobeying their parents. Feeling much better with the soil pressed into his wounds and the biting hunger appeased for the time being, Julian slowly returned to the cabin. Beneath the wooden planking of the floor was a small crawl space. With a slight wave of his hand, he opened a plot deep within its earth floor. It beckoned him, the soothing peace of the ground, calling to its own. Julian floated to his resting place and lay still, his arms crossed lightly over his wounds. He pictured Desari as he settled into the soil. She was tall and slender, her skin creamy white. Her hair was luxurious, shining like a raven's wing, masses of curls and waves falling in a shimmering cascade to her hips. She had small, delicate bones, making her classically beautiful. Her lips were luscious, sexy. He loved the way her mouth had looked, even in her unconscious state. She had a perfect mouth. Julian felt a smile softening the hard edge of his chiseled lips. A life mate. After all these centuries, after never believing. Why in the world would he be chosen for such a thing? Out of all the Carpathian males he knew, men who religiously followed the rules, why would he find a life mate? He was practically an outlaw. He gave more thought to the mortal woman now stuck with him. It took 3 blood exchanges to convert a human, and he would have to ensure that she was truly psychic. Still, excitement beat at him. A life mate to make the world beautiful and mysterious, a wonderful, intriguing place, when for so long it had only been barren and dark. Unfortunately, for the woman, things would have to change. Singing before crowds would be impossible. Desari. He remembered now that she also used a nickname. Dara. Some recognition shimmered for a moment in his mind. Ancient. Persian. Dara. Meaning from the Dark One. Julian felt his heart jump at the connection. Could such a coincidence be just that? Grigori was referred to as the Dark One, as his father had been before him. The bloodline was pure, ancient, and very powerful. Why was her nickname Dara? Was there a connection? There had to be. But how? Julian shook his head slowly, discarding the idea. No Carpathian lived unknown to the others of his kind. And certainly no Carpathian female could do so. Since the decimation of their ranks, the females were closely guarded, given from the father into the care of the life mate at an early age to ensure the continuance of their race. Otherwise, every unattached Carpathian male around the world would be following her, pressing his suit. And Mikhail would have her under the mantle of his protection. Julian put the puzzle aside for the time being. He closed his eyes and concentrated on reaching Desari. Dara. Ordinarily, a blood exchange was needed to keep track of another, but Julian had studied and experimented for many years. He could do incredible things, even for one of his kind. He built the image of Desari in his mind, focusing on every detail. Then he aimed and thrust his will into the night. Seeking. Drawing. Commanding. Come to me, cara mia, come to me. You are mine. No one else will ever do for you. You want me with you. You need me. Feel the emptiness without me. Julian was implacable in his pursuit. He ruthlessly applied more pressure. Find me. Know that you are mine. You cannot bear another's touch, cara mia. You need me with you to fill the terrible emptiness. You are no longer happy and content without me. You must find me. He sent the imperious command, his entire focus bent on finding her mental channel. He did not stop until he was certain he had connected with her, that his words had penetrated any barriers separating them and found their way to her soul. Chapter 2. The police were everywhere. Desari carefully sat up, dizzy and sick. She felt strange, different, as if something inside her had changed for all time. There was an odd, yawning emptiness, a void that had to be filled. Her brother and bodyguard, Darius, had his arm around her. He examined every inch of her with his ice-cold black eyes. There was blood staining her dress, and her insides ached. They shot me. She made it a statement. I do not know how I failed to detect the danger to you in time. Darius looked gray and drained. Desari stroked his strong jaw. You need to feed, brother. You have given me too much blood. Darius shook his head, then glanced surreptitiously toward the police. I gave to Barak and Diane. They were hit also. 6 mortals, Desari, all wanted to kill you. Barak and Diane? Are they all right? She demanded quickly, worry in her soft, dark eyes. She looked around frantically for the other 2 members of the band. She had been raised with the 2 men and loved them nearly as much as her own brother. He nodded. I have sent them to ground. They will heal more quickly. I had little time for proper mending, but I did my best for them. The police were pouring into the bar. I made certain they could not see us. We have trouble, though. It was not me who gave you blood. It was another. He was strong and powerful. Alarmed, Desari stared up at her brother. Someone else gave me blood? You are certain? There is no mistake. Darius shook his head. I would not have reached you in time. You were already unconscious. You did not have time to shut down your heart and lungs as the others did, so you bled profusely. I examined you afterward, Desari. You would have died of your wounds. He saved your life. She dragged up her knees and burrowed closer to him. His blood is in me? She sounded lost and forlorn, frightened. Darius swore eloquently. For centuries, he had looked after his family. Desari, Sindel, Barak, Diane, and Savon. The only others similar to their kind they had ever encountered had been the undead, the evil ones. This creature had slipped past him as a strange, cold wind that had pushed its way through the bar. Darius had been uneasy, worried. He had felt the presence of another, yet he had not caught the stench of evil. The undead. Vampire. He should have acted. He had been sidetracked by the vicious mortals emerging from the crowd. Why had Desari been suddenly targeted by these people? Had his family members somehow given themselves away? He knew that from time to time throughout history there had been eruptions of hysteria among humans, particularly in Europe, about vampires. And over the last 75 years a string of murders in Europe had been attributed to members of some secret society hunting down these alleged creatures of the night. Darius had purposely kept his family from that continent, not wanting to expose them to either these dangerous humans or to what could be the tainted blood of vampires. There was plenty of room in the world without going near Europe. His memories of his original homeland were vague and terrible. Marauders driving stakes through women and children still living, hanging them in the sun to die a death of excruciating pain. Beheadings, burnings, torture, and mutilation. If any of his race had survived, they had long ago turned vampire. If any other children had escaped as they had, they were probably better left unfound. Darius? Desari clutched at his shirt. You did not answer me. Am I going to turn? Did he make me the undead? Her beautiful voice quavered with fear. He circled her with one strong arm to comfort her, his face a hard, implacable mask of resolve. Nothing is going to harm you, Desari. I would not allow it. Can we remove his blood, replace it with yours? I sent myself into your body. I could find no evidence of evil. I do not know what he is, but I was able to mark him as he marked me. He lifted the arm he had clamped to his side. His palm came away from his belly coated in blood. Desari gasped and went to her knees. Seal your own wounds now, Darius. You have already lost too much blood. You have to tend to yourself. I am tired, Desari, he acknowledged softly. The confession startled her, shocked her, terrified her. She had never once, in all their centuries together, remembered her brother admitting such a thing. He had gone into battle countless times, had been savaged by wild animals, wounded by mortals, had hunted and killed the most dangerous of all, the vampire. She slipped her arm around his broad back. You need blood, Darius, right now. Where is Sindel? Desari knew she was far too weak herself to help her brother. She looked around the scene of chaos and realized her brother was still shielding them from the sight of the mortal policeman. He must have been maintaining the illusion for some time. That in itself was very draining. She clenched her teeth and dragged him to his feet. We will call Sindel, Darius. She must be hiding deep within the ground not to have been aware of this disturbance. It is time she came back to the world of the living. Darius shook his head, but he leaned his towering frame against Desari. It is too soon for her. She is still traumatized. Sindel, we are in much trouble. You must come for us. You must heed our call. Desari sent for the woman she regarded as her closest friend and a sister. She felt sorrow for Sindel, outrage on her behalf, but they needed her now. There had been 6 of them, children thrown together in a time of war and cruelty. Darius had been 6 years of age, Desari 6 months. Feehan had been 4. Diane had been 3, Barak 2, and Sindel a year. They had grown up together, depending only on one another, looking to Darius for leadership, protection, and their very survival. Their parents had been caught just before the sun was at its peak, weak and lethargic, paralyzed in the way of their race. The marauders had overrun the village and killed every adult, including the Carpathians attempting to aid them. Children had been herded like cattle into a shack and the building set on fire. Darius had noticed a peasant woman escaping unseen by the attackers. Since the sun did not affect Carpathian children as severely as it did the adults, Darius had awaited his opportunity, hiding 5 younger children from the murderous insanity. He managed, through sheer force of his will, to cloak the presence of the human woman and the Carpathian children, even as he planted the compulsion in her to take them with her. Unaware of their race, she had led them down the mountains to the sea, where her lover had a boat. Despite their terror of the ocean, they had set out, more afraid of the cruelty and sheer numbers of the marauders than of sea serpents or sailing off the edge of the world. Hidden in the boat, the children remained quiet. Afraid of the war, knowing of no safe shore, the man took the boat much farther than he ever had. High winds pushed it even farther out to sea. There a terrible storm buffeted the vessel until it broke up and went down, the mortals sinking beneath the rolling waves. Darius had once again saved the children. Even at 6, he had been unusually strong, his father's blood pure and ancient. He took on the image of a powerful bird, a raptor, and, clutching the small ones in his talons, had flown to the nearest landmass. Their lives had been extremely difficult in those early days, the coast of Africa still wild and merciless. Carpathian children needed blood but were unable to hunt. They also needed herbs and other nutrients. Even then, most children did not survive their first year of life. It was a tribute to Darius's strength of will that all 6 children had survived. He learned to hunt with the leopard. He found the little one shelter and soil and began to learn the healing arts. None of the lessons had been easy. He was sometimes wounded in his hunts. Many of his experiments failed or backfired. But he persevered, determined he would not allow any of them to die. He often poisoned himself trying new foods for the children, and he learned to force the poison from his own body. Over the centuries they had stayed together, a family unit, Darius guiding them, always acquiring more knowledge, devising new ways to hide their differences from the humans they encountered, and even to invest money. He was powerful and determined. Desari was certain there was no other like him. His rule was unquestioned. His word was everything. None of them had been prepared for the tragedy 2 months earlier. Desari could hardly bear to remember it. Feehan had elected to lose his soul, giving himself over to the crouching beast, choosing to be completely dark. He had hidden the spreading evil stain even from those closest to him. He had bided his time, awaited his opportunity, and then he had viciously attacked Sindel. Desari had never seen such a brutal assault on any woman. The men had always protected, treasured, and cherished the women. No one dreamed such a thing could happen. Sindel was sweet and trusting, but Feehan had beaten her that day, mauled and raped her. He had nearly killed her, draining her of blood. Darius found them, directed by Sindel's frantic mental cries for help. So shocked that his closest friend had committed such a monstrous crime, he was nearly killed himself when Feehan had attacked him. Afterward, Sindel had been so hysterical, she allowed only Desari near her and only Desari to replace the blood she had lost. In turn, Barak and Diane had supplied Desari and Darius. It had been a tragic, horrible time, and Desari knew none of them had fully recovered yet. Sindel now spent most of her time in the earth or shapeshifting into a leopard. She rarely spoke, never smiled, and did not allow discussion of the attack. Diane had grown quieter, more protective. Barak was the most changed. He had always seemed a playboy, laughing his way through the centuries, but for a month he, too, had stayed in the earth, and lately he was moody and watchful, his dark eyes following Sindel wherever she went. Darius was different too. His black eyes were bleak and cold. He watched over the two women even more closely. Desari noticed he had also distanced himself from the men. "Sindel, come now." This time she gave the order in a firm, decisive voice. Darius was far too heavy for Desari, in her weakened state, to move. What had happened to Sindel was not her trauma alone. They had all suffered, all had been changed forever by it. They needed her. Darius needed her. Sindel materialized beside them, tall and beautiful with her enormous sad eyes. She paled visibly when she saw the bloodstains on Desari, when she noted Darius swaying unsteadily on his feet, his face gray. Quickly she caught him, taking most of his weight. "The others? Where are they?" "Darius gave them his blood he could not afford to give up," Desari explained. "We were attacked by mortals with guns. Diane and Barak were both hit too." "Barak." Sindel's pale face whitened even more. "And Diane? Do they both live? Where are they?" "They are in the healing earth," Desari assured her. "Who would want to shoot you? And what happened to Darius?" Sindel urged Darius forward toward the troops' bus. Under cover of darkness, they made their way inside where Darius had left the two leopards after they aided him. The moment they had Darius on the couch, Desari ripped away his shirt to expose his wounds. Sindel pushed closer. Her gaze narrowed speculatively. "A leopard did that." "Something did it," Darius corrected grimly. "But he was no true leopard. Nor was he mortal. Whoever he was, he gave Desari blood." He shook his head and looked up at his sister. "He was strong, Desari, stronger than anything I have ever come up against." Sindel bent to him. "You need blood, Darius. You must take mine." She refused to let her fear of being close to a male, the strongest in her family, allow her to shirk her duty. She was already ashamed that she had removed herself so far from the others that she had been unable to detect the danger to them all. Darius's eyes, so dark they were black, drifted over her face. He could see everything, see into her very soul, see her aversion to touching a man. He shook his head. "Thank you, little sister, but I would prefer that you give your blood to Desari." "Darius!" Desari protested. "You need it desperately." Ashamed, Sindel hung her head. "It is for me he does this," she confessed softly. "I cannot bear to be touched by a male, and he knows it." If it were not necessary to dilute the blood of the intruder in Desari's veins, Darius objected softly, his voice soothing, "I would gladly accept your offering." If it is distasteful to you to do such a thing for me, then the offer is all the more valuable, and I thank you. Darius, Desari warned, careful to use their own private mental wave. Sindel is not strong enough to dilute the blood. This is a small thing to do for Sindel, Desari. Darius closed his eyes again and sank into himself, sealing off the worst of the claw marks and beginning the ritual to heal each of the deep wounds from the inside out. Sindel watched Darius's face, waiting until he was far from them in spirit, not heeding their conversation, before she spoke. Is he lying to me? She asked. Desari stroked her brother's arm, choosing her words carefully, thoughtfully. There was another besides the mortals. We do not know what he is. He saved my life, sealing off my wounds and giving me his blood. Darius attacked him. They fought. Apparently neither came out the victor. Sindel studied Desari's face. You are afraid. It is true then. You have this intruder's blood in you. Desari nodded. I feel different inside. He did something. She whispered the words aloud, for the first time admitting it to someone other than herself. I am changed. Sindel put an arm around Desari. Sit beside Darius. You look as if you are going to fall on your face. I feel like it too. Desari buried her face on Sindel's shoulder for a moment, hugging her tightly. What would we do without him? He will be fine, Sindel said softly. Darius cannot be killed so easily. I know. Then Desari confessed her worst fear. It is just that he has been so unhappy for so long. I am always afraid he will one day allow something or someone to destroy him so that he does not have to continue. We all have been unhappy, Sindel pointed out as she firmly pushed Desari to a sitting position. How could what Savon did to me, to all of us, leave us unchanged? But Darius will not desert us. He would never do such a thing, not even in the guise of a carelessly received wound. Do you think he was careless then? That frightened Desari even more. If Darius had been careless, it meant her fears were closer to the mark than ever. Take my blood, Desari. It is freely offered to you and Darius. I hope that it provides both of you with strength and peace, Sindel replied softly. She opened her wrist with one sharp nail and held it to Desari's mouth. For Darius, if not for yourself. Desari fed, then leaned down to her brother, whispering softly into his ear. Take from me what is freely offered, brother, what you need. Take it for yourself and for all of us who depend so heavily on you. I offer up my life that you might live. Desari. Sindel protested sharply. Darius might not know what he does. You cannot say things like that. But it is true, Desari said softly, stroking back her brother's hair. He is the greatest man I have ever known. I would do anything to save his life. She pressed her opened wrist to her brother's mouth. What he has done for all of us, no other could have done. No other 6-year-old could ever have saved us. It was a miracle, Sindel. He had no training, no one to guide him, yet he managed to keep us all alive. The life he gave us has been a good one. He deserves so much more than he has. You must take more of my blood, Desari, Sindel insisted softly. You are so pale. Darius would be angry with you if he knew you did not feed properly. I insist, Desari. You must feed. To force the issue, Sindel reopened her own vein with her teeth and pushed her wrist to Desari's mouth. Do as I say, little sister. She gave the order in her firmest voice. It was so unlike Sindel, Desari was startled into obeying her. Sindel had a gentle, soft-spoken, and loving nature. She rarely did wild, unpredictable things the way Desari did. Desari was forever getting reprimanded by her brother, not that it did him much good. She always found something new and different to try. Always amazed at the beauty of the world around her, she found everything exciting, people intriguing. She was not content, as Sindel was, to do as the men instructed. It wasn't as if she set out to defy Darius. She would never do that, no one would dare. She just ended up in trouble over lots of little things. For instance, Darius did not want Desari wandering off by herself, but she liked her privacy, and she enjoyed running in the forest, taking to the skies, swimming with fish. Life was bubbling over with so many opportunities for adventure, and Desari wanted to try everything. Darius, however, believed that vampires might be lurking anywhere, waiting to carry off the women, and he guarded them accordingly. Desari closed the wound on Sindul's wrist, careful to leave no mark, then very gently pulled her own arm away from her brother, closing the laceration with the healing agent in her saliva. "Do you think he looks a little better, Sindul?" Darius was in the deep sleep of their people, his heart and lungs already shut down. "His color is not so gray," Sindul agreed. "We must get him to ground, where he will have a chance to heal." "Where did he send Barak and Diane?" "I do not know," Desari admitted. "I was unconscious. In any case, you need to go to ground to heal also. I will have to handle the inquiries with the police. I will tell them Darius spirited you and the band out of harm's way, that all of you were injured, but the attack on your life did not succeed. They will want to know where we were treated," Desari objected. She was very tired, and the uneasiness in her was growing. She felt restless and unhappy, near tears, something unheard of for her. "I can plant memories as well as any of you," Sindul said firmly. "I may prefer solitude, but I assure you, Desari, I am every bit as capable as you." Desari stroked back her brother's long dark hair. The silken strands fell past his broad shoulders in a shiny fall reminiscent of her own. Darius always looked so harsh and implacable when he was awake, a hint of cruelty about his finely chiseled mouth. Yet all that was gone when he was asleep. He looked young and handsome, without the tremendous responsibilities he always shouldered when he was awake. "I do not like sleeping so close to mortals, especially when we are hunted," Desari said softly. "It is not safe. I am certain Darius took Barak and Diane into the woods and ensured their safety. We will do the same for Darius. Desari, he may be wounded and tired, but he is powerful beyond even our knowledge. He can hear and feel things even when he is sleeping the sleep of our people." "What do you mean?" Sindul pushed at the thick braid falling over her shoulder. "That night Feehan attacked me, Darius was deep in the ground healing from a wound. The rest of you were far away, hunting, and I had stayed to watch over his resting place. Feehan called to me to meet him in a cave to see a rare plant he had found." She bowed her head. "I went. I should have stayed to watch over Darius, but I went at Feehan's call. I screamed for all of you to aid me, but you were too far to make it back in time. But Darius heard. Even from deep within the earth. Even from the healing sleep of our people, he heard and knew every detail. I felt him lock onto me. Wounded, he rose and came to save me." "Darius heard you while he slept?" Desari, like the others, had assumed Darius had risen while they hunted. By the time she and Diane and Barak had returned, Darius had already destroyed Feehan and was healing Sindul's terrible wounds even though he himself was weak from loss of blood. Sindul nodded solemnly. "He came when I believed there was no hope for me." She bowed her head, her voice soft, filled with tears. "I feel so ashamed that I cannot control my sorrow and ease his pain. He feels guilty. He feels he failed me." Desari lay her head protectively over her brother's chest. She knew Sindul was only half correct. Darius believed he had failed Sindul, but he did not feel guilty. He did not feel at all. He hid his lack of emotion from all of them, but Desari was so close to him, she was well aware of it and had been for some time. It was only his intense loyalty and sense of duty that kept Darius fighting for them. It was not feeling. She knew Darius feared for their safety should he ever turn as Feehan had. She was certain, as was he, that neither Barak nor Diane could defeat him in battle. She doubted even their combined strengths could do so. She believed Darius was invincible. He could not turn. To her, it was that simple. Whatever darkness in him that was growing, spreading, whatever the lack of feeling in him, he would never allow it to turn him. His will was far too strong. Darius had shown that from the very first. Nothing could sway him from his chosen path. Unless, perhaps, he simply allowed himself to be honorably killed. That was Desari's prime concern, her deepest fear. She was frightened for all of them. Carpathian men had natures completely different from the women. They were dangerous, powerful predators. Even when protective of women and mortals, they were dominating, arrogant, and thus truly perilous if they turned. It wasn't in Sindul's feminine nature to chafe under the male's constraints or to rebel against them. Desari alone did what she wanted and damned the consequences, which only served to make the men more dominating and protective. Yes, They would all be in grave danger if Darius were to die or turn vampire. You will have to drive the bus, Sindel, Desari instructed. I will guard the rear to ensure we are not followed. Sindel wished she could navigate the big vehicle and also cast an illusion over it to hide from the mortals, but it was impossible for her. She would have to leave it to Desari, even in her weakened state, to fashion as many blockades as possible to any that might follow them. They were evidently in danger from some murderous group of mortals. Go, Sindel, Desari said, making her way to the back of the bus. Who was it that had saved her life, she wondered. Why had he done so? Darius said he could detect no evil, no tainted blood in her, and he should know. He had hunted and killed the undead often enough down through the centuries. He knew better than any of them the stench of tainted blood. He said it burned skin, raised blisters, and ate through flesh if left in contact too long. Darius had learned that bit of important information, as he had everything else, the hard way. Desari knelt on the bed at the back of the bus and stared out at the scene of dwindling chaos. Ambulances and police cars were pulling away. The crowd was beginning to disperse. She hadn't thought to ask Darius if any of their attackers had escaped. Knowing Darius, she doubted it, but he might have been so concerned with her, Barak, and Diane that he had allowed some of those guilty to escape his particular brand of justice. Sindel drove the bus with surprising expertise, and Desari kept her eyes glued behind them, watching for any lights trailing the vehicle. Suddenly her heart was in her throat, pounding in alarm. For some reason, she didn't want to leave the bar. She felt she was leaving behind her destiny. She needed to be where he could find her. He? Desari gasped and sank back onto the bed. What is it? Sindel demanded, looking into the rearview mirror. She could hear Desari's increased heartbeat, her sudden gasp of alarm. The blood was pumping through her veins far too fast. Sindel couldn't see anyone behind them. What is it, Desari? She repeated. I cannot leave this place, Desari said softly, sadly, sorrow in her heart. She pressed her hands to her pounding temples. Let me out, Sindel. I must stay here. Breathe, Desari. Just breathe your way through it. Whatever happened to you, we can fix it, Sindel assured her, stomping harder on the gas pedal. She was not about to leave Desari anywhere in her condition. Desari? The faint stirring in her mind was Darius. She recognized his touch, the natural arrogance in his voice. Do you have need of me? I cannot go away from him. The creature who gave me blood has tied us together in some way. Darius, I am so frightened. Sindel has given you good advice. Remain calm and think. Breathe. You are powerful, maybe every bit as much as this creature who is attempting to ensnare you. Use that power now. If you fear leaving him, do not. He will come for you again. And this time I will be waiting. There is a terrible emptiness in me. I cannot bear to go away from him. He is calling to me. You hear him? Darius's voice in her mind was stronger, his interest caught despite his need to rest and heal. You hear his voice? Desari shook her head, forgetting for a moment that her brother couldn't see her. Her arms were across her stomach, and she was rocking herself back and forth for comfort. Her battered body was not nearly as painful as her aching soul. No, it is not like that. Only a terrible wrenching, a feeling of being ripped apart. He is so strong, Darius. He will never let me go. Never. I will rid you of this creature, Desari. Again, she shook her head. I do not think you can, Darius. I will not fail you. Desari pressed the back of her hand to her trembling mouth. You cannot, she whispered softly aloud. If you kill him, he will take me with him when he goes. Sindel gasped, her acute hearing picking up the thread of sound and sorrow from Desari. She had known Darius was communicating privately with his sister even in his deep sleep. Darius was strong even in the worst times. Tell him, Desari. Tell Darius if you really believe that. You know no one can defeat Darius. It is impossible. He must know if what you say is true. He cannot help me this time. No one can, Desari said. Sindel called to Darius inside her own mind, something she had not done since the violent attack on her. Desari believes that if you kill this creature, he will take her with him from this world. And I believe that if she thinks he can do such a thing, she is in danger. There was a short silence, then Darius sighed softly. Do not worry, little sister. I will think on what you have said and not move too quickly. Perhaps we need to learn more of this creature. Huddling on the bed, Desari cut herself off from the others. With each mile that took her farther from the bar, the oppressive dread seemed to increase. She could feel perspiration beating on her forehead. Her breath came in short, uncomfortable gasps. She had to find him. She had to be close to him. He had somehow stolen the other half of her soul. Desari bit down hard on her lower lip, welcoming the stinging pain that helped her to center herself. She closed her eyes and sought inside her own body. She could not find the stench of evil. She found her heart whole and strong. She found her soul complete. But she was no longer simply Desari. A stranger dwelled within her. A stranger who was somehow very familiar, more familiar than even her family. After the first shock, she studied the evidence of his work. He was strong and powerful, self-confident, even arrogant, very, very knowledgeable. And he meant to have her. She could feel his deep resolve. No one would stand in his way. Nothing would stop him. He would never give her up. And deep within him dwelled a dark shadow. Desari swallowed the fear choking her. Why was she so afraid of this unknown man? She was not without her own power. No one could force her to do what she did not want to do. Nor would Darius ever allow it. And she had Barak and Diane to support her as well. Even Sindel would fight for her if the need arose. Why was she so afraid? Because there was an excitement in her that she didn't want to admit even to herself. She was intrigued by the stranger, drawn to him. Her body wanted his, and she had never even laid eyes on him. How could he have wrought such a thing? Was he so powerful? She didn't want Darius to harm him. The thought came unbidden and was, she felt, on the verge of disloyalty. She should not even think such things. Desari rubbed her forehead with the heels of her hands. Whoever he was, he would come for her, and she had to decide what to do. She could never leave her family. Especially not now, when Darius was having such a hard time with his own darkness. Oh, God, she murmured aloud. What am I thinking? You are in pain? Desari's head snapped up, and she looked around the bus cautiously. The voice was clear, arrogant, a velvet purr. Not Darius. Her throat closed convulsively, making it nearly impossible to breathe. She felt a strength, a male's touch, his heart beating steadily, his lungs working easily, in and out, regulating her breathing as if they were one being. His voice was beautiful and reached something deep in her soul. Yet he was using a mental path unfamiliar to her. The experience unnerved her. Go away. She tried the path he was using. She heard soft laughter, taunting male amusement. I do not think so, Piccola. Answer me. Are you in pain? Desari glanced around guiltily. Sindel was busy maneuvering the large motor home down a winding ribbon of highway leading deep into a wooded area. Desari felt as if she were talking to the devil himself, allowing him access to her family and their whereabouts through her. But she couldn't stop herself from feeling the sweeping excitement. Of course I am in pain. I was shot. Who are you? You know who I am. She shook her head, her long mass of blue-black hair flying in all directions, catching Sindel's attention. Are you all right, Desari? Sindel asked, a worried catch in her voice. Yes, do not worry, Desari managed to respond. She felt his touch, his palm brushing her cheek. You fear me. I fear no one. There was that laughter again. Male amusement that made her want to strangle him. What is the Dark One to you? He asked. There was no amusement in the question. It was an imperious command to answer him. He even pushed at her with a compulsion. Furious, Desari cut off the contact. He thought her a mere mortal he could so easily command. How dare he? She was of ancient and powerful Carpathian blood. She deserved respect. No one, not even her brother, the leader of their family, would treat her with such disdain. Taking a deep breath, Desari calmed herself. Two could play at his game. She could track him as well. His blood was in her veins. If he could find her and try to push her, she could do the same. Desari went very quiet, allowing her mind to become a tranquil pool. She took her time searching each path until she found the one that would lead her to the stranger. Who are you? She pushed him, gave a good, hard compulsion. There was a silence. Then his infuriating laughter. So, you are like your guard. Carpathian, not mortal after all. We have much to find out about one another. You are Carpathian, yet different. You did not take my blood. How is it you can track me? In spite of herself, Desari was impressed. She knew Darius could do such a thing, but Barak and Diane could not. Nor could she. Yet. But she was always learning things from her brother. Know this, Kara, you belong to me. Only if I wish it, she corrected him, angry all over again. His arrogance was astounding to her. The bus shuddered to a stop, and Sindel turned in her seat. This is a good place for us to hide, Desari. Can you help me get Darius to Earth? Color swept up Desari's neck and into her face, and she avoided Sindel's gaze. She did not want anyone to know what she was doing. Yes, I am feeling much stronger now, thanks to you, Sindel, she answered. What a little liar you are, the taunting male voice informed her. Stay away from me. You want me? His voice was a drawling caress. You wish. Desari forced herself to her feet and staggered down the aisle to her brother's side. Desari and Sindel focused their attention on Darius and lifted him between them, using only the power of their minds. The cats pushed close, trying to see for themselves that Darius was fine. Without warning, Desari's strength increased. Startled, she looked at Sindel. But she knew it was the stranger lending her his power. Go away. Just go away. Desari stumbled on the bottom step but recovered. Darius's body didn't so much as waver. You are practically carrying him by yourself, Sindel said admiringly. I injured him. The words were said with a deep satisfaction, but the stranger continued to provide Desari with the necessary strength to keep from dropping Darius to the ground. She refused to acknowledge his statement. Angry with herself for her disloyalty, for even wanting to converse with the stranger, Desari waved a hand to open the ground for her brother's body. She knew the stranger was dwelling in her, but she was fully aware of her own power. He could not read what she did not want him to know as long as she remained on the alert for his invasion. Darius floated into the earth. Healing soil poured over his body. Sasha, the female leopard, lay on top of the spot. Desari opened the earth beside her brother and entered, grateful for the soothing tranquility nature offered as it healed her body and mind. Sleep well, little sister, Sindel whispered. Do not fear. I will take care of all the details and loose ends before I seek rest this night. Heal, Desari, and be safe. Watch yourself, Sindel. There may be other assassins, Desari cautioned. She closed her eyes and let the earth surround her. The last thing she felt as she shut down her body was a male hand brushing her face in a slow, heart-melting caress. The last thing she heard before her heart ceased to beat was his voice. I will come to you, Piccola. I will always be near should you have need of me. Chapter 3. Security was tight at the singing troupe's next sold-out concert. Policemen and security personnel were visible everywhere. No one was taking any chances this time, treating Desari as if she were a national treasure. Every entrance was heavily guarded and each person checked with a metal detector before being admitted. Dogs roamed the aisles with their handlers, and Darius oversaw it all. He was not about to allow assassins a second chance at his sister. The police had searched for the suspects in the attempted murders during the past week, but they could not find a trace of them. A good amount of blood had been discovered leading from the tavern, but no bodies. The police were certain that at least one suspect had died and his companions had removed the corpse, but Darius knew better. He had killed every one of the assailants and left them in plain sight for whoever had sent them to discover. Someone had interfered, and he suspected just who it was. Darius continually scanned the crowd, his black eyes moving unceasingly over the people pushing to enter the building. Besides the assassins he had to worry about, he knew the creature would come tonight. Desari hadn't said anything of the sort to him, but she was restless and emotional, completely unlike herself. Several times he had reached to touch her mind with his, only to find it closed to him. He could have pushed past the barrier with some effort, but he respected her right to privacy. Julian, dressed in faded blue jeans and a sleeveless black t-shirt, moved with the crowd toward the doors. He spotted Desari's security guard instantly and took a few minutes to study him. More than ever the man reminded him of Grigori. He was tall, as Carpathians tended to be, but he carried more muscle than most males of their race. Grigori was muscular also. The security guard's face was a chiseled mask of harsh beauty, very reminiscent of the healer, but his eyes were black ice, where Grigori's were silver. The guard's eyes glinted with menace and seemed to miss nothing as they moved over the crowd. Julian did not want to call attention to his own presence by using any kind of power. Already the security guard had spotted him, those soulless black eyes resting thoughtfully on him as the line he was in moved closer to the entrance. Julian made certain his brain patterns were the same as a mortal's. A grim smile of amusement touched his mouth. It was like a game of chess. The thoughts he presented to a mind probe were those of any human male about to see an impossibly beautiful, sexy singer performing in person. He felt the presence in his mind, the sharp thrusting, the quick scan, then the release. Julian nearly laughed aloud, but he kept his face a blank mask. Even the light, decisive touch was reminiscent of Grigori. Whoever this guard was, Julian was certain he was related to the healer, the one all Carpathians referred to as the Dark One. The guard had to be of the same bloodline. The puzzle intrigued him. The man's presence irritated him. He didn't want any Carpathian male near Desari until the ritual mating cycle was complete. The probe came again, a direct, powerful thrust into his mind. The attitude was so like the Dark One's, Julian was astonished. The guard was not swallowing his innocent act. Julian kept his mind in the human pattern, evincing only anticipation and harmless, if somewhat erotic wishing. It was irritating to allow someone into his mind, but he reminded himself that the intruder was picking up only what he was deliberately broadcasting. Julian carefully avoided looking at the guard. The male was far too sharp. Even after 2 mind probes to assure himself, he sensed power. Julian was suspect, and the guard was intuitive enough to keep coming back to him. Julian felt the weight of those burning eyes. This man held real power. He had to be one of the ancients, with the blood and strength of centuries of learning. Julian wished he were in a position to probe the guard, but it was imperative to appear human until he knew more. He had once spent centuries searching, accepting his solitary existence even as he scanned the earth for remnants of their kind. Now, when he had nearly ended his life, he had found a band of his people. The mythical lost ones? They must be. But Desari belonged to him. And if the other male thought differently, he was in for a hard lesson. Julian moved into the building and away from those black, prying eyes. Only then did he realize he was excited. He liked challenges. He had always craved knowledge. And he could feel the power and strength he had accrued pursuing information and skills of every kind. A contest with this other powerful male could prove quite interesting. He moved easily, maneuvering through the crowd down toward the front. Instead of seating himself, he took up a position along the wall near an exit. Inhaling, he scented the presence of 2 jungle cats, the same 2 that had worked in conjunction with the huge Black Panther. Julian was now certain that the guard had shapeshifted into the form of the large predator. Although the guard showed no evidence of the wounds Julian knew he had inflicted, he was still certain the man had been the panther directing the others in their attack on him. Desari. He found himself smiling. Their brief mental exchange had been a revelation. She was Carpathian. How she had managed to run around the world undetected was still a mystery. There were remnants of their race, and he had found them. He had always wondered if some of the children had escaped the Turk invasion and scattered. On behalf of their race, at Grigori and Mikhail's urging, Julian had sought them, particularly the females, in hopes of finding a way to save his people. And he had found Desari, his own lifemate, when he had been seeking lifemates for others. And she had a temper, this woman. He found himself laughing aloud, remembering her push at his mind. She was much stronger than he had anticipated. He had gone from a stark, barren existence to one filled with excitement in the blink of an eye. The mood of the crowd was almost electric, the air thick with anticipation. Desari's performances were always sold out. It didn't matter where she played, whether a small tavern or a huge stadium. And with the publicity following the recent attempt on her life, she was even more of a celebrity. Reporters, too, were out in numbers. Julian listened to the conversations in the arena, sifting through them, looking for a whisper of conspiracy. He knew the fanatical nature of the human vampire hunting society. Desari was a marked woman now. They would not stop with one attack. But Julian was fairly certain the society would need time to recover from the huge blow they had so recently received. He was more concerned now with the threat from vampires. The presence of a Carpathian woman nearby was sure to draw the creatures. And her safety was now of paramount personal importance to him. Without warning, it struck. An intense need to leave the dome, to get out. The feeling, a dark, oppressive dread, beat at him, swamped him, and for a moment he could barely breathe. Furious that he had left himself open for such an assault from the guard, he allowed himself to slump against the wall, the heel of one palm pressed to his forehead in a manner of distress, while he carefully sought out the position of the guard. Only then did it hit him. The touch was feminine, not masculine. Desari. He countered the compulsion to leave with a search of his own. He gathered his strength and waited. She was in a dressing room, seated on a stool. Julian inhaled her scent, taking it into his body. She was nervous. Not about her performance, but because she knew he was there. She was afraid of what he might do. Julian smiled, his white teeth gleaming like a predator's. He fed her fear a bit. Not sharply, but with a simple, gentle flow of information. He was there. He was strong. Invincible. Nothing, no one could stop him. She could not possibly send him away. Desari's right hand went to her slim throat in a gesture of protection. She knew the stranger was close by. Waiting. Watching. She could feel the weight of his presence. She could feel Darius's uneasiness. She was afraid. What was the stranger going to do? She couldn't bear it if Darius and he got into another fight. Someone would die. The stranger was so strong, he might kill Darius. Her head jerked up, fury washing through her. No one could defeat Darius. That cad. He was amplifying her fears, her agitation. Stop it, you. That irritating, mocking, male laughter echoed in her mind. You started it. If you want to play games, cara mia, I am more than willing. I do not want you here. Yes, you do, Julian countered calmly. I am in you. I feel your excitement at my presence. The same excitement is in me. You feel my agitation. I have a job to do. Your presence is unsettling. Only because you're afraid of your future. You know it lies with me. A major change in life can be frightening. But I can do nothing other than to make you happy. Desari pounced on that. It would make me happy if you left this place. I do not want you and Darius to fight. The first is a lie, Kara. You seem to be able to tell untruths easily. But I will respect the second. I will avoid a confrontation with your guard if it is at all possible. You do not understand. Desari was beginning to feel desperate. She had to find a way to make him leave. She didn't dare risk his presence, even if what he said was true, that she secretly wanted him there. She had never felt so alive. Every cell in her body was like her music, wild, free, soaring. She didn't understand it, but it was exhilarating. And he knew it. I understand, Piccola. His voice was tender, almost caressing. It slipped under her skin, producing an unexpected curl of heat in her bloodstream. Trust me. Desari was battling unfamiliar emotions. In all the centuries of her existence, she had never felt such a sizzling chemistry. She had actually feared that nothing would ever make her feel the erotic longings she had heard and read of for so many centuries. Her body had been cold and unresponsive until now. She had never laid eyes on the stranger, yet he easily evoked this reaction. I do not know you. How can I trust you? You know me. He said it in that same soft, arrogant voice. A statement of fact. Simple. Easy. A loud knock on the door of her dressing room set her nerves jangling. She should have known someone was right outside. She had never before failed to be aware of the presence of the others. She rose and smoothed the silken sheath that fit her every curve. The slit up one side was nearly to her hip. The fabric was white with a garden of red roses. Her hair fell in a cascade of ebony silk past her hips and moved with a life of its own. For the first time in her life, it mattered that she looked good. Desari, get a move on. Barak rapped his fist against her door a second time. The crowd is beginning to get restless. Taking a deep breath, she stepped out into the hall. Barack's arm instantly swept around her shoulders. "What were you doing in there?" He glanced around, then lowered his head toward hers. "You are not afraid, are you? We are all on alert this time, even the cats. Those assassins will not have a second chance at you." "I know." Desari's voice came out low and husky. "I will be fine, Barack. Please do not say anything to Darius. He is already jumpy enough. Do not mistake Darius. He does not fear a return of the assassins. He thinks the other creature will return for you this night." Barack matched his longer strides to hers as they moved through the hall toward the entrance to the stage. Diane fell into step on her other side. "Darius will destroy this creature." Desari's dove-soft eyes darkened to black opal. "Why do all of you insist on referring to him as the creature? Have you become as intolerant as the mortals now? I thought we were one with all of nature, with the universe itself. Because he is something we do not know, must we hate him? Reject him? He saved my life. That should count for something. Or would you prefer that I had died?" Diane caught her arm. "Little sister, you need not defend this creature." Instantly, she heard a soft growl of warming in her mind. The stranger was not happy with another male touching her. Now they were all annoying her. Desari pulled her arm free, gave Diane a look of pure disdain, and swept out onto the stage. The roar of the crowd was so tremendous, it filled the dome and burst into the sky. She smiled, her gaze wandering over the mass of people rising out of their seats to pay homage to her voice, to her music. But she was looking for one man. Only one. Unerringly she found him, her gaze locking with his, and her heart stood still. For a moment she couldn't breathe as her dark eyes met molten gold. He was standing against a wall, in the shadows, but his face was a carved creation of sensual beauty. His gaze was hot, burning with possession. Desari's mouth went dry, and her body seemed to go up in flames. "Do not look at me that way." The words formed in her mind on their private mental path before she could censor them. "I cannot help how I look at my Lifemate," he responded. "You are so beautiful, you take my breath away." The way he said it, the way his voice brushed at her insides, tugged at her heart and brought sudden tears to her eyes. He was so intense, his voice truthful and hungry. Her entire being responded to him. She almost missed her cue as Diane and Barack played the notes to her opening song. But then she sang for him. To him. Each note a haunting blend of mystery and magic. Each note sank into Julian's pores, seeped into his soul. Desari was incredible. She captivated the entire audience. The arena was so silent, not even the shuffling of feet interrupted her song. The crowd could feel each separate note, see it shimmering like a flame dancing in the air. They smelled the sea she sang of, felt the rise and fall of the waves. She brought tears to their eyes, peace to their hearts. Julian couldn't take his eyes off her. He was mesmerized by her, enthralled completely. He found himself painfully aroused and surprisingly proud. Darius's black gaze strayed often to the man leaning with deceptive laziness against the far wall. He was tall and handsome. Power oozed from him, radiated around him. At the moment his strange, molten gold eyes were fixed on Desari, his attention seemingly consumed by her performance. But Darius was not deceived. This was a predator. Not necessarily evil, but he had come here hunting. And his prey was Desari. There was a hard edge to his mouth, a stark possessiveness reflected in the depths of those burning eyes. Darius knew this man was a dangerous adversary. Julian's eyes never once wavered from Desari's face. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. On stage, in the midst of the rising theatrical fog and floodlights, she looked ethereal, mystical. A woman of erotic dreams, of fantasies. His body was completely still, nearly a part of the wall behind him, as if she had somehow absorbed every bit of his energy. Darius moved closer, cloaking his presence as he did so. He stalked with the silent advance of the leopard, counting on the strangers being caught up in the spell Desari wove around her audience. He was within 4 rows of his destination when a soft warning growl stopped him in his tracks. He knew no one else had heard that low rumble. It was directed solely at him. The stranger hadn't changed position, hadn't taken his eyes off the stage, away from Desari, but Darius suddenly knew the stranger's complete attention was centered on him. On stage, Desari faltered, missing 2 lines of her song. Her heart was beating in her throat. "Oh, God, please do not do this." Terror was in her voice, concern for him, for both of them. Julian deliberately turned his head toward Darius and smiled, a show of gleaming white teeth. He straightened, his body fluid and supple. 2 fingers touched his forehead in a mock salute directed at Darius. Muscles rippled suggestively beneath the thin t-shirt. He sauntered unhurriedly to the exit, arrogance in every step. His amber eyes glinted with menace until he swung his gaze back to Desari. Then his eyes burned possessively, intently, a molten gold that turned her to liquid heat. "For you, cara mia." His voice moved through her body with the same inflammatory heat of his gaze. Desari wanted to run after him. She stood on the stage and sang to a crowd of several thousand, but her mind and her heart and soul were somewhere else. Diane and Barack were watching her closely, puzzled, worried by her strange behavior. Desari had never faltered, never missed a beat in all their long centuries of singing on stage. Darius followed the stranger out of the dome. The man was gone, dissolved into mist in the night air. Darius sensed him, felt the power in the air, but dared not leave his sister to pursue her pursuer. Something about the man gave him pause. He looked at Desari with more than lust in his gaze. More than possession. He looked at her protectively. Darius was nearly certain the stranger was not out to harm her. He was also certain the man had not left out of fear. Nothing would scare him. He walked with the confidence born of many battles, much hardship, and enormous knowledge. Darius looked up into the night. Whoever the stranger was, he had left out of deference to Desari's wishes, not because he feared a battle with Darius. Darius sighed and turned back to the dome. He did not need this worry at this time. The assassin stalking Desari required his full attention. It bothered him that his intruder had arrived on the very day someone had tried to kill her. And to make matters worse, Darius had been convinced for some time that the most evil of all enemies stalked his beloved sister, the undead. Desari saw her brother return. Anxiously, she studied his face. It was the same mask of harsh sensual beauty he always wore. He had no visible wounds. She was certain she would have felt the disturbance if the 2 men had fought. Her singing had always flowed from her, a beautiful creation as mysterious and wonderful to her as it was to everyone else. Now it was difficult to create, with her mind in chaos, her throat closing off, being so near to tears. Where was he? Was he alive? Was he all right? She wanted to scream, to run off the stage, away from the thousands of prying eyes, away from her family who watched her so closely. She was uncertain for a moment if she could continue the concert. "Sing for me, cara mia. I love the sound of your voice. It is a miracle. You bring me peace and joy when you sing. You make my body burn as it never has before. Sing for me." The voice was low and husky, brushing away her inner chaos as if it had never been. Just like that, her voice soared free, rising to fill the dome, to burst out into the night to find him. The feelings in her body, the pent-up passion, the wild hunger, the need of centuries poured into her voice. She was a living flame, moving across the stage like flowing water. Nothing could touch her. She was not of the earth. Somewhere her lover waited. His eyes were on her, watching. He was burning too. She could feel the heat of his skin, the hungry eyes never leaving her face. He had left the dome, but he had returned because he needed to see her. Nothing else mattered at that moment. Not the danger to him, not her family, only that he see her perform. She sang for him, to him, the strength and intensity of her need in each note. The burning flame heating her blood took her music to new heights. Wildly erotic heights, whispering of silken sheets and candlelight. Julian could not take his eyes from her. She was so beautiful, he could barely find it in him to breathe. This was the one? His Lifemate? No one, least of all him, deserved such a woman. She reached into his dark soul and touched something good in him, something he hadn't known existed. In all the world, no one sang like she did. Her voice was mesmerizing, enthralling. It wrapped one up in a silken web of passion and held him there. Julian's body reacted in a savage, primitive manner. He wanted her as he had never wanted anything else in his existence. He wanted the concert over, yet he wanted it to go on for all time. The walls of the dome seemed to have fallen away as she created the illusion of a dark, mystical forest, of cascading waterfalls, deep pools, and hungry fire with her voice alone. The images would never leave his mind, the erotic picture of her swimming to him, her arms eagerly outstretched to greet him. The audience rose to their feet, their applause thunderous. Julian knew the reviews would be raving. He was proud of her, but at the same time he objected to her performance. Such publicity went against his every instinct. It would only serve to draw more unwanted attention to her. He knew what reporters would write, that she was an enchantress, weaving a spell over the audience. Desari returned for one encore, tired but exhilarated. This time it wasn't simply because she knew she had performed well, had shared her extraordinary gift with others. It was because, somewhere in the darkness, a man waited for her. A stranger already familiar to her. It was terrifying yet exciting. She took her bows, her body humming with life. She wanted to run off the stage, to join him. She wanted to see those eyes. Those beautiful, unusual, oh, so hungry eyes watching her. Staring at her. Those eyes that saw only her. Desari waved to the crowd and hurried off stage, moving down the hall to her dressing room. Barack and Diane paced at her side, uneasy because of her strange behavior. Both had felt the presence of power in the dome. Who could not? But they had complete confidence in Darius. They would follow his lead, and so far, he was not hunting down the creature. She didn't look at either of them as she firmly closed the door to her dressing room. Sinking into a chair, she slipped off her sandals. She could feel him. Somewhere close. Desari rinsed off her stage makeup and waited, her heart beating, her lungs barely breathing. She knew he was near. Darius must know it too. A fine mist streamed under the door, collecting in a spiral close to her. She held her breath. Instantly the handsome, ruthless stranger shimmered into a solid mass beside her. Her heart slammed. Up close he was frightening. Enormously strong. His finely chiseled features were sensual, hard. His countless victories in battle over the centuries were in the set of his broad shoulders, in the grim composure of his face. He was strikingly handsome yet immeasurably intimidating at the same time. Desari's tongue touched her suddenly dry lips. "You should not be here. It is too dangerous." His body clenched at the sound of her voice. It was so soft, it seemed to seep through his skin to wrap around his heart. "I could do nothing other than see you tonight. I think you know that. Darius would destroy you if he found you here." She believed it, and her fear showed in her soft, charcoal eyes. His hard mouth softened, his golden eyes warming at her needless concern. "I am not so easily destroyed. Do not worry, Piccola, I have made a promise to you this night, and I fully intend to honor it." His voice dropped another octave, his eyes consuming her as he spoke. "Come with me." She felt her heart jump again. Every cell in her body cried out to go. His gaze was a smoldering heat she could not resist. There was so much hunger in him, such dark intensity, burning for her. The devil tempting her. Resolutely she shook her head. Darius would. Julian stopped her words by simply enveloping her smaller hand with his. His touch sent darts of fire racing up her arm and through her torso, taking the very breath from her lungs. "I grow weary of hearing of this Darius. You should be more concerned with what I will do if he attempts to stop me from taking you with me." Temper flared in her eyes. "No one can take me anywhere I do not wish to go. You have as much arrogance in you as my brother does. I happen to know he has earned the right to it. Have you?" A small, satisfied smile curved his mouth. "So this Darius is your brother. I find that something of a relief. As you hold him in some esteem, I did not want to have to destroy your illusions of his greatness." She glared at him, furious, until she caught the glint of humor in his golden eyes. He was teasing her. Desari found herself laughing with him. "Come with me tonight," he said. "We will go for a walk. Dance somewhere. It does not matter, Kara, and we will be hurting no one." His voice was black velvet. A sorcerer's whisper of temptation. "Is this so much to ask of you? He does not allow you to choose your own friends?" Do as you wish. Julian had looked into her mind, seen her need for independence, her constant chafing at the restraints put on her. Still, no self-respecting Carpathian male would ever allow a woman to wander around unprotected. He did not blame Darius. It was his duty to protect Desari. In his place, he would do the same. There were many unanswered questions to ask Desari, but right now, the only thing that mattered to him was her answer to the one he had posed. She was silent, long lashes concealing her warring emotions. More than anything, she wanted to go with him, have just one night of freedom to do as she liked. But she knew Darius. He would never allow such a thing. There was nowhere they could go that he would not find them. And that only served to make her want to go all the more. Her mysterious stranger had struck a nerve. She hated being constantly told what to do or not do. She wanted this one night just for herself. Desari looked up at him. I do not even know your name. He bowed with old-world elegance. I am Julian Savage. Perhaps you have met or heard of my brother, Aiden Savage. He and his life-mate reside in San Francisco. His white teeth gleamed. His golden eyes burned her. Something in that intense, possessive, hungry gaze made her knees go weak. Desari pressed backward until she was against a solid wall to help hold her up. Savage. Somehow it suits you. He acknowledged her words as if they were a great compliment, bowing once more at the waist in his courtly manner. Only to my enemies, Piccola, never to those under my protection. Is that supposed to put me at ease? She asked. You have nothing to fear from me, Desari. His hand brushed her face in the lightest of caresses. She felt a jolt of electricity right down to her toes. He was too intense, too hungry for her, his eyes burning with need. Desari lowered her lashes, trying to shut him out, trying to prevent him from trapping her with his power and need. This was so dangerous. Could she risk his life? Risk Darius for a momentary pleasure? Could she possibly be that selfish? I scare you to death. He said it with certainty, his voice soft and hypnotic, beautiful and soothing. More than your fear for your brother or for me, you fear what will happen if you part from me. She took a deep breath, found her hands were trembling, and put them behind her back. Perhaps you are right. Why risk so much for so short a time? His hand framed one side of her face, his thumb feathering over her soft skin, absorbing the perfection of it before finding a resting place over the frantically beating pulse in her neck. Desari's heart nearly stopped. Her words came out strangled. You cannot touch me like this. His thumb moved back and forth in a hypnotic rhythm over her pulse. I can do no other than touch you, Desari. I am, after all, a Carpathian male. You cannot see yourself in that dress you wear, with your hair tumbling around you. You are so beautiful, it hurts to look at you. Julian, please do not say such things to me, she whispered into his palm. It is only the truth, Kara, nothing for you to fear. Come with me. His voice was such temptation. She had never wanted anything more in her life. The pull between them was electric. She swore she could hear it sizzle and arc. She stood there in silence, his hand against her skin sending waves of heat rushing through her blood. In all her centuries, she had never experienced such a thing. Desari, you know it is right. You feel it. I promise to return you to your family safe and sound this rising. Julian was aware of the men gathering outside her door. 3 of them. One was her formidable brother, the other 2 members of the band. We do not have much time, Piccola. The others are about to break through the door. He waved a hand in a peculiar pattern, then held his palm out toward the door. I cannot. Then I must stay here and convince you, he said unhurriedly, calmly. As if his death weren't imminent at the hands of her protective family. She clutched his arm. You must go before this thing escalates into violence. Please, Julian. He could hear her heart beating wildly. He bent his head to hers, his mouth curving into a genuine smile. Come to me. Promise you will meet me at the small tavern 3 blocks from here. There was a loud popping sound from the other side of the door, and someone, it sounded like Barak, swore aloud. They could both hear Darius reprimand him softly. I told you not to touch the door. Have some respect. His voice was low and hypnotic. Desari. He didn't raise his voice, but rather dropped it to a whisper. Open the door for us. Go out the window, Desari insisted, pushing at the wall of Julian's chest. It was a mistake to touch him. He instantly responded by covering her hand with his, trapping her palm against his heavy muscles. I came through the door, Kara, and I intend to leave the same way. Do you meet me later, or shall we stay together here? She could feel the beat of his heart beneath her palm. Steady. Solid. Not in the least affected by the fact that he was hunted by 3 powerful predators just a door's width away. His thumb was feathering back and forth across the back of her hand, feeding the flames already leaping in her body. Desperately, Desari attempted to shake him off. He was a rock, unmoving. "What am I going to do with you?" she demanded. "Say you will meet me. Do not allow your brother to rule your life." He could smell the leopards now, and knew they had joined the 3 men and were pacing restlessly in the hall. Desari knew it too. "All right. I promise," she capitulated. "Just go before something terrible happens." He bent his head and brushed her soft, trembling mouth with his. It was the lightest of kisses, but a gentle lingering, yet she felt it touch her heart, her soul. He smiled at her, his golden eyes burning with molten heat. With need. "So, Piccola, open the door." Desari's fingers curled in his cotton t-shirt. "No, you do not understand. You cannot go out there. Remember your promise to me, Desari. Come to me." Julian bent his head one last time to her because he had to. She smelled fresh and clean, a breath of air from the highest mountains he loved so. Her skin was softer than rose petals. His body was making harsh, urgent, relentless demands. Julian controlled them, but he needed to touch her, to feel her response, to feel the burning flames in her matching the firestorm in him. For he was on fire. His mouth found hers. Hot. Demanding. Dominating. His hand went to the nape of her neck, holding her perfectly still so he could explore her sweetness. He was lost instantly, feeding on her, his posture aggressive. His arms swept her into the shelter of his body, so close it was impossible to tell where one started and the other left off. A rumbling growl from outside the door had Desari struggling, pushing at him, her eyes wide with fear for him. "He will kill you. Please, please go while you can." She looked so beautiful, for a moment he couldn't breathe, couldn't think. Slowly a smile took the edge of hunger from his mouth. "Come to me, Kara. I will keep you to your promise." His hand slid slowly, reluctantly from the nape of her neck, and he stepped away. "Desari." It was Darius's soft, compelling voice. "He has safeguarded the door against us. Only you are safe from its harm. You must open the door for us. Once you touch it, you will break his spell, and we will be allowed entry. Do as I bid." Desari watched as Julian's solid form shimmered, then dissolved into nothing. She looked around quickly. He had to be something. Somewhere. Her frantic gaze searched her dressing room. There was no mist. Nothing. She walked to the door, her hand hovering over the knob. Where could he have gone? He had not left by way of the window. It was still closed tightly, the blinds drawn. Very slowly she opened the door. Her brother's shoulders filled the door frame. His features were dark and merciless, his black eyes icy cold. Where is he? Barak and Diane were solidly behind him, cutting off any escape route, and what was worse, the 2 leopards prowled behind them, back and forth, a low warning fumbling in their throats. Desari's chin lifted. "I want him left alone. He saved my life." "This man is more dangerous than you think," Darius informed her softly. "You do not know anything about him." He walked into her dressing room, his probing eyes searching restlessly, missing nothing. "He is here, in your room. I can feel his presence, his power." Darius abruptly caught Desari's arm and pulled her close to him, inhaling sharply. "Did he take your blood?" He gave her a little shake. Desari shook her head as she struggled, trying to jerk away. Darius unexpectedly released her, cursed softly, and put his hand to his mouth. His palm was singed. The black eyes continued scanning the room. Barak and Diane crowded in, gaping at the damage done to Darius. "He is here." "I feel him," Diane echoed, a bite to his voice. "How could you do such a thing?" "You hurt Darius," Desari accused Julian, near tears. She had never been so emotional in all the centuries of her existence. It was like being on a roller coaster. Disloyalty and guilt were now pushing in hard and fast. He is already healing his palm. He should know better than to grab you like that. It is unacceptable to me. Julian's voice was lazy and confident. He sounded complacent, as if he found it all amusing while she was afraid. I should tell him where you are, Desari snapped, exasperated at his tone, his arrogance. Men were so irritating sometimes. You do not know where I am. But if you wish it, by all means, tell your brother what you think. I give you my permission. Desari's teeth clenched, but a hiss of complete annoyance escaped. It was a good thing he had dissolved, otherwise, she would be tempted to strangle him with her bare hands. Darius flicked his cold gaze over her. He speaks to you. What does he say? Enough to make me want to slap him, Desari snapped. Come, let us leave this place. Barak yelped triumphantly. He is the dust in the room. Look at the way it falls in an unnatural pattern around the floor and along the windowsill. Secretly, he was proud of himself for spotting it before Darius or Diane. Perhaps we should do some cleaning up in here. He had his own burned palm from touching the door. Desari paled visibly. No. I told you, I want him left alone. Barak deliberately stepped on a pile of dust particles and ground them into the floor. He cannot walk in here and think to have you. He has beguiled you in some way, Desari. It is our duty to protect you from one such as this. Darius dropped an arm around his sister's shoulders. Do not fear for this one, Dara. He is far too cunning to be caught in the dust on the floor. It is too obvious a ploy. He set it there to deceive us. Come, let us go. He is even smaller than what you see on the floor. Probably only tiny molecules in the air and impossible, at this moment, to destroy. He looked around the room and up toward the ceiling. I have used just such a method to escape detection myself on a few occasions. We will leave this place. I trust you have said your goodbyes. Desari went with her brother, confident he would not lie to her. Diane and Barak, just to make sure, swept up the dust and ran it under water until it dissolved down the drain. Satisfied they had rid themselves of the creature, the two of them left to hunt for sustenance, leaving Darius to deal with his wayward sister. Chapter 4. Desari slipped out of the bus dressed in soft, faded blue jeans. Her shirt was ribbed cotton, V-necked, and form-fitting. Deliberately, she had not fed this night and kept hunger uppermost in her mind, knowing Darius might scan her. He had gone off to feed and might occasionally check on her. His lecture had been long and severe. Desari was feeling especially defiant and a little bit desperate. She had promised Julian she would meet him, and she knew if she didn't show up, he would come for her. This is very dangerous. She searched for him, sending out her exasperated distress. Darius and the others will be watching me. There was a moment of silence, just long enough that she thought perhaps she hadn't connected on the correct path with him. Completely unperturbed, totally arrogant, Julian responded. If you prefer, Desari, I will be more than happy to meet with them and discuss this rationally. You belong with me. They cannot interfere. And just who are those other two clowns? Do not try to convince me that they are also your brothers. I do not think I know you well enough to tell you my family's business, she replied haughtily. Do not deliberately provoke me, cara mia. I will admit to being a jealous man. Our males have never been famous for allowing their women to associate with other men. I do not belong to you. I belong to myself. Desari sighed as she made her way from the motorhome down the street toward the tavern where she had promised Julian she would meet him. She shook her head. This was so ridiculous. Darius could track her at will. Men were beyond her understanding, even after centuries of trying to figure them out. Not one of them made any real sense. Darius does not have the right to rule your life any longer, Piccola. That is the right of your life mate, not your brother. Desari stopped dead in her tracks. He sounded so complacent, so insolent. Conceited. Overbearing. Arrogant. What was she doing? His laughter echoed softly in her head and brushed little flames over her skin. You want to come to me? You know you have to come to me. Nothing can stop you. It is inevitable, like the tide. There can be no turning back. Her feet were moving of their own volition, pulled inexorably toward the bar. She moved several yards, reaching the corner before she realized she was under compulsion. His voice was low and beautifully pitched, a blend of the night and seduction itself. He was using his voice alone as his weapon, and she, like a rank fledgling, was responding. Desari forced herself to stop moving by grabbing a lamppost and hanging on. His laughter was low and taunting. Desire is more powerful than I realized. And it is the same for you. You wish it were, she responded, her chin up, eyes flashing. I refuse to play these childish games with you. Go away and do not come back. He was right, though. She had never felt this way before. Every cell in her body was hot and heavy and aching for release. She wanted him. Pure and simple. But that was all. It was just sex. Hot, steamy sex. Absolutely nothing else. Who would want such an arrogant jerk? You. The single word was breathed against her neck, against the pulse beating so strongly there. His body was suddenly so close, she could feel the heat emanating from his skin. Although she was tall, his large frame seemed to tower over her. Up close, she could feel his power, the intensity of his emotions. His gaze drifted over her with stark possessiveness. Desari stood perfectly still, afraid to move. There was something about him she couldn't seem to resist. It was his eyes. The way his eyes burned a molten gold. So intense. So hungry. How could she resist his eyes? It was in his mind. He had been so alone. He needed and only she could provide. His hand moved down her shoulder to rest on her slender waist. His touch was possessive. His palm was burning a hole through the thin material of her shirt. Julian exerted a little pressure, taking her with him as he moved toward the tavern. She was still uncertain, her brain at war with her instincts, her emotions, the chemistry of her body. He was well aware, having now shared her mind, that Desari was no one to trifle with. She had lived centuries, had acquired tremendous knowledge and strength. This was a situation that required more than a little finesse, not his strongest point. Julian was used to having his way in all things. More than anything, he believed it was his duty, his right, to protect and care for his life mate. But Desari did not seem to follow the path of the women of his race and temperament. I heard your brother refer to you as Dara. How did you come by such a name? He asked, his straightforward curiosity completely throwing her off the track. I have long been called Dara. It is a nickname. Darius said my mother often called me that, she answered, moving with him automatically. His body was very close to hers, so that she felt the brush of his thigh, his chest, the heavy muscles coming into brief contact with her, then moving away. Her tongue touched her lips, moistening their sudden dryness. She was intrigued by the way Julian could make her feel so aware of herself as a woman. Do you know what Dara means? Julian asked softly. Desari shrugged. It is Old Persian. It means of the Dark One. Julian nodded. Do you remember where you came from? Where you were born? Desari moved away from him, a subtle retreat from the heat of his body. What she really needed to do was run from the heat in his eyes. No one had ever looked at her as he was doing. Julian slid his arm around her waist and gathered her under his shoulder. She put her hand on his ribcage to push him away, but somehow her palm lingered against his thin shirt, savoring the heat of him. It drew her like a magnet, in the same way his eyes drew her. She lowered her lashes. This was insanity. But for a few brief hours tonight, she would indulge her dreams, allow herself a fantasy that might have to last her for all time. Julian's larger frame urged her into the small tavern. The band was playing something soft and dreamy, allowing him to step around and take her into his arms. The moment he enclosed her against him, he knew it was right. Her body fit into his perfectly. They moved with the same rhythm, matching heartbeats, matching gliding, swaying steps. Her head fit in the niche of his shoulder, her hand belonged in his. We should not be doing this, Desari said. In spite of her determination not to allow him to control her, she couldn't stop herself from moving in the erotic dance. His thighs were hard columns against her softer ones. He smelled woodsy, mysterious, dangerous. She inhaled, taking in the scent of his blood. His mouth touched her neck, just a feather-light caress, but the jolt sent shock waves through both of them. Hunger flared in her, hot and erotic, like nothing she had ever known. She felt the warmth of his breath fanning over the pulse throbbing so frantically beneath her skin. This is exactly what we should be doing. I have no other choice, Kara. I need to hold you in my arms. His lips were velvet soft, his tongue a rasp of heat stroking her pulse. His fingers enveloped hers, curling her wrist so that he could hold her hand tightly against his heart. Do you have any idea of how beautiful you really are, Desari? His teeth scraped a gentle rhythm back and forth over her pulse, sending flames dancing through her body. Desari closed her eyes and gave herself up to the sheer physical pleasure of the moment. His skin was hot and rough against the softness of hers. She could feel his strength, his muscles like steel. They moved together in such perfect rhythm. She wanted it to go on for all time. His arms made her feel protected and cherished. The burning hunger in his eyes made her feel desirable. His words made her feel beautiful. But most of all, the way his body moved, hot and hard and aggressive as he held her to him, turned her own body into a living, breathing flame. It is the way you are inside, Desari, not just the outside package, that makes you so beautiful. His tongue tasted her throat, his lips sliding up to her chin, to the corner of her mouth. You cannot possibly know what I am like, she protested, even as she turned her mouth blindly to his. She had to taste him, had to know if this was real, this black magic spell he was weaving so effortlessly around her. Desari expected a savage ravishment. His hunger ran so deep and strong. The first touch of his lips was incredibly tender, his mouth moving over hers, memorizing the feel and shape of her, as if he were being swept away, as if he loved the taste of her. It disarmed her as nothing else could. Her legs went rubbery, but he simply gathered her tightly against him, protectively, as if sheltering her with his heart. His hand encircled her throat lovingly, his fingertips moving in a tender caress that sent heat pooling low and a wave of weakness flowing through her body. She made a sound, a low moan of alarm. He was stealing her soul, taking her heart with his gentleness. Desari found his thick mane of golden hair with her fists, clung to him for support. He was ensnaring her for all time, and she was giving herself to him without a fight. He was a dangerous, violent predator, yet he held her protectively, kissed her as if she were the most precious thing in the world. It was as if he needed the taste and feel of her just to breathe. How could she not fall under his spell? His voice was low and seductive, a murmur of Italian that took possession of her heart, stole it right out of her body. The world was dissolving into a strange mist around her, the earth shifting beneath her feet. Their bodies were swaying to the music, the shadows hiding them from prying eyes. Desari had the strange feeling he was making love to her. Not sex, but making love to the one woman in the world who mattered to him. Everything in her rose in response to the gentleness of his possession. His kiss deepened so that he was feeding on the sweetness of her mouth, his hand spanning her throat, his body trapping hers against a wall, holding her still while he ignited the fire in her blood and turned her body into a living flame. "Come with me away from here," he whispered, his beautiful voice raw with need, a sorcerer's seduction. Desari rested her head on his shoulder, confused and vulnerable. She wanted him, wanted to be with him. The need was so strong, it was almost a compulsion. She couldn't understand it. Nothing in all her long centuries had prepared her for the force of his magnetism. "I do not even know you." Julian's fingers stroked her silky hair, a small, masculine smile softening the hard edge to his mouth. "You insist on believing that, Desari, but you have been in my mind as I have been in yours. I know you are beautiful from the inside out because I hear it in your voice, see it so clearly in your heart and mind. You are a little troublemaker, but you would never hurt a single soul. You are the light to my darkness, my life mate." She shook her head. "I do not know what you mean. You feel it. Do not try to deny it." His thumbs were rubbing silky strands of her hair against his fingers. His burning eyes were molten gold, alive with hunger, relentless need, fierce possessiveness. "What is a life mate? I have not heard such a term." Julian studied her upturned face, shaped her classic bone structure with his palms. "How is it that you are Carpathian and you do not know this? We have much to learn about one another. Tonight I will explain to you what life mates are to the people of our homeland." His hand slipped to her throat, then glided down her shoulders and the length of her arm to lace his fingers through hers. But we are hunted, Piccola. Let us leave this place and go elsewhere to talk. Her breath caught in her throat. Darius? My brother? He is hunting us. He had not yet called to her, demanding her return, as she had expected him to do when he found her gone. She thought she would have time to lay a false trail away from Julian. I must leave you. He can track me straight to you. Julian pulled her toward the door of the tavern, and Desari felt almost helpless under his spell. It was insanity to defy Darius like this. He would find this man, and there would be a terrible battle. Come with me, Desari. There will be no battle unless you choose to force the issue by staying here. I have a need to talk with you. You promised me this night, and I will not release you from your word. They were moving quickly now, out the door and into the darkness of the night. Had she promised him? He had her so bemused, she couldn't remember exactly what she had said. There is no way to deceive Darius, she pointed out. My blood flows in his veins. He can track me at will, and he is very powerful. Julian slipped an arm around her slender shoulders. It is true he presents an interesting challenge, but we can give ourselves time if you wish it, Desari. Despite herself, the possibility intrigued her. She had never really tasted freedom. Darius and the others watched over her as if she were a mere fledgling. At times it was galling. I do not wish to put you in danger. Her large velvet eyes didn't meet his hot gaze as she made the admission. She felt she was giving away her true feelings. Julian's hard mouth curved in satisfaction. I am pleased you worry for my safety, Cara, he said, a seductive caress in the deep timbre of his voice, his Italian accent very much in evidence. But there is no need. I am not without power of my own. I know this man is someone you love. There will be no real confrontation between us. Perhaps a game of cat and mouse. Desari shivered, the cool of the night wreaking havoc with her heated skin. It had to be the air. His voice alone couldn't possibly cause the fever in her blood. And it wasn't just the strong chemistry between them drawing her, she decided, her chin going up. It was the knowledge he could impart to her. This was a true Carpathian, raised in their homeland. He knew things she desperately wanted to know, things that could be important to her family. Tell me how we can do this. There was a natural haughtiness in her voice, a note of imperious demand. Desari was used to getting her way when she chose to push it. Julian's arms circled her small waist. Electricity sizzled and crackled between them. She might try to deny it to herself, but he could see her response in her eyes, feel it in her body, in her scent calling to him. Merge your mind fully with mine, so that there is nothing of you he can find. She tried to jerk out of his arms. No, I cannot. That infuriating smile was curving his mouth, taunting her. What are you afraid of, Piccola? My resolve? I have made no attempt to hide my intentions from you. I want you in every way. I am relentless when something is important to me, and you are the most important thing in my life, in all the centuries of my existence. Merge with me. We will fly far from here and talk of important things. It was a dare of sorts. He was making no secret of his amusement. Desari's dark eyes flashed at him. I do not fear you, she snapped. I am powerful in my own right. You cannot seduce me if I do not give my consent. I will go with you to learn from you. She sounded like a princess bestowing a favor on a peasant. Julian knew better than to allow his triumph to show on his face. He caught both her hands in his. Now, cara mia, come with me, merge with me. His voice was a caress that sent flames moving through her, flames she had no way of dousing. His blood ran in her veins. She reached out with her mind and immersed it completely, decisively into his so that she could not panic and change her mind. At once she knew she was lost. He had enticed her into an erotic world of heat and hunger and fierce need. And he was every bit as ruthless as Darius. A loner. A great warrior with centuries of battles behind him. He appeared to hide nothing from her. Nothing, not even the terrible, relentless darkness. He had always been alone, even in his own world. Always alone. Until now. Desari moved into that darkness, suddenly uneasy. Shapeshift, Piccola. Use the image I give you. His words held an urgency she couldn't ignore. Darius was close. They launched themselves skyward simultaneously, their hearts beating as one, feathers iridescent even in the night sky. Wings beat strongly, lifting them quickly up and away. They wheeled in the air in perfect synchronization, flying toward the distant mountains. Julian shared the beauty of the night with her. He had not seen color in centuries, so it was all new and wonderful to him. The silvery leaves of the trees glittering below them, the sheen of water from the large lake nearby, the haunting shriek of an owl as it missed its prey, and the rustle of gray mice scurrying through vegetation on the forest floor. Darius would be unable to track Desari while they were merged so fully together. The moment they were apart again, he could find her. The trick was to take her far away, set up as many blinds as time would allow so that Darius would have no choice but to turn back, seeking safety before the dawn broke upon them. Desari faltered for a moment when she read Julian's intentions. She had not considered being away from her family during the day, when she would be completely vulnerable. At once Julian sent her waves of warmth and reassurance, the implacable resolve of the Carpathian male to protect his mate above all else. While she was with him, nothing would happen to her. He would never allow it. "And what of you? Am I safe from you?" She asked it softly, well aware of the fierce needs of his body, her body. The terrible, insatiable hunger he had for her alone. No one else would ever be able to fulfill the demands his body was making on him. No one else could ever assuage the fire burning deep within him. The knowledge only served to weaken her resistance to him. His need was a terrible thing. "Always, Desari. I would protect you with my life. You feel it, I know you do. I can do nothing other than ensure your safety." Julian felt the disturbance in the air, waves of power echoing through the sky, seeking the prey the hunter was determined to find. In the raptor's body he smiled. Darius was very dangerous, a true ancient with a will of iron. Merged as she was with Julian, Desari was masked from her brother. Still, Darius was a brilliant adversary, and he was not so arrogant that he discounted his enemy. He knew he faced one as equal, or very nearly so. The waves of seeking power receded, and the air was quiet and fresh. Then, without warning, Darius struck again. Julian felt the pain slam into his head, into Desari's head. She made a noise, just a soft cry in her throat, but Julian instantly took the full brunt of the sound wave, blocking it from her. "Hear me, stranger. I know you feel me, you know what I am. If you hurt her in any way, there will be nowhere on this earth you will be able to hide. I will find you, and you will die a long and painful death." The voice came on the wings of the night, broadcast on every possible wavelength, so there could be no doubt it was heard and clearly understood. Julian was astonished at the power the bodyguard had. He seemed as adept as Grigori, every bit as dangerous. Perhaps Darius did not have Grigori's elegant grace, he seemed more earthy and raw, but he held very real power. Few could accomplish what he was doing, holding a painful note in Julian's head even though they had never exchanged blood and Darius had no real idea of where he was. And he meant what he said. He was determined and ruthless and without an iota of mercy. Julian inhaled sharply and brought Desari out of the sky with him to the small snug cabin nestled high in the mountain peaks. As he landed, shapeshifting, he held Desari's mind merge so that she did not inadvertently give their position away, but he changed the tone of the sound so that it no longer raked at him with such sharp edges. It took a little doing to turn the trap back on its master, especially since he was shielding Desari from the battle between the two Carpathians. She didn't need to know they were posturing at one another. He turned the note around, reshaped it, and sent it slamming back through the night sky. There was a certain satisfaction in knowing that he had scored on the powerful Carpathian. Only then did he release Desari from his mind, allowing her to withdraw completely. For the very first time Desari found she was really afraid. What had she done? Followed a complete stranger away from the protection of her family, and for what? Sex. Pure and simple. She was so attracted to Julian Savage, she had willingly thrown away her values and rules and placed Darius in an untenable position. He would worry about her. She had trusted Julian because she had never once in all her existence felt so deeply about anyone, yet now she knew he was manipulating her. And he was a master at it. Perhaps he was manipulating all her other emotions as well. Julian moved away from her, giving her space, his body fluid and powerful. He shoved a hand through his thick mane of golden hair, his eyes drifting over her possessively. "You would have me allow you to feel pain when it is not necessary?" His voice was strictly neutral. She knew he was making a point. He was not compelling her. She either trusted him or she didn't. It was that simple. Julian folded his arms across his broad chest and leaned one hip lazily against a porch column. "I know you felt it." For a moment, she conceded, knowing he meant the blast of pain that had blossomed so suddenly in his head. It had been gone in an instant. "And I removed it immediately. It was your brother." "A warning." "I heard his warning. I have worried him unnecessarily. I intend to tell him I am coming home this night." She said it defiantly, more for her own benefit than his. She didn't want to go. Julian was so enticing, with his hungry molten eyes. The intensity he felt for her was overwhelming, exhilarating. "Then we will both return. But do you really believe we can get to know one another in the company of your protectors? It will be unnecessarily difficult." He waved to a chair on the porch. "Sit for a while and talk to me." It was a soft purr of menace. He fully intended to go with her if she left, walk casually into the den of those who would seek to destroy him. His voice was so beautiful, pure and gentle. It held a hint of tenderness, a trace of arrogance, and more than a little masculine amusement. It felt like a dare, as if she were a small child, a fledgling, afraid of her shadow and of being away from her big brother. Desari tilted her chin and glided regally up the stairs to the chair on the porch. She seated herself, her dark eyes remaining on his face. He grinned at her, suddenly dispelling the dark danger that clung to him like a second skin. For one moment he looked almost boyish. "I am not going to hold you prisoner, Desari. There is no need to look at me as if I were a monster." Desari found herself relaxing. A slow, answering smile lit her face. "Is that what I was doing? I am feeling guilty for defying my brother and making him worry. Perhaps I was taking it out on you. It is so much easier to blame someone other than oneself." Julian shook his head. "Do not worry for your brother. He knows in his heart I will not harm you. It is more that he must relinquish his control over you." "What is a life mate?" Desari asked, knowing it was important. She had been in his mind, knew he believed her to be his life mate. Every Carpathian male is born a predator, dark and deadly. True, we have strong instincts to protect those we love, but there is a darkness in us that grows stronger with each passing century. Without a life mate, we lose all emotion, even the ability to see colors. It is an empty existence. Every day the beast within grows stronger, and the darkness inches across our souls. You have not observed this in the males of your group. Desari tapped a long fingernail against her cheek. "Actually, yes. At least with Darius and Diane. Barack was always filled with joy until recently. He is quieter now. And there was another, Feehan, who turned into someone none of us recognized. If we males do not find our true life mate, the other half of our souls, the light to our darkness, disappears. We cannot regain our emotions. We are lost." Julian sighed softly, watching the gathering dismay on her face. "We have two choices. We can walk into the sun and end our barren existence, or we can choose to lose our soul. We can become the undead, vampires preying on the human race for the ultimate rush, the power of the kill. It is the only feeling left to us." Desari knew he spoke the truth. Feehan had chosen to become vampire. Darius had destroyed many such undead over the centuries. She swallowed hard and looked up at him. "How do people know for certain when they find their life mate?" Julian's smile was like a physical touch, a soft caress. "I have lived centuries without seeing color or feeling emotion. And then I found you. The world is now beautiful again and filled with life, with color, with so much intense emotion I can barely process it. When I look at you, my body is alive. My heart is overwhelmed. You are the one." "What happens if the woman does not feel it also?" Desari asked, curious. This was an entirely new concept to her, one she had never considered. "There is only one true life mate for each of us. If the male feels it, so does his mate." His white teeth flashed at her. Perhaps she might wish to be stubborn and not admit it right away, not wanting her freedom curtailed for all time. Because there are so few of our women, they are guarded carefully from birth and given into the care of their lifemate as soon as they are of age. What do you mean, her freedom is curtailed for all time? Desari suddenly felt restless. Just watching the easy way his body moved could make her feel hot and achy. She didn't like the sound of his voice, soft and arrogant, faintly amused when he'd said those words. It sounded as if the woman had no choice in the matter. He grinned at her, then moved suddenly with astounding speed, fluid and graceful, looming over her when she thought herself safe. You have no need to worry, Desari. I could do nothing other than see to your happiness. He held out his hand. You hunger. I feel your need inside me as if it were my own. There is no need for you to be uncomfortable. Her hand was enveloped in his before she could think, an instinctive reaction to the allure of sex that surrounded him. He was drawing her to her feet, his arms circling her small waist before she had a chance to protest. His body was hard and hot, the scent of him filling her mind. When she inhaled, she took him into her lungs so that he rushed through her body like a strong drug. Whatever the chemistry was between them, she could not deny to herself it was hot, inflammatory, and instant. I cannot take your blood, she whispered, afraid if she tasted him she would be lost for all time. Julian's white teeth gleamed for an instant above her head, then he bent slowly, almost languidly toward her soft throat. His golden eyes were hot with desire, holding hers for a long moment before his lashes descended, and she felt his mouth move against her skin. Desari's entire body clenched in reaction. His arms tightened like steel bands around her, yet his hold was oddly protective. His body swelled against hers with need, a raging demand he made no attempt to hide. His lips were firm and soft as they nuzzled her pulse. His teeth nipped gently, his tongue provided a rougher rasping that teased and enticed. Would you deny me then? He asked softly, his mouth against her satin skin. She could deny him nothing. Her body was no longer her own, but his other half. Desari pressed closer, needing to give him whatever it was he needed so desperately. There was no room for thought. She felt his breath, so warm and enticing, his tongue stroking her skin so that heat pooled low within her, and she ached for him. She closed her eyes, her arms sliding up to cradle his head. White-hot heat pierced her throat, a pleasure so intense it was almost pain. She heard herself moan, felt his mouth feeding on her, taking the essence of her life into his body, sealing them together in some erotic way she didn't understand. She had fed every night for centuries. She had given blood numerous times when it was needed. It had never been like this. Fire racing through her body, hot, leaping flames demanding relief. She felt like a living flame burning in his arms, her body moving restlessly, aching and impatient for the hard aggression of his. Julian sealed the marks on her throat with a caress of his tongue, at the same time opening the buttons on his shirt with one hand while the other palmed her nape. He murmured something to her in Italian, something soft and aching and sexy, and the smoky need touched off a wildness in her she had never known. He pressed her to his heavy muscles, reached down to gather her small, jeans-clad bottom into his hand so he could urge her more closely into the thick evidence of his arousal. He smelled fresh and masculine. Her body was on fire for him, her skin so sensitive her breasts ached, her nipples chafing in the thin, lacy bra that confined her. Hunger was swamping her, sexual as well as physical. She couldn't begin to tell where she began and he left off. His heart beat strong and fast, waiting for her, needing her, wanting her. Hunger was a raw ache between her legs, in her stomach, her breasts, gnawing mercilessly at her until she felt her teeth pierce his skin. At once pleasure beat at her, it took hold and rushed through her body like a wall of flame, a firestorm of beauty and ecstasy. Sweet and hot. Immeasurable. Like nothing she had ever known. It was addictive, consuming, eternal. There would never be a Desari without Julian. Never a Julian without Desari. She would need his body, his blood, and his soul for all the rest of her days. He would need hers. Gasping, terrified, Desari closed the tiny pinpricks and held on to him, the only solid anchor in a world that seemed to be disintegrating around her. At once his arms were there, real and strong, his chin nuzzling the top of her head so that silken strands of her hair were caught in the golden shadow on his jaw, weaving them together like threads. Do not fear this, Piccola. I know what to do. I am ancient and powerful and know the ways of our people. This is natural for us. She shook her head, her heart pounding. Not for me. You do not understand at all, Julian. I cannot leave my family. I have been in your mind and know your intentions for us. You are a loner, even a bit of a renegade. You like to set your own rules and go your own way. You follow your prince, but rather loosely. Julian's hand again came up to caress the nape of her neck, easing the tension out of her. We have time to get used to one another. I sing, Julian. I love to sing. I like the crowds, the sharing, the excitement in the audience, the connection with them. And I love my family. If we have a prince, a leader, it is Darius. He had dedicated his life to us, lived for us, protected us. You do not know what he has done for us. I cannot leave him at this time, when he is so close to the edge of destruction. The night whispered to them, enfolding them in its dark cloak. Julian lifted his face skyward, staring at the stars spread above them like a glittering blanket. Tell me about him. Tell me how it is possible that no other Carpathians know of your existence. If you manage to escape notice, perhaps there are others, also. This could be very important to the continuation of our species. His voice was so gentle and tender, it turned her heart over. Yet she could sense his implacable resolve. Like Darius, he had a strong and relentless will. He chose to follow his own path, make his own rules. He coaxed the entire long-ago story out of her. The terrible massacre. The precariousness of the ship. The terror of the children in a savage, lawless land surrounded by predatory animals. Julian soon realized that Darius and Desari were indeed living relatives of the healer, the Dark One. They had to be Grigori's younger brother and sister, presumed murdered by the Turks. Perhaps others had escaped as well. The moment he knew the truth, he reached across time and space. Grigori, I have found what I long sought. There are others. Your bloodline. They survived the massacres and escaped far away. It was no wonder that Darius reminded him so much of the healer. Darius was every bit as resourceful and powerful as his older brother. He would make a bitter, relentless enemy, dangerous beyond imagination. He would make a loyal, protective friend despite his inability to feel emotions. His word was his law. He recognized no other. Julian found himself respecting Darius where he respected few others. I thank you for sending me word of Darius and Dara, Julian. I also feel your need, Julian. Desari is your life mate. Attend to her. There was great satisfaction evident in the healer's voice even over the distance. Have you need of me at this time? No, healer. I welcome the challenge your male kin provides. And Julian did. The wonder and beauty of the world was within his grasp. I will contact Mikhail and inform Savannah. We will come if you have need of us, otherwise, we will all meet at a later date. I have no need, Julian assured the healer. He had faith in his own abilities. He didn't want or need the healer's interference or presence. Grigori doubtless knew the exact nature of the darkness crouching in Julian's soul, a fact Julian had successfully kept even from his own twin. Grigori believed in his honor, but he also knew Julian was shadowed, and might decide such a one had no right to Desari, no right to her at all. Julian had no intention of giving up Desari. It would be impossible even if he were inclined to do so. They were tied together for all eternity. The ritual words had been spoken. Although they had not completed the entire cycle of the ritual, the ancient words themselves were binding, and Julian knew the consequences. They would be unable to be apart without intense grief, without dire physical discomfort. And the waves of Carpathian heat would eventually overcome them, demanding they unite. It was a protection for the male's sanity, for his soul, that he could bind his mate to him for all time regardless of her fears. Fears could be dealt with. The destruction of one's soul was for all eternity. Desari believed she could control her destiny, that she had a choice, but Julian knew better. She belonged to him, was a part of him. Not even Darius could change that without destroying her. And if his own honor demanded he do the right thing, release her from one such as him, it was already too late. He had tied them together in the heat of their first meeting. It was done. Julian sighed softly and held her close to him. Your brother is Carpathian and bloodkin to you. I would not wish harm to him. If it is necessary that we remain with him to ensure that he does not allow harm to come to himself, then that is what we will do. Desari knew Julian believed he was making a great concession for her, but he wasn't doing her any favors. Darius would not accept him easily into their circle. Neither would Diane or Barak. The males were difficult at best. For hundreds of years they had depended upon one another, interacted with one another. They would not willingly allow a stranger into their midst. Chapter 5. Desari lifted her head from the warmth and temptation of Julian's chest. Her enormous eyes were soft with sadness. I know you do not understand, but I can do no other than return to my family right now. I refuse to continue being irresponsible, selfish, when my brother has given so much. She expected Julian to argue with her, and her hand, positioned over his heart, trembled. Julian's golden eyes drifted possessively over her upturned face. His burning hunger, so intense, so blatant, took her breath away, stole her resolve. How could a man need her so much? How could he show that need to her without ego or fear that he would be totally vulnerable? How could she turn away from such an honest burning need? Julian. She whispered his name, an aching desire, feeling torn between two strong men, two loyalties, one she didn't even understand. We have a few short hours until the dawn, Kara. If you insist on returning to Darius, then we must do so. His voice was a soft, mesmerizing spell, seductive and masculine. Just the sound of it threatened her precarious will. His words said one thing, while his blatant, sexy heat whispered something altogether different. Julian, you have to stop looking at me like that, she cautioned him, something blocking her throat so that it felt impossible to breathe. She tried to pull her gaze away from the intensity of his. I cannot think when you look at me like that. His hand moved over the silken mass of her hair, his fingers rubbing the strands against the pad of his thumb as if he couldn't help himself. Have you always been an entertainer? There was a note in his voice, a drawling caress of admiration and sorcery that set her heart beating fast. He disarmed her entirely with that lazy, Italianate drawl of his. His question also threw her off track. It felt like a seduction, though it was innocent enough. Yes, I always sang. We traveled to different continents every 25 years or so. That way no one ever noticed we did not age. His hand, the one that had been so innocently fingering strands of her hair, had somehow slipped to her shoulder. Those fingers were now rubbing heat right through the thin material of her top so that she felt as if his skin were connecting to hers. Her voice faltered as she lost her train of thought. Julian bent closer as if to soothe her. Please continue. This is extremely interesting. I searched centuries for lost Carpathians but had given up hope. How all of you accomplished what you did is extraordinary. His fingertips moved to the neckline of her shirt, absently tracing its delicate embroidered edge. Desari swallowed as little flames licked at her skin, as her breasts reacted to the pad of his thumb sliding sensuously over the soft swell. She glanced up at him, determined to reprimand him, but he was looking intellectual and earnestly interested in whatever she had been telling him. Except for his eyes. His eyes were molten gold and burning with a liquid fire that seemed to consume her, to mesmerize her. I have no idea what I was saying, she finally admitted, her voice so husky it was an invitation. His body crowded closer to hers, not touching, simply so close his heat and masculine scent enfolded her, surrounded her, swamped her. It called to her as nothing else could have. You were telling me about traveling around from place to place singing. His voice was aching with need. She heard it clearly, and her body responded on its own, dissolving into liquid heat. Desari cleared her throat. We simply became our own ancestors if someone remembered us. It was seldom necessary, as we made certain we stayed away from areas for decades at a time. Diane is a poet, a master with words, and no one is better on a guitar. Sindel, too, is a wonderful musician. She can play almost any instrument. Actually, Barak is the same way. He seems to really enjoy playing for our audiences. She gave him the information, but her mind was on the fact that his fingers had slipped inside her neckline and were moving hypnotically back and forth as if he were memorizing the feel of her. Barack and Diane. Julian repeated the name softly. There was the smallest bite to his voice, his perfect teeth snapping together, reminiscent of a hungry wolf. Those two act as if they have certain rights where you are concerned. There was a cruel edge to the set of his mouth, a darkness in his golden eyes. They do not. In lieu of your father, Darius is the only one you are answerable to until your life-mate claims you. I have done so. He leaned forward as if drawn beyond his own will and touched her collarbone with his lips, the harshness in his face at once softening. The touch was featherlight, but it penetrated her skin and made straight for her heart, setting it pounding with some emotion she didn't want to try to understand. His mouth moved, a trail of fire running from her collarbone up to the pulse beating so frantically in her throat. Her soft mouth trembled, long lashes sweeping down to cover the luminescent glow in her dark eyes. She should stop him. For her own sanity, she should stop him. But his mouth was moving slowly, gently, a heated exploration not at all aggressive. Desari tried desperately to marshal her thoughts. You have claimed me? His fingers tangled with hers. He brought her hand to press against the muscles of his chest, his thumb feathering with false innocence over her pulse. He felt it jump as his lips drifted lower, pushed the limits of the neckline of her shirt, where the creamy invitation of her breasts swelled in anticipation. I have. You are bound to me. He whispered the words into the valley between her breasts, and her entire body clenched with such need that Desari felt weak. She swore there were flames dancing over her skin. She actually looked down, expecting to see little orange tongues of fire licking along her skin. She shivered and tried to withdraw her hand, tried to put some much-needed space between them. You believe I am. I do not. Desari found that where her head was certain she wanted to move, her body refused to cooperate. His laughter was low and husky with male amusement at its worst. You cannot possibly think you could get away from me now. Julian transferred his attention to her arm. His lips skimmed along her bare skin, stopping to dwell in the sensitive inner elbow before moving on along her forearm. Then he was doing something to her inner wrist, his teeth scraping over her skin, making every muscle in her body clench until she thought she might have to scream with need. I would not be much of a life-mate if I could not hold what is my own, now would I? As he bent forward over her arm, his golden hair was brushing against her skin, and she closed her eyes against the waves of heat rising so sharply between them. In spite of herself, she smiled. You are every bit as arrogant as Darius. She liked the feel of his hands, the molten gold of his eyes burning over her. She even liked his arrogance. He murmured rather absently, clearly distracted. Am I? His hand glided over her ribcage until he found the edge of her shirt. You know you love everything about me. He buried his face in the waves of ebony silk cascading around her shoulders and down her back. I love the way you smell. His hand slipped beneath her thin cotton top, his fingers splayed wide to take in as much satin skin as he could. The sensation was beyond her wildest fantasy. So hot. Reaching into her insides and simply melting everything. I thought we were going to talk, she said a little desperately. Her arms seemed to have a will of their own, sliding around his neck. For a moment she closed her eyes, savoring the heat of his body in the coolness of the night. I am talking to you, Julian whispered. Do you not hear what I am saying? His voice moved like velvet over her skin. How could she not hear him? Inside her body, Desari felt a volcano of molten heat erupt. It raced through her, thick and heavy and hot and aching. She wanted him, and he needed her. Could it really be that simple? She turned up her mouth to the demanding invasion of his. Julian swore the ground moved beneath his feet. Desari knew she heard the roar of thunder and felt the blue-white lash of lightning. Julian kicked open the door to the cabin and managed to make it inside, his body raging. The beast within, ever present, fought for supremacy. Julian fastened his mouth to hers, a little out of control, a soft warning growl emanating from deep within his throat as she tried to lift her head. His hand spanned her throat, holding her to him, holding her as if she were a part of him. holding her as if she was the most precious thing in the world, and he couldn't be without her. His other hand skimmed her waist, then stopped to rest there, hot and urgent even though his palm was lying quietly against her skin. Desari was so aware of it, aware of how close it was to the most intimate, sensitive parts of her body. She ached for him, wanted him. She was beyond thinking rationally. She wanted his hand to move. Either direction, it didn't matter. His mouth was hot and hard, yet velvet soft, demanding her complete surrender. And then his hand did move, finding the tiny catch at the front of her lacy bra, and her breasts spilled free. It was such a small thing, but her entire body felt wild and untamed and in need. She felt the moan rising from deep within her soul as his hand caressed the full rounded underside of her breast. It amazed her that he could make her feel such intense pleasure when his palm was simply cupping the weight of her breast. Her mouth was open to the invasion of his, her body receptive to his every advance. When his hand encircled her breast, his palm pushing against her erect nipple, she gasped and pulled her mouth free so that she could taste his skin, so that she was free to do her own exploring. She could feel his hand shaping her, tracing the curve of her breast, the soft, swelling invitation, her nipple, aching and hard, pushing into his palm. Desari slid her own hands under his shirt, found his heated skin, the ridge of defined muscles, the golden hair spreading across his chest. He made her feel so alive, so completely feminine. He made her feel restless and hot, her body a cauldron of creamy liquid fire. Julian caressed her breast, marveling at the sheer perfection of her body. It was amazing to him, the satin texture of her skin, the silken feel to her hair, the heat rising between them, how small and delicate she felt beside his own strong body, yet her every muscle was firm and supple. Her hands were driving him crazy, threatening not only his tenuous control, but his very sanity. His body was raging at him, so hard with the need for release that his clothing felt tight and unbearable against his flesh. Desari tugged at his shirt, heedless of the buttons flying in all directions. She needed to burrow as close to him as possible. Julian's body trembled, driven beyond the boundaries of endurance. The feel of her hands on his heated skin only served to arouse him further. His body went rigid as her mouth moved over his chest, began to trace a path down the fine trail of gold hair. Julian caught at the neckline of her shirt, easily parting the material, tossing the lacy scrap of bra aside so that her skin gleamed invitingly in the darkness. His breath caught in his throat at the perfection of her. His hands spanned her waist, bent her backward so that her breasts rose up to meet his descending mouth. She was luscious, beautiful, everything good and perfect in the world. His mouth was hot and moist, closing around her, all heat and fire so that flames erupted inside her, inside him, like a firestorm. With each strong pull of his lips as he fed on her, there was an answering rush of hot, creamy liquid as her body called out urgently to his, a rush of swelling heat from his own body. Julian's hands slid down along her waist to the slender curve of her hips, pushing her faded jeans and silken panties ahead of them. Her legs were satin smooth, firm to his touch yet so soft as he trailed his fingers back up along the inside of her thighs. His mouth left her breasts for just a moment so that his tongue could trace the tiny indentation of her belly button, then once more returned to the temptation of her full, soft breasts. His hand slipped between her legs to find moist heat. Desari cried out a soft, musical note that reached inside his body and ignited a blazing inferno in him that began licking at her skin, his skin, her body, their very insides. Without thought, her hands worked at the confines of his trousers so that he burst free, hot and demanding, his body enflamed beyond redemption. She could feel his hand pushing against her so that her body felt heavy and unfamiliar, hot and aching with urgent need. She moved her hips, seeking release from the building torment. Julian's fingers delved deep, testing her readiness, pushing her temperature up another 90 degrees. Hot cream met his caresses, and her nails raked his broad back. Her breath came in convulsive gasps. "Dio, cara mia, you are so hot, so ready for me." His voice was raw and hoarse as he tugged her with him farther into the cabin, his mouth still on her breast, his teeth gently stroking her tender skin, his tongue easing the slight ache. She went with him, every step nearly impossible when she was going up in flames, his fingers stroking rhythmically, his mouth pulling at her, his teeth an erotic teasing that made her so wild and uninhibited she was moving urgently against his hand. Julian's teeth moved along the curve of her breast, his tongue lapping gently in the deep valley. His hands caught her and carefully, gently, lowered her onto the thick quilt of the bed. Kicking aside what was left of his clothes, he immediately knelt over her so that her slender body was trapped beneath his. Desari's breath escaped in a long gasp as his massive frame descended on hers, skin to skin, as she felt the hard strength in him and the long, hot, thick length of him pressing aggressively against her thigh. Her heart seemed to stop beating. Fear or anticipation, excitement or apprehension, panic or impatience, she had no idea what she was really feeling. Everything all at once. Julian's knee nudged between her legs so that he could press his sensitive velvet tip against her heated, moist entrance. At once her body bathed his with hot cream, sending waves of urgency spreading through him. His mouth captured hers, and he eased a little deeper inside of her. His breath slammed out of his lungs. She was so tight, a sheath of fiery velvet gripping him, taking him into her body. The feeling was so close to ecstasy. He had to clench his teeth, to use every ounce of control to force himself to go slowly, to allow her body time to adjust to the invasion of his. Desari moved her hips restlessly, mindlessly, needing all of him, wanting so much more. At once there was pain, and she gasped and went rigid. Julian became perfectly still, not withdrawing, holding her close to him, his arms strong bands of protection. He framed her face with his hands, his eyes burning molten gold, so intense, so mesmerizing she couldn't look away. Look at me, Piccola. Look only at me. Merge your mind with mine. You are too big, Julian. We do not fit together. Desari wanted to pull her gaze away from the heat of his, but she was drowning in his naked hunger. Julian. She just said his name, a whisper of sound, a blend of fear and aching desire. We are meant only for one another, Julian reassured her gently. He bent to kiss the corner of her mouth. Merge with me, fully merge with me. His mouth moved down her chin to her throat. Her pulse was calling to the wildness deep within him. Teeth traced a path along her throat to the swell of her breast, stopping to rest over her racing heart. Relax for me, Desari. When you look into my eyes, you see into my soul, and you know you can trust me with your life, with your body. Relax for me. The words were hypnotic, his voice so beautiful and pure, so husky with desire. His golden eyes met hers, a blaze of searing heat, and then he gathered her hips into his hands. His body surged forward, one powerful stroke, and his teeth pierced deeply, making her cry out with the exquisite fire of it, tears glittering like jewels in her eyes. He filled her completely, filled the terrible emptiness in her soul. As his body withdrew and thrust a second time, she felt his mind take hers. The intensity of his feelings, the burning pleasure he was experiencing, were there for her to share, just as he could feel the rapture of her own body, reveling in his possession. He began to move, surging into her with sure, hard strokes that seemed to build in intensity, causing a fiery friction between them so hot they were consumed with the flames. Desari clung to him, her safe anchor, as he transported them higher, ever higher, to a place of such ecstasy she wasn't certain she could stand it. His mouth fed at her, his hips drove into her, a frenzy of lust and love, of reverence and craving. It went on and on until her body seemed to belong to him rather than her, until she heard herself give a soft cry of sheer shock as her body seemed to fragment into 1,000 pieces, to shatter, as wave after wave of fire rocked her, convulsing her muscles so that she tightened around him even more, gripping and demanding. Julian swept his tongue over the curve of her breast, closing the tiny evidence of his assault, yet deliberately leaving his brand on her soft skin. I need you, Desari, he whispered, his voice erotic and hoarse with his husky demand. I need you. She was merged deeply in his mind and knew what he craved, what his body longed for. It was almost too much, the hard thrust of his hips driving him so fiercely into her. With each hard stroke, he was delving deeper and deeper into her body, her very soul. She knew it was happening, but felt helpless to resist, unable to deny him anything. Her tongue tasted his damp skin, swirled over the heavy muscles guarding his heart. She felt the instant response, his body, buried within her tight sheath, swelling, hardening even more, the leap of his heart beneath her seeking mouth. Julian gripped her slender hips tightly, crushing her to him, his body so hot and hard and slick with her fiery cream that he was drowning in pure, scorching heat. He could feel her surrounding him, tight velvet fire, a steamy, torrid passion beyond anything he had ever conceived he could feel. White-hot lightning lashed him as her teeth finally pierced his skin. His throat convulsed, his body in a frenzy of pounding, merciless need. He threw back his head, his golden eyes blazing at her with both possession and a fierce commitment. His mind held hers, and his body grew hotter and harder as she took the very essence of his life's blood into her. Her sheath gripped him, milking insistently so that he erupted into a torrent of passion, spilling his seed deep within her. All around him her body was fiery hot and tight, rocking with its own response to the deep fever raging between them. The earth itself seemed to rock, a rolling quake, the atmosphere split apart, their world narrowed until there was only one another. Two beings merged so deeply, locked so closely together, they had become one, as they were meant to be. Julian held her tightly, his face as harsh and relentless as time itself. "I can never let you go away from me. You must know that." Desari was too stunned by the fire in her body, by his addicting taste, by the little erotic aftershocks in her sheath that made her body refuse to release his, to reply. It felt so perfect, so right, with Julian buried deep within her. She reached up, touched his mouth with a trembling fingertip, and traced his lips. She could drown in the molten gold of his eyes, live forever sheltered in his heart. "I had no idea we would be like this, that it could ever be like this." Julian slowly lowered his head, his long hair sweeping across her shoulders, brushing the swell of her breast, touching his mark on her. "You are so incredibly beautiful, Desari, you turn me inside out." A soft smile curved her mouth. "I want you to remember that when I do something you object to." His hair on her sensitized skin was fanning embers still smoldering deep within her. She was shocked at her abandoned behavior, deliberately tightening her muscles so that she was tormenting him, teasing him, her body already slick with their combined liquid heat and the faint stain of innocence. "I have the feeling, Julian, that you are the type that objects often to things." His eyebrows shot up. Her body was doing delicious things to his. He kissed the corner of her mouth, then found the fullness of her breast. He could feed there forever. The feel of her was so exquisite, so perfect, her body created exclusively for him. He reveled in that knowledge, that she was his alone, that no other male, human or Carpathian, could satisfy her. With the ritual words he had bound them together, body and soul. He had taken her blood, given her his, and claimed her body. The ritual was now complete. She could never escape him, not for all eternity. And he had placed her in terrible danger. He closed his mind to that thought, to the echo of a warning uttered centuries earlier. Julian wanted to lose himself in Dara's body, in her soul. He needed to burrow deep into her, to bathe himself in her light so that, at least for a time, the shadow would recede from his soul. His tongue lapped at her nipple, part playful, part possessive. Her body was his to explore, to arouse, to satisfy, to complete. Julian was driving her crazy with his lazy, slow-handed exploration. His palm was moving deliberately over every inch of her body, finding every curve, memorizing every hollow. Desari was already restless again, but when she would have caught his hips with demanding hands, he shook his head, his golden hair brushing her skin, inflaming her even more. "I want to know every inch of you, cara mia," he whispered, sliding his thick heat out of her. "Julian." Desari's dark eyes censured him, her slender hips moving on the quilt beneath him, determined to entice him back to her. Just the feel of him, hard and hot, against her thigh was erotic. She wanted him. His hands simply caught at her and turned her over so that his lips could follow the flawless curve of her back. He took his time, kissing the nape of her neck, her shoulders, kissing his way down her spine. All the while his thighs trapped her beneath him, his body swelling, pushing against her buttocks, the tip of him so hot she was squirming against him, needing him. Julian was determined not to allow anything to shatter his tenuous control. He would know her body as well as his own, know every secret point that could arouse her, every curve and hollow that ached for his touch. His teeth found the rounded muscle of her buttocks, felt her jump beneath his caressing hands. His palm beneath her found her moist invitation. So hot with urgent need he smiled, satisfied with his knowledge now. He simply lifted her hips and pressed against her waiting entrance, waiting a heartbeat until he had the reaction he craved. Desari pushed back, frantic for his invasion. He caught her hips and surged forward, penetrating deeply, burying himself in that tight, wet, velvet-soft sheath that fit him so perfectly, so uniquely. The feel of it was unlike anything he had ever experienced in his long centuries of existence. He found his hands moving over her beautiful body, cupping her breasts, caressing her bottom, his mouth tasting her back. Her long ebony hair cascaded in waves to pool on the quilt around her, and it was a sight he knew he would never forget. And then the fire took hold, so hot, so fast, he found himself gripping her hips and plunging into her, harder and faster and deeper until the fiery friction was poised on the knife edge between pleasure and pain. Her body wound tighter and tighter, and she cried out to him for release. He wanted to stay, poised forever on that edge, her soft body burning with his, her mind sharing the ecstasy of it all. The savage demands of his race erupted to the surface, and he bent over her smaller body, completely dominant, his teeth finding her shoulder to pin her submissively in place. Desari allowed it, feeling the compulsion riding him so hard. There was a desperate need in him she could nearly touch, nearly see, hidden deep but swirling close to the surface, an elusive shadow she couldn't quite catch. Then she lost her train of thought completely as his body swelled even more in hers, so thick and hard he was driving out all sanity, and they exploded together into time and space. Colors burst around them like the most wondrous fireworks imaginable. There was no room for air in their lungs. Julian would have collapsed on top of her, but he was far too conscious of how delicate she was. He rolled to one side, taking her with him because he couldn't tolerate the slightest separation. He had seen as much of her mind as she had seen of his. She thought, incorrectly, that she would now go back to her family and meet with him every now and then. Or, worse, that he would leave her because she refused to go off with him. His arm was heavy over her narrow ribcage, his thigh held her still. Lazily his hand cupped her breast, his thumb feathering gently, first over her nipple, then tracing the curving fullness. Desari felt her body clench in reaction. It would always be that way. She knew it. Julian Savage had some dominion over her body, some perfect union with her no one else could ever match. She had read about sex, knew every detail, every position, every intriguing intimacy that could possibly be shared. Yet her body had never once felt desire. It was as if that part of her had been dead. She simply assumed most Carpathian women did not have urges and desires like human women. But her body had been waiting for this one man. Her other half. Julian kissed her gently. "I will not allow you to leave me, Desari." He said it softly, his voice a hypnotic spell of enchantment. She could feel it brush at her mind like butterfly wings. Pure and gentle. Almost tender. So insidious that for a brief instant she did not recognize the elegant touch of compulsion. Desari sighed, not wanting to shatter such a perfect interlude with a disagreement. She might never have such a moment again. Still, she had a duty. She could not be selfish no matter how perfect this seemed. Julian was a renegade, someone who rarely recognized authority, preferring to go his own way. He intended to take her away to some remote place, somewhere far from her family and her singing. But that was not even remotely possible. A soft smile curved her mouth. She knew him, knew what he was. Julian had merged his mind with hers. She knew there was a dark place, a shadow she had not yet entered. Still, she knew he was not capable of allowing her to be unhappy. He was definitely an outlaw. He had pushed the limits of Carpathian laws many times in his existence in his relentless quest for knowledge. Julian had an active brain. He was quick and intelligent. He was so used to his own power, he wore it like a second skin. He knew things of which many of his kind were still ignorant. He was an extraordinary warrior, a hunter of vampires, and he had destroyed many of them. Deep within him she touched on the darkness. He seemed to believe he was different from most Carpathian males, that his darkness had not developed over centuries, but had always been present in him, had begun to grow even when he was a child. Desari believed that whatever the difference that set him apart from those of his race was also in her own brother. It was what allowed them to possess the iron will and relentless drive to continue without turning when others would falter. Desari had touched the emptiness of his life, the sense of meaningless, barren existence. He had made his choice to end it all, had believed there was no chance he would find his life mate. For one moment she touched on the strange shadow in his mind. There was a shimmer of regret at not succeeding in his mission to self-destruct, but then it was gone, as elusive as before. She felt his joy in finding her, the intensity of his feelings for her. He had a possessive streak a mile wide. Desari had never before heard of a life mate. She didn't even know if she believed in the concept, but Julian did. Julian lay stretched out on the bed, propped up on one elbow so that he could study every expression that crossed Desari's face, taking it into his being like the very air he breathed. It was incredible to him that this woman, so beautiful, could be his. It seemed a dream, a fantasy he had somehow brought to life. He had never allowed himself the luxury of wishing or hoping. From the beginning, he had known he would make the choice to walk into the sun. This was a priceless gift of life itself, a treasure beyond the realm of his imagination. And he had brought her into a world of darkness and danger when she had only known light. Desari could hear the steady rhythm of his heart. She was very aware of his hard muscles close to her, his posture somehow protective and possessive at the same time. Skin to skin. The door was still open, allowing the night breeze to swirl through the room, to cool the heat of their skin. She smiled, her breath stirring the fine golden hairs roughening the roped muscles along his arm. "You changed your clothes for me." He had come to meet her at the tavern elegantly dressed. His hand moved over the line of her back, unhurried, his palm simply savoring the feel of her. "You were so beautiful in your white dress, and I was in jeans and a t-shirt. I thought I should come up to your standards." His hand moved up and over her ribcage to cup the soft weight of her breast. "And I changed into jeans for you," Desari admitted. "I think you look sexy in jeans." She pressed her bottom snugly into the curve of his body. "But I must admit you are dynamite dressed up." He pushed aside the sweep of silken hair to brush his mouth over the nape of her neck. It was extraordinary to be able to touch her like this. "Dynamite is an interesting word, Kara." His voice sounded so distracted. Desari turned her head to look at him. His golden eyes were burning hot, moving over the length of her. She felt the heat searing her insides despite the cool breeze. She was very aware of his hand caressing the soft roundness of her breast. "We have to think, Julian." "You know we do." "I have already made up my mind, Desari," he answered her, a purr of menace creeping into his voice. "You have no other choice but to stay with me. We are life mates. I could allow you to go back to your family without me so that you would know that I speak the truth, but it would be painful for you. I can do no other than to ensure your comfort." Desari sighed, her long lashes sweeping down to cover the sudden pain in her dark eyes. She needed more time with Julian, to savor this night with him. To end such a beautiful interlude with an argument was the last thing she wanted. "There is no need for an argument," he murmured gently, obviously still nestled in her mind. "I have no choice but to ensure your well-being at all times. You are hunted. Aside from the discomfort of separation, I would never leave your side without first eliminating the danger to you." And what if the danger he had brought with him? Julian. She turned over, shivering a little as flames danced unbidden over her skin where his fingertips trailed. "If you believe what you say, Then you must see that I cannot bear a fight between you and my brother. I have never defied him before, and he is responsible for my safety, the safety of all of my family. What I have done is truly wrong." She held up a hand. "I am not sorry, Julian. Please do not misunderstand me. I would not trade this night with you for all my days." Julian bunched a mass of ebony strands in his fist and crushed it to his face, inhaling the fresh, clean scent of her. "I will deal with Darius. That is the point I am trying to make." "I do not want you to do so," she objected patiently. "So, what do you want, Desari?" he inquired between his white teeth. "A one-night stand? This is it." Instead of the anger she expected, his voice was slightly mocking, and his male amusement set her teeth on edge. Her charcoal eyes went black with smoldering fire. "You know that is not so. But I do think it best to ease into things." He laughed out loud, then rolled over to stare up at the ceiling, his broad shoulders shaking with humor. Desari glared at him, coming up on her knees, heedless of her bare skin gleaming so invitingly in the night. "What is so funny?" she demanded. He touched her face, a tender caress meant to soothe. "I would not call this night easing into anything, Piccola. It was more along the lines of a wildfire consuming both of us." His smile was all male satisfaction. "Wipe that smirk off your face." Desari touched his perfect lips with a fingertip. "I deserve to wear it," he contradicted her solemnly. "You know I do." His eyes were hot and molten again, touching her so deep inside that Desari nearly forgot what had been so important just moments earlier. "You are deliberately distracting me," she chided, but her hand found his heavy chest muscles and lay directly over his heart. "We should settle this." His hand covered hers so that her palm was pressed tightly to his skin. "We have settled it. I go where you go. You go where I go. You are no longer under Darius's protection, although all male Carpathians guard our women as the treasures we know them to be. He will understand." In time, Julian, she agreed a little desperately, but not right away. "I will go back and talk to him. If he agrees to our relationship, the others will have no choice but to do as he says. Give me a few risings to convince him." Desari was well aware of the hard edge to Julian's mouth. He was nowhere near agreeing with her. Chapter 6. Julian felt his breath catch in his lungs, his throat constricting to the point of closing off completely. Dara was so beautiful on her knees, her silken hair caressing her body, pulling on the quilt around her. Her skin was flawless, her narrow ribcage and small waist emphasizing the fullness of her breasts. He loved the sound of her voice, so pure and true, like nothing he had ever heard before. Desari could not escape him. He felt quite complacent in that regard. Her expression, as she glared down at him, trying to be exasperated with him, could not erase the softness of her dark eyes. She didn't have a mean bone in her body. Julian simply reached up, caught her waist, and lifted her easily with his extraordinary strength. He shifted his body at the same time, a fluid motion that settled her directly over him. Her long hair brushed his thighs, his hips, dancing over his skin as erotically as the most skilled fingers. When he lowered her gently, his body had already surged to life, hot and hard, eager for the feel of her velvet sheath tightening around him. Desari gasped as he filled her, driving every thought from her mind but the need of her body to match Julian's insatiable appetite. Her eyes went wide, and Julian reached up to cup her breasts while his golden eyes held hers captive. They were sharing more than their bodies, Desari knew. She was looking into his soul, and he so clearly could see hers. He moved his hips, rocking her gently, telling her more about him than his wild, untamed possession had. "There is no one more beautiful than you, Desari," he whispered softly, "not in all the world." Her smile was slow and seductive, the smile of a woman certain of the power she wields. She traced the definition of his muscles, ran her fingers through the mat of golden hair on his chest. Time seemed to stand still as they went on a lazy, sensuous exploration together with mutual silent consent. His hands followed the satin contours of her body, lingering in every intriguing place, memorizing the feel of her. His hips picked up the pace a little more aggressively, and she could feel the hot, slick passion rising with every stroke. Deliberately, she began to ride him, tightening her muscles so that the friction increased, so that hot velvet gripped and teased him. She loved watching his face, the way his amber eyes heated to molten gold, the way his breath became labored, the way passion emphasized his dark sensuality. His hands gripped her waist hard, his teeth clenching, a harsh cry tearing up through his body as she exploded around him, ripple after ripple, taking him with her. They soared together, climbing higher than either would have thought possible in so short a time. Desari lay over him, safe in the protection of his arms, content to be still, uttering no words to mar their remaining time together. She could hear the branches of the trees brushing against the side of the cabin, see the moon lighting the room with a silvery glow. Dawn was approaching faster than Desari would have liked, but they still had time to be together for a while longer. The wind blew through the open door into the room, filling the air with tales of the night. All at once Julian's hands on her waist gripped her hard, keeping her motionless. The warning came to her from his mind, a silent urging to quickly clothe herself, while he rolled off the bed, coming to his feet in one fluid motion. Everything about him suggested menace. He made a motion with one hand, instantly providing his muscular body with civilized trappings. "You stay put," he ordered without looking at her, already moving out of the cabin and down the steps, determined to meet any intruder as far from Desari as he could safely get. He had been an arrogant idiot to take her from the protection of her family unit when she was hunted. The darkness in him provided an even brighter beacon for the undead, for his sworn enemy. Whatever was out there, stalking them in the night, was close. He felt it, sensed it, although he could not identify the threat. He inhaled sharply, studied the sky, the woods, the very ground itself. He looked every inch of what he was, a dangerous predator. Damn, if an attack comes, call to your brother to meet you, and go to him immediately. Desari had no intention of doing any such thing. If anything threatened them, she was not going to run like a rabbit and leave him to face an attack alone. "What is it?" she asked. Desari's soft tones eased some of the tension in Julian. "What do you feel?" He demanded her answer, his demeanor reminiscent of her brother's. There was a moment of silence while Desari's senses flared out into the night. She felt no threat. None at all. Crossing her arms protectively across her breasts, she went to the door to lean against the frame, inhaling the night air. "Nothing. Are you certain there is a threat to us?" "I detect nothing of the kind. I can assure you, Julian, I am not without my own power. I think I would know if danger were near." If a Carpathian as powerful as Desari could not feel a threat, there was only one reason. She was not the one being threatened. Julian took several steps out into a clearing, circling cautiously, waiting to meet the menace. It was there, somewhere close. He felt the oppressive channeling of energy directed at him. It was strong, much stronger than he had anticipated, beating at his mind with thoughts of defeat, an attempt to tear down his self-confidence. Julian had used such a mind trick himself on many occasions. It angered him that his adversary would think him such a rank amateur. It was easy enough to reverse the apprehension, sending it winging back through the night air, reinforced with his own power and strength. There was a moment of complete silence. The very insects seemed to hold their breath, as if his retaliation had struck and the recipient was in a cold, killing fury. The attack came from his left, a blur of motion impossible to see. It was Julian's heightened senses that saved him from the slashing, raking claws. The leopard materialized out of thin air, going straight for his belly with a terrible ferocity. The claws came within a hair's width of nailing him. Julian actually had to hold his breath to prevent the cat from laying his belly wide open. Cursing, Julian took to the air, shape-shifting as he did so, acquiring razor-sharp talons, a wicked, curved beak, and a 6-foot wingspan. He dove straight at the muscular black leopard, talons outstretched. The leopard somersaulted to avoid the lethal charge, heading toward the cover of the trees, knowing its huge, feathered opponent would not have easy maneuverability in the canopy of branches. Desari stood perfectly still on the porch, her eyes fixed on the terrible battle. Julian. Darius. Her worst nightmare come true. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Then she lifted her hands toward the moon and began to weave an intricate pattern, even as she sang softly. Notes sprang to life in front of her, notes of silver and gold, spilling toward the two combatants. Her voice swelled with purity, with beauty, took wing, and rose above the clearing, spreading outward into the forest. The song was a whisper of sound yet perfectly clear. The notes danced like whirling eddies of stardust, spinning around and between the leopard and the owl. Desari's song carried far into the night, and everyone and everything within hearing had to stop and listen. The song was of peace and understanding among all species. Her voice was not of the earth, but a blend of musical notes so in tune with the universe that even natural adversaries, anything within range of the music, could not possibly be at odds. Caught in the mystical enchantment, Darius was unable to hold the shape of a stalking leopard, and Julian nearly fell out of the sky as his body regained its original form. He landed rather heavily, quite close to Darius. The men stared at one another, astonished at the power of Desari's voice. It held them easily within its spell, two strong Carpathian males unable to find the aggression to continue their battle. Her voice continued, drawing the notes into a net of silver and gold shimmering brightly in the moonlight. The net enveloped the two men, weaving tiny radiant threads between them. They could only stare at her, captivated by the sheer magnificence and power of her incredible gift. Darius could feel the depth of his sister's emotions, her need of this man, her body's demands for him, her uncertainties and fears. He could feel the fierce, protective nature, the possessive streak, the deep hunger and desire for Desari, the passion running so deeply in the Carpathian male. He felt the melding of their two souls into one solid unit, shared between two separate bodies. Julian could see clearly into Darius's heart. The demands of his very soul to protect his sister, to see to it that all within his family remained safe. The man feared that Julian was vampire, the undead, luring his sister to her doom. He would fight to the death, take anyone who threatened her with him. There was no peace for Darius. He fought the terrible darkness the males of their race were forced to battle toward the end of their existence. He fought it, and with only the sheer force of his will survived each rising. The silver and gold notes began to shimmer, their luminescence slowly fading with the whisper of her voice falling away. There was silence. It was loud, almost obscene after the beauty of her song. Darius continued to stare at his sister. Julian was frankly awed by her display of power. He, like most Carpathian males, generally thought of power as a destructive force. Desari had as much power as any male, but of a completely different kind. "I did not take her away to harm her," he offered, his voice low. Desari's dark eyes flashed. "No one could take me, Darius. I go where I desire, not where someone takes me." "I can see you have made your choice, little sister," Darius replied evenly. "But this man will not be an easy companion." He could smell the combined scent of their lovemaking, the male's blood mingling with hers. However the golden-haired stranger had done it, Desari was locked to his side for all eternity. "I am Darius," he introduced himself reluctantly. "Desari is my sister." Julian Savage, Julian returned, gliding to the porch to take up his position at Desari's side. His very posture screamed possession, yet was protective, almost tender toward Desari. "Desari is my life mate. We have never before encountered another like us. All have been the undead and had to be destroyed." Darius's dark eyes, so like Desari's yet so coldly lethal, measured Julian. Whether Darius found Julian lacking or not was hidden beneath the impassive mask he wore. "There are a few of us left," Julian said quietly. "We are often hunted by those who have turned vampire as aggressively as we hunt them." His hand found the wealth of silken hair tumbling down Desari's back and crashed a fistful of the ebony strands in his palm almost absently, his touch tender. "Did you know she could do that?" "I do not even know what the hell she did," Darius admitted. "I am here." Desari sniffed indignantly. "And I know exactly what I did. If the two of you were not so arrogant and conceited, you might have considered that the women of our race would have endowments equal to those of the men." Julian glanced at Darius, just a quick flash of golden eyes, but Darius caught a glint that might have been amusement. Arrogant? Conceited? Julian reprimanded with a grin. Desari, that is a little harsh. I do not think so, she told him severely. You are like two territorial male animals, circling each other threateningly without even knowing what the other is about. How intelligent is that? Desari, there was a distinct warning in Darius's voice. She glanced down at her bare toes, then blushed, realizing that Darius knew exactly what had taken place in that cabin. How could he not? Julian's scent clung to every inch of her skin. Julian's hand went to the nape of her neck, his strong fingers beginning a slow, soothing massage. He was linked to her mind, and he felt her discomfort at her brother's knowledge of their intimacy. The protective touch on her neck provided her with courage and conviction, and her gaze leapt back to her brother's face. I hold you in the highest respect, Darius, you know that. No sister could love her brother more. I do not know exactly what this thing is between Julian and me, but it is strong and compelling. The two of you will have to get along without further physical violence. I mean it. I ask little of you, but this I will insist on from both of you. You must promise me. You must give me your word of honor. Darius's dark eyes smoldered in warning. Do not put too much faith in him, little sister. You do not know him. A stranger comes into our midst, heralding an attack on your life, and you trust him completely. Perhaps you are far too trusting. Julian's breath eased out in a long, furious hiss. His golden eyes glittered with menace. You are quick to judge those you do not know. His voice was soft, even pleasant, but no one could mistake the threat beneath the surface. This Darius was like Gregory. He was of the same blood as the healer, second only to the prince, and he sensed the shadow in Julian just as Gregory did. And you underestimate your enemies, Darius pointed out, his voice like black velvet. You are so sure of yourself that you take too few precautions to safeguard the one you have claimed as your own. It was unbelievably easy to unravel your pitiful attempts to divert me. Julian's white teeth gleamed in the waning moonlight. I knew you would follow. How could you not when you are responsible for your sister's safety? In any case, you could do no other after the assassins had been allowed to make their attempt on her life. He delivered the blow smiling but without humor. They were indeed playing cat and mouse. Desari shoved Julian so hard and so unexpectedly, he teetered for a moment on the edge of the porch. That is it. I have had it with the two of you. She tilted her chin at them. I will have no more of this nonsense. I will not leave my family at this time, Julian. You can accept my decision and remain with us as a member of our unit, or you can go your own way. If you refuse to accept him, Darius, then I will be given no other option than to follow where he leads. Exasperated, she glared at them. Get over it already. I mean it. Julian's mouth twitched, the amber eyes softening with amusement. Is she always like this? You are a tolerant male to have raised such an impertinent woman. Desari shoved him again, but this time Julian was ready for her, laughing out loud at the eruption of her temper, catching her wrists easily and pulling her into him. I gave your brother a compliment, Carissima. His voice was a tender caress, teasing, fanning smoldering embers within her to instant heat. Is that not what you wanted? She tilted her chin. That is not exactly what I had in mind, Julian. I have not had much experience pleasing women these last few centuries. In truth, I had forgotten how difficult the females of our race could be, Julian told Darius with a straight face. Difficult? Desari was outraged. You call me difficult when you and my brother were trying to tear each other limb from limb? The males of our race are in dire need of self-control. You have too long had things your own way. It has made you arrogant and conceited and very spoiled. Darius suddenly moved, his speed incredible even within their race, his body forcing his sisters into the shelter of the porch, down low. Merge with Savage now, as you did before, he commanded, a hiss of sound in the stillness of the night. Desari obeyed because she always obeyed Darius, merging her mind completely with Julian's. She expected anger, at the least smoldering resentment at Darius's high-handedness. Instead, she found him on the alert, moving to position himself alongside Darius to protect her. She submerged herself within Julian's mind so that any outside source probing and seeking a feminine touch would get nothing. She felt the darkness sweeping over the land, the perverted aberration they called the undead. The vile touch of the vampire sickened her as it moved ever closer, searching, always searching. She smelled the stench of evil, the twisted, damned soul of one who always killed his quarry, drained his victim's lifeblood, often after torturing and tormenting the doomed creature. Sheltered between the two powerful males, Desari was unafraid, but the vileness of the vampire was making her body react, her stomach rolling and heaving. Julian enveloped her mind completely as he had done before, shielding her from the undead as it raced across the sky. Dawn was on the heels of the vampire, and it could not face even the first rays of the sun. It needed to find sanctuary immediately. It passed overhead and was gone, leaving a dark stain in the sky like an oily patch of evil. "They seek our women," Darius hissed grimly. "Always they track us down. I know it is the women they sense." He sent an urgent inquiry traveling on the wind. "Is Sindel protected? The undead have once again found us." Julian reluctantly allowed Desari to surface from the total submersion, his arms circling her shoulders protectively. His heart was pounding in alarm. Had the darkness in him brought this foul creature straight to his lifemate? He had to destroy the demon. The reply to Darius's inquiry came back on the mental path used by the family unit so that both Darius and Desari heard the news. "We felt his approach and took precaution. Sindel is deep in the earth where he cannot find her should he try another probe. It is near. He must go to ground soon." The voice was Barak's. "Do not fear, Darius. No one will take Sindel from us, and no one will attempt to harm her and live." "There will be others," Darius informed Julian, once satisfied that all was well at home. "They have taken to traveling together in numbers, perhaps thinking those of us who hunt them will be more easily defeated." There was a natural self-confidence in Darius's voice that said plainly it didn't matter to him how many vampires tried to defeat him, it would be an impossibility. "My brother has resided in San Francisco for many years, hunting the undead in the western United States," Julian volunteered. He, too, noticed a trend of late in Northern California and up into Oregon and Washington of usually solitary vampires suddenly congregating. "It seemed insanity to me that they would not simply avoid his area altogether." Julian stepped off the porch, taking Desari with him, his fingers shackling her wrist. "What is the news of the rest of your family?" The vampire did not detect the other woman, did he? He knew Darius had contacted his family. He would have done the same. Darius's dark eyes flicked over him. Julian was astonished at how much the man reminded him of Grigori, the healer of the Carpathian people. Although Grigori's eyes glittered silver with menace, Darius's black eyes could portray an equal threat easily. "Our family is safe," Darius replied softly, thoughtfully. "I will hunt this one now and go to ground when it is done. Do not risk yourself. Remember you are needed," Desari said in a low voice, betraying her fear. "I am needed to hunt down these killers," Darius reminded her with great gentleness. "They follow us wherever we go." The reason vampires congregate in this part of the country, Savage, is because Desari prefers to perform in this region. Her favorite place to play is a small resort north of here called Canocti Harbor Resort and Spa. It is much to her liking. The people are friendly, the audience is receptive, the countryside is beautiful, and the place is small and intimate enough to suit her. Julian circled her waist with one arm and brought her up against the heat of his body, needing to feel her for just a moment. "I should have known you were the troublemaker, Desari," he whispered against the bare skin of her neck, wanting to comfort her with his teasing. "Do not do this, either of you." Desari's soft eyes were liquid with sorrow. "You are trying to distract me, both of you. You will hunt this vampire despite my wishes." "I will hunt," Darius corrected firmly. "Savage will stay here to protect you." "No. Desari is safe here for now." "I will go with you," Julian stated in a soft voice, aware of his lifemate's silent terror that her brother would choose to be mortally wounded and achieve an honorable death fighting a vampire. "Be easy, Kara. I will ensure that your brother returns to you unharmed. No vampire could possibly defeat the two of us. Go to ground, and we will return to you after we destroy the undead." He did not want to leave the hunting of this vampire to her brother for reasons of his own as well. Her fingers clutched at his arm. There were tears in her mind. You will probably end up killing one another without me to referee. I have given you my word on this, Piccola. You must trust me. The deep timbre of Julian's voice in her mind was reassuring, sending waves of warmth and comfort throughout her. There is no need for both of us to go, Darius challenged softly. Julian's white teeth flashed in answer, but the smile did not reach his eyes. I agree with you, Darius. As Desari relies so heavily on your protection, it would indeed be best that you stay with her. He leaned over and brushed his mouth over the corner of Desari's lips. Kara, do not fret. Already his solid form was shimmering, evaporating, so that it was a prism of crystal fog rising toward the graying sky. Darius swore under his breath, clearly outmaneuvered. He was beginning to feel a grudging respect for the stranger with the golden eyes. It had not been quite as easy as he had suggested to unravel Savage's trail, and he had been fairly certain the man knew he was following. Darius found him interesting. He didn't altogether trust him. He was a renegade, and there was something not quite right about him. Something buried deep. Darius intended to keep an eye on him. Go to ground, Desari. Do not argue with me, as I am giving you an order, not asking. I want to know your exact location so that I may sleep above you in the earth this day. His hand touched her face in a display of love and affection that he wanted to feel, that he should have been able to feel, yet could not. Nevertheless, he always granted her the gestures because he knew she needed them, knew she wanted him to feel those emotions that were no longer his to feel. Without waiting for a reply, knowing the dawn's first light would render it impossible for the vampire to hunt Desari, Darius leapt skyward, dissolving into a fine mist that streaked after the stream of iridescent fog. Desari stared after the two male Carpathians, squinting slightly as the twilight before dawn began to replace the darkness. She didn't want to feel fear for either of them. They were both strong and powerful, yet she couldn't help but worry. On more than one occasion, she had seen Darius return torn and bloody from a vicious battle with a vampire. And they were braving the dawn as well, which would weaken them enormously, albeit not as drastically as it would one who had turned. Darius had always tried to keep the women away from that aspect of their existence, but she was of his blood. The same power and intelligence ran as deeply in her, and she knew of Darius's terrible struggle. She knew he was slipping away from her. She feared for his soul, feared for her race and that of the mortal beings. She truly believed in her heart that should Darius turn, there was no hunter alive who could defeat him. All would be lost, including Darius and all he had done, everything he had sacrificed for them throughout the centuries. She went into the small cabin and wandered around, touching the things in the room. Works of art, unusual, old, and unique. Julian liked beautiful things. She picked up his silk shirt, brought it to her face, and inhaled his masculine scent. Julian. I am with you, Kara. Do not fret. It was amazing to her that the communication between them was so strong. Just a thought of him, the worry for him in her mind, and he was aware instantly. I shall return to you soon. Go to ground now. I will go to ground, she assured him, but I will not sleep until I know the two of you are safe. You will not monitor me while I destroy the undead. It would be upsetting, maybe even dangerous for you. Please do as I say, Desari. He used the word please as if he were asking her, but there was a subtle undertone of command. Desari had never considered that. When Darius hunted, Sindel and she had always been secured in a safe place, contact with him restricted. They had never thought to defy Darius. In such matters, his word was law. Now all was changed. Somehow, some way, she was locked to Julian. The thought of him in danger was so terrible, she could barely breathe. How could she do as he asked and not touch him? Not reach through the gray-streaked dawn and see for herself he was untouched by the vampire's vile perversion? After all, Darius was the ultimate warrior, a stone-cold killing machine when the situation demanded it. Julian was a man with emotion, which could confer both weakness and strength. Desari left the cabin. It was rare for her family to use a building to rest in. Most of the time they sought deep earth. They had learned in early childhood it was the only real haven in a dangerous land. All of them felt uncomfortable, far more vulnerable than usual, if they slept above ground. In the hours of high sun, their great strength was totally drained. And if their bodies somehow came to be exposed to that intense light, they would burn. Early morning and late evening they could tolerate, although not always comfortably. Even dim sunlight affected their hypersensitive eyes, the burning pain driving through their heads like shards of glass. Desari found an unobtrusive knoll covered in waves of green grass. She liked it immediately, feeling a sense of peace. With a wave of her hand, she opened the earth and floated deep within its bed. Immediately, she sent the coordinates to both her brother and Julian. Close the earth and sleep. She recognized Julian's soft-spoken commands. He was like Darius in that he didn't need to raise his voice to convey either menace or authority. Not until you return. I do not want to have to force your obedience. As if that could happen. You seem to forget I am no fledgling, but your equal. Do not waste your energy attempting the impossible. Destroy this vampire if you must, then return to me quickly. We will discuss your conceit on the next rising. There came the soft echo of his laughter. Desari relaxed, certain Julian understood she would take no nonsense from him. When he struck, she was completely unprepared, the compulsion strong and total, the need to obey him paramount. Before she could prevent herself from doing so, she relinquished control to him. Immediately Julian sent her to sleep, the deep sleep of their people, stopping her heart and lungs, covering her with the healing, soothing soil for protection and rejuvenation. After his command to Desari, Julian turned his attention toward his goal. He would have to face Desari's wrath on the next rising, but for now she was beyond the reach of any vampire. She was safe. No vampire could touch her using Julian as a route. Feeling the dark presence of the undead nearby, Julian settled to earth, his vaporous form shimmering into solid bone and muscle. Darius materialized a heartbeat after him. You should have raised her to obey those who protect her, Julian drawled in censure. Darius's black eyes, as cold as any grave, flicked over him once. I have never had need to force Star's obedience. They moved together, a slow, cautious hunt along the cliffside, all senses alert. The vampire would guard his resting place aggressively. That is why she came away with me then. Because you approved? Julian was running his hand lightly along the rock's surface. Darius caught at him and jerked him back just as a boulder from above their heads dislodged itself and smashed into the very place Julian had been standing. I knew she was in no danger. If you had wanted to harm her, you would have done so at the concert when the assassin struck, Darius replied complacently. He was examining a section of sheer rock wall as he spoke, his attention caught by the layers of compressed agate and granite. Yes, the famous concert where you were guarding her. Do not try my patience too far, Savage. You are responsible for what happened at that concert. Had I not been distracted by the power you exuded, the assassins would not have made it inside. You opened the door for them. Darius stepped back and surveyed the cliffside. This rock pattern looks strange, does it not? Julian studied the multi-layered face of the cliff. His safeguards, perhaps. They are unfamiliar to me. Have you seen patterns like these before? I thought I had learned most of the ancient works. Darius glanced at him. You are fortunate that you had the advantage of being taught such things. Most of what I learned came from singeing my fingers when I made a wrong move. This is a relatively new theme, developed in the New World sometime in the last century. I believe it started in South America, where a group of vampires had quite a stronghold. They copied the pattern from native art. This seems to be some derivation of that. He paused. In South America, I saw evidence of others as well, perhaps like you. But I could not be certain they were not the undead, and with the women, I did not want to chance it, so I moved my family quickly from that place. Julian glanced at him, then examined the rock face carefully, filing away for future reference the possibility that other Carpathians might exist in South America. He would relay the information to Grigori. The prince would want to know, and what Grigori knew, Prince Mikhail knew. Interesting. The pattern doesn't work on the reverse theory. It weaves back and forth. Exactly. When you unravel it, you not only have to reverse the pattern but also move up and down and back and forth. It is intricate, very complex to unravel. I am unsure if we have enough time to do it. The sun is climbing. Already I am feeling the effects, Darius admitted. Julian studied his companion, his golden eyes seeing more than Darius might like. Most Carpathians could stand the early morning rays. Two things, however, made them hypersensitive: feeding on blood from a kill and moving closer to the time of turning. Darius had to be close. Very close. It was in the emotionless pits of his eyes, the total disregard for his own life. Darius didn't only fight with complete confidence in his abilities, he fought like a male, uncaring of the outcome. Go back to my sister, Savage. Guard her well. I will do what I can here, as I am more familiar with this safeguard than you. If something should happen to me, perhaps you will take my place and provide leadership for the others of my family, Darius said casually, although the latter suggestion must have galled him at least a little. Still, his sense of duty made him want someone of power, even Julian, to protect his family should he seek his honorable death. Julian shook his head. I am strictly a loner. I do not have leadership qualities. He would not make it easy for Darius to leave his sister and break her heart. Desari feared that if something was to happen to you, it would also happen to her. Is that true? Darius asked the question almost absently, as if he were not really paying attention. Julian nodded. It is so. I have bound her to me. If I were to die, she could very well choose the dawn rather than live on without me. You would have to send her to ground for a long while to safeguard her. It is far too risky. I am unwilling to chance Desari's life or the state of her mind. You are quite capable of leading should you choose. Perhaps you do not wish it, but if there is need, I am certain you would do no other than to step forward, Darius replied. Julian had the feeling Darius was testing him again in some way. It didn't matter. Julian had lived long with the darkness crouching in him. He had cut himself off from his people, his own twin, even his prince. He was used to being an outcast, used to being alone and distrusted. Oh no, Darius, you will not do this thing. Desari has feared that you intend to permit yourself to be mortally injured. This I cannot allow. Desari is not ready to leave her family, nor would the others accept me. We will both return to your sister now and take care of the vampire at sundown. Darius went perfectly still. All at once he seemed every inch the predator he truly was. I offered leadership over the family, Savage, not over me. I go my own way. As do I. I meant no disrespect to you. Indeed, Darius, I wish to learn of your history. I believe you are the brother of Grigori, our healer. He is a great man, not unlike yourself. Julian grinned suddenly. Grigori and I do not always get along either. Darius blinked, the only evidence of movement. I cannot imagine why, he muttered ruefully. I grow on you, Julian assured. I do not think you should count too greatly on it, Darius replied. The sun is rising, my friend. Let us go. It will not be so easy living within my rule, Darius cautioned softly. Julian's eyebrows shot up. Really? As I answer only to my prince, I think I shall find it an interesting experience. Darius began to dissolve into a fine mist. It was easier to travel without a body in the light of the sun. Even so, the brain insisted that the eyes were swelling, turning red, streaming in the terrible light. Chapter 7. The wind blew through the thick stand of trees, and the branches swayed, danced, and bent low to sweep the ground. The leaves rustled with a rush of sound, a glittering display of nature's music. Below the earth the notes resounded, luring the two slumbering hunters back into the world. The two hearts began to beat simultaneously. The sun was slowly sinking below the line of the mountain. There was a muffled blast as dirt spewed high into the air, first one geyser, then, several feet away, a second one. When the dust and soil settled, two elegantly clad men stood facing one another. One was a golden menace, the other dark and dangerous. White teeth gleamed as they silently acknowledged each other. My sister. Darius got down to his chief concern. She will sleep until this distasteful task is completed, Julian answered, his glittering eyes finding the exact spot where Desari lay beneath the earth. You are certain of this? Darius arched an expressive eyebrow skeptically. Julian's golden eyes iced over, cold and harsh. I can handle my own Lifemate, make no mistake about that. If Darius had been able to feel amusement, he was certain this would be the moment. Dara was an ancient, a direct descendant of the original Dark One. She might be a female, one of tremendous compassion and goodness, but she was far more powerful than Julian was giving her credit for. "Have you known many of the females of our race?" Darius asked with deceptive mildness. "No, very few remain. They are guarded at all times, as they should be. It is almost unheard of for a woman to be unattached after her 18th year. Darius swung around to stare at Julian. "This is the truth? 18 is not yet a fledgling in truth, yet a child. How can this be?" Julian shrugged his broad shoulders. "With so few women, so few children born to our kind and surviving, with little hope and so many males on the verge of turning, it is the only safe thing to do. Any unclaimed woman is too unsettling." But the woman could not possibly hope to contend with a powerful male at such a young age. She would barely have had the time to learn the most simple of our gifts. How could she develop her own talents and skills? Darius sounded a bit disgusted with the males of his own race. Julian's golden eyes glittered for a moment. "If you found one who gave you back colors and emotions, who brought your dead soul to life and showered it with light, would you be able to walk away from her because she was yet a fledgling? Perhaps her skills are not developed, but her body is that of a woman, and any male under the circumstances would be more than happy to spend centuries aiding her in the learning." His body was beginning to shimmer, to dissolve into tiny droplets of moisture. "What are you waiting for, old man? If you did not get enough sleep, I assure you, I can handle this task on my own." "Old man," Darius echoed. He made his own transformation with astonishing speed. The sun, although it was sinking, was still bright enough to hurt his sensitive eyes. He had noticed that Julian blinked and squinted a bit, but his eyes weren't streaming in reaction as Darius's were. "I have to ensure you do not meet with any more near misses." A layer of fog streaked across the sky, racing the sun toward the cliffs. Julian's iridescent colors intermingled with Darius's, and the cliff soon loomed before them, an intimidating sheer rock wall. Julian solidified, arms folded across his chest, watching with interest as Darius began to weave a strange pattern along the layers of granite. Darius moved unhurriedly, as if he had all the time in the world, as if he were unconcerned with the sun sinking or the vampire awakening. The vampire was locked deep within the cliff wall, but he was very much aware of the two hunters prowling so close, aware of the exact position of the sun and of how much time he had before he could arise. His lips were drawn back in a snarl of hatred, his jagged teeth stained dark from killing while taking blood. His skin was waxen, ashy, drawn, stretched tightly against his skull. His arms were crossed over his chest, his long yellow fingernails like spikes. His venomous hiss was a vow of vengeance and loathing. He could only wait, locked within the prison of the stone and his terrible weakness, while outside the creatures hunting him scratched and sniffed at the entrance to his lair. Julian was intrigued with the ease with which Darius unraveled the safeguards the vampire had set. Darius moved with great confidence, yet was unhurried by even the setting sun. He seemed absorbed in his work, as if it commanded his complete attention, but Julian was not deceived. Darius was aware of the danger they were in. As Darius continued weaving his strange pattern along the cliff, a faint line began to take shape, zigzagging across the face of the rock. With an ominous rumble, the line began to deepen and widen into a crack. At once scorpions began to boil out of the crevice, thousands of them, large and hideous, rushing at Darius. As Darius moved to avoid the cascading fall of poisonous insects, the ground rolled, heaved, and buckled, throwing him directly into their path. Julian jerked him up and out of the way, launching them both into the air as the vampire's guardians swarmed along the ground. Darius glanced skyward, and lightning arced from cloud to cloud. He gazed steadily at the sizzling streaks, building the energy until he could gather it into a bright orange fireball and direct it straight into the scurrying mass of scorpions. At once there was a stench as the insects blackened into charred ashes. When Julian settled once more to earth, Darius went right back to work as though the interruption had never taken place. Julian watched the strange pattern, intrigued by the work he had not experienced in his long centuries of hunting. He had to admire the fluid grace Darius exhibited, his sureness and confidence, his lack of hesitation. His own heart was beating out a rhythm of excitement and dread. Was this the one? Was a certain ancient evil waiting inside this lair, waiting to claim the pupil he had long ago so skillfully wrought? The ground. Darius spoke the words softly. Julian nearly missed them, even with his acute hearing, so deep was he in his dark memories. Excuse me. Even as his own words slipped out, Julian was heeding the warning, studying the earth beneath them carefully. Darius had not looked away from the cliffside, working at the safeguards so that the crack expanded, the rock face creaking and groaning as it was forced to spread apart. Julian caught a movement, so fast and subtle, he nearly missed it as it passed under Darius's feet, raising the soil a scant half-inch as something streaked beneath the surface. Then a tentacle erupted but 3 inches from Darius's shoes, wiggling obscenely, blindly seeking prey. Julian instantly battled the vampire's writhing demon root. He withered each appendage as it burst through the soil, seeking Darius, who was seemingly oblivious to the entire battle, working efficiently even as the lashing tentacles attempted to wind around his ankles. Julian hastily destroyed the repulsive thing. As the last wriggling tentacle withered into ash, a huge bulb erupted a few feet from Julian, its mouth yawning wide. A spray of greenish-yellow liquid spewed toward Darius, who held himself still, widening the crevice, revealing the hidden chamber within, relying on Julian to defend them from the latest menace. Julian blasted the bulb with a laser-like burst of fire from the sky, incinerating it before the acid spray could touch Darius. The sun, Julian reminded him, aware of its low position in the sky, seeing the reds and pinks of sunset stain the heavens. "There is no way to hurry this procedure," Darius replied softly. "The undead is aware of us and sends his minions to delay us." Julian reached out for the mind of their hidden opponent. "You are weak, evil one. You should not have challenged one so much stronger than you. I am of ancient and powerful blood, undefeated these centuries by those far more learned in the arts than you. There is no way to win. You are already defeated." Out of the darkened interior of the chamber rushed an army of large rats, leaping for the 2 Carpathians with a savage ferocity fed by starvation and compulsion. With his desperate, cunning mind, the vampire orchestrated the pack's vicious attack. Julian realized the rats were charging Darius. The vampire was prepared for this dark one, but perhaps he had not comprehended that another hunter, too, was stalking him. The rats were charging Desari's protector, suggesting that Dara was the undead's ultimate goal. With a savage satisfaction, Julian leapt over the thick mass of furred bodies and made his way into the belly of the mountain. The ancient he had spent lifetimes searching for was not in the lair. He would have immediately recognized Julian, his voice, his blood, the shadowing. Still, the merciless fury drove him inward, seeking his prey. This one would not escape. The walls of the narrow tunnel bulged with razor-sharp, jagged spikes, erupting unexpectedly right, then left, as the vampire threw obstacles in his hunter's path to delay him. The vampire was aware of the peril approaching and of the sun sinking. He felt he had a fighting chance if he could hamper the progress of the hunter long enough to allow the sun to set and his own strength to rise. Julian simply thinned and elongated his body, sliding easily through the maze of sharpened spikes, continuing deeper within the bowels of the mountain. He smelled the evil stench, the lair of the beast. It stank of death and decay. As Julian stepped into the chamber itself, thousands of bats rushed at him, emitting high-pitched squeals of alarm. His mind automatically reached to calm them and sent them retreating back into the depths of the cave so they wouldn't be caught in the light, prey for more aggressive species. The vampire lay staring at him with red eyes hot with hatred, his thin, bloodless lips drawn back in a snarl to reveal rotting teeth. His skin had shrunk to barely cover his skull. He already resembled a skeleton. Julian wanted to feel pity for the damned creature, but his revulsion at such proximity to evil was overwhelming. He detested the undead with a relentless, merciless drive he could never overcome. In his childhood, he had come far too close to such a repulsive being, and the rotted, foul stench was forever etched in his memory. The vampire lay in a depression in the earth, rotted clothes, once elegant and fine, covering his emaciated body. He looked grotesque. As Julian approached, the mouth curved in a parody of a smile. "You are too late, Hunter. The sun has dropped from the sky." The vampire floated from the soil to an upright position. Julian shrugged with studied casualness. "Do you not recognize me? We grew up together. You were once a great man, Ronaldo. How is it you have sunk so low as to roam the earth in search of fresh kills?" The head undulated back and forth in a palsied motion. "Why have you come to this place, Savage? You never concerned yourself with the politics of our race." The vampire's voice was an ugly hiss spewing from his throat. "You chose to become something other than what you were born to be. I have long hunted those who chose to damn their souls and imperil others," Julian replied softly, almost gently. His voice was beautiful purity, its tones filling the cavern, pushing aside the stench of decay. "There was a time, Ronaldo, when you hunted by my side. Even then you were not nearly of my strength and power. Why would you think yourself capable of challenging me now?" On the surface, it seemed an innocent enough question, but his voice was hypnotic, velvet, all the more powerful because it was nearly impossible to detect the hidden compulsion in it. Darius had followed Julian into the mountain, remaining in the background to scan for other dangers, knowing from experience that the undead had many traps and deceptions, and that they always tried to take those hunting them with them to their death. With the undead, nothing was ever as it seemed. He found Julian's soft, gentle approach to the vampire interesting. Darius was more direct, hunting the undead down and quickly dispatching them in a brief, ferocious battle. Julian was a bit like the vampire himself, indirect, deceptive, undermining the confidence of his opponent, sidetracking him, throwing him off, reminding him of his earlier, better days. Darius shook his head but remained silent and unseen. His sister's mate was an interesting man, a renegade, going his own way in all things, a careless, sardonic humor spilling over when least expected. Julian appeared to be afraid of nothing, to respect few, and to be a law unto himself. Darius's curiosity stemmed from more than merely wanting to become better acquainted with the man who claimed his sister for his own. There was something eluding him about his sister's chosen life mate. Something dark and mysterious that nagged at him. The vampire was moving in a circular direction, trying to position himself closer to the exit. Julian was not giving ground, merely turning with the monster in a strange, flowing dance. Julian could have been performing a minuet for all the stress he portrayed. "You know that I cannot allow you to live, Ronaldo. It would be inhuman of me." "You have no regard for humans, Julian," the vampire pointed out. "You follow no one, not even the prince of all Carpathians. You think I do not feel the shadow lengthening and growing within you? You are of our blood. My challenge was not issued to you but to another, one not known to the people of our homeland. This one hoards more than one eligible woman for himself. This is against our laws." Julian's white teeth gleamed in the darkness of the chamber. "And you follow those laws?" He asked it with deceptive mildness, but the vampire's words had struck deeply. "You are of our blood." Even as he spoke, he felt the slight shift in the earth beneath his feet, the undead's next deadly desperate assault beginning. At once he moved with lightning speed, going from a loose standing position to lunging straight at the vampire, his hand diving deep into the chest wall, extracting the pumping heart as he leapt away. His image was so blurred, his speed so swift, even for one of their kind, that Darius thought for the space of a heartbeat that he might have imagined Savage's skillful charge. The vampire swayed uncertainly, gasping from the blow, his grotesque features contorted into an even more grotesque mask. He fell in slow motion, landing nearly at Julian's feet. Julian tossed the heart some distance from the body and immediately gathered energy in his hands to cleanse the blood from his skin. He then directed an orange flame at the still pulsating organ, incinerating it to a fine gray ash. The flame then leapt from his hand to the body, instantly cremating the remains so that the vampire could not possibly rise again. The earth beneath his feet rolled, heaved, and bucked. There was an ominous creaking of rock, a grinding of layers of stone as slabs of granite began to slide toward one another. Darius appeared and sprang toward the shifting crevice, his hands weaving a strange pattern as he sang something softly beneath his breath, slowing the vampire's lethal trap. Julian didn't wait for an engraved invitation. Shape-shifting on the wing, making himself as small as possible, he streaked through the closing crack toward open air and the night, Darius right beside him. The two burst out into the freedom of sky, the open expanse of air, just as the two sides of the crevice thunderously crashed together. "I thought you were planning on talking him to death," Darius informed the golden bat dryly as he himself shapeshifted from a black bat to a feathered and much more powerful predator. "Someone had to do something while you were playing with your rock patterns," Julian replied easily, allowing iridescent feathers to erupt along his own body, becoming a raptor more than able to keep up with his companion's aggressive flight. They began to fly side by side easily toward the forest where they had left Desari. "I could do no other than protect the man of my sister's choosing." Darius managed to make it sound as if his sister had a hole in her head. Julian snorted. "Protect me? I do not think so, old man. You were the one standing back in the shadows while I destroyed the beast. I had to ensure you came to no harm through other traps and snares." "You certainly wasted enough time with the undead," Darius replied softly. He veered to the left, winging his way above the canopy of trees. When Julian continued on his present course, Darius made a wide circle back to him. "You do not wish to return to my family with me?" "I must awaken Desari first," Julian replied complacently. "Desari rose an hour ago." Darius delivered the message in a tranquil, neutral voice. Julian, within the owl's body, nearly dropped from the sky in shock. He could not conceive of Darius teasing him. Darius had no discernible sense of humor. He was closer to turning than any other Carpathian male Julian had ever met. It was an unsettling thought that someday he might have to hunt and attempt to destroy Desari's brother. "Desari." He whispered her name across the sky, somewhere between tenderness and rage. She had somehow managed to awaken on her own despite his forceful command. He should have known the moment she had risen. He was her life mate. They were connected, two halves of the same whole. Darius had known Desari was gone. Had she contacted him? For a moment Julian's feathered body shook with anger. Desari didn't understand what it meant to be claimed by a mate. She was bound to him, heart and soul. She needed to learn much more of the man who was now her life mate. Petty retaliation because he had forced her obedience would not be tolerated. "Tolerated?" Desari's soft voice said scornfully in his mind. "I do not owe you obedience, Julian. I am no fledgling to follow your lead without question. You are the one who needs to learn more of the woman you claim you have bound to you. I will not be treated in such a manner." Julian slammed his mind shut while he wrestled with an unfamiliar, smoldering rage. He had never really experienced jealous anger. He had never had reason to. And, as a powerful Carpathian male, he had naturally believed that his life mate was the one who would willingly change her life for him. She would want to fit into his world, not force him to live in hers. Yet Desari appeared to have ideas of her own. Julian deliberately turned away from Darius, working at repressing his unexpected temper. He needed time alone to get himself under control, to think things through. To try to understand that Desari was no fledgling to be guided by her mate. That she had lived many centuries, had many powers, and was used to making decisions and commanding a certain amount of respect. He winged his way toward the mountain peaks, where he always felt a semblance of peace. He would spend time there pondering the situation and the best way to handle it. "You are of our blood," the undead had said. And it was the terrible truth. How had he thought he could claim a life mate, live as an honorable Carpathian was meant to? Doubtless Mikhail, the prince of their people, knew the truth. Grigori too. And Darius certainly sensed it in him. Worse, Julian now realized, what Darius knew, so would Desari. "You are of our blood." Desari wandered through the campsite Diane had chosen. They were near other campers, human campers, yet protected from prying eyes. Still, for some reason, she was uneasy, restless. She found herself pacing back and forth until Diane told her to stop or she was going to wear a new trail in the dirt. At first she thought it was because she was angry with Julian for sending her to sleep like a fledgling. Then she decided it was anger at herself for being vulnerable to such compulsion. Now she didn't know what it was. Her mind was in chaos, striving constantly to find Julian. That in itself was disconcerting. Maybe what she needed to do was feed. No, What she needed to do was find Julian. Touch him. See him. She swore softly and flounced over to the picnic table. Forrest, the male leopard that always traveled with them, was stretched out the entire length of the table. Irritably, Desari shoved at him. Get down. The cat answered her with a contemptuous raise of his lip, but he didn't budge. Diane turned around to stare at her in surprise. What is wrong with you? Everything. Nothing. I do not know. The bus is broken down for the 4th time this month. Barack has no idea how to fix vehicles. He just tinkers with them all the time. No one wants to buy a new one, and I keep saying we have to either learn to fix the motor ourselves or hire a mechanic to travel with us. It is not like we cannot afford it. Desari began pacing again, unable to remain still. The cats would never tolerate a human around us, Darius said as he materialized beside the table. He reached out to shove the male leopard from his perch. They will have to tolerate it, Desari snapped, her black eyes flashing at her brother, then searching the sky and woods all around them. Where was Julian? Where are you? It slipped out before she could censor it, the cry for his mind touch. It was met with silence, and her agitation increased. Why did it matter so much? After all, what was he to her? A lover. People took lovers all the time. Barack was a hound dog. At least he had been for a couple of centuries there. Desari brought her mind up sharply. She couldn't think about this. Couldn't think about Julian and where he might be. Dara, be calm, Darius ordered softly. Your state of mind has nothing to do with our vehicle. Do not presume to know my state of mind, she snapped back. I have told all of you over and over that we need a new motor home. Even the truck is breaking down now. Does anyone want to do anything about it? Sindul's too busy hiding from the world. Barack is molting somewhere. Diane, and you pay no attention to the details of our life. I get up on the stage every night, Diane said, defending himself. And I write the songs and the music for you. I do not know anything about motors, nor do I wish to know. We are not mortals to deal with such things. Darius simply watched his sister without speaking. She was rubbing her hands up and down her arms as if she were cold. The night air was cool, but not uncommonly so. She was abnormally pale. Getting up on the stage is not attending to the necessary details, Diane, Desari informed him. We have to book the tours, keep track of the accounts, plan the routes, see that we can always provide for the cats, ensure that we have adequate gas and stores for whatever could break down while we are on the road. We must look human, act human. Do you do any of that, Diane? I say we need new vehicles or a mechanic. You others had just better choose which you prefer or shut up and live with any decision I make. Darius raised an elegant eyebrow. And what do you think is the best solution, Dara? A mechanic? The cats would probably eat the man before we finished interviewing him. But perhaps if you found someone the cats found unappetizing, we could allow him to travel with us. A human? A male? Diane was outraged. That would not be tolerable around our women. Desari's head snapped up, her dark eyes flashing fire. We women are not your possessions, Diane. We have the right to do as we please, to be around whomever, male or female, mortal or immortal, we choose. You do not rule us, and you never will. Diane let out his breath in a long, slow hiss of disapproval. This stranger you chose to consort with last night must have given you a virus. Your disposition has gone downhill, Desari. Diane. Darius stepped between his sister and his second-in-command. That will be enough. The stranger, Julian Savage, is a powerful Carpathian, a hunter of the undead. We would do well to learn what we can from him. If he comes to this camp, you will treat him with respect as one of us. Diane shook his head, annoyed at the madness of allowing a stranger into their midst. I will do as you instruct, Darius, but I think this man has somehow beguiled Desari. Why? She demanded. Because I am insisting you help with some of the details of our existence? You are not jungle animals, the male defending the pride and that his only requirement. You ought to help out more. Diane raised an eyebrow but refrained from continuing the argument with Desari. Deal with this, he said to Darius. You are the only one who can. And then he was gone before Desari could retaliate. Desari was left to face her brother alone. Do not say anything, Darius. I know something is terribly wrong with me. I do not know what it is, but I feel like I am losing my mind. It is more than just physical discomfort, it is mental as well. Call him to you. Darius gave the order softly, as was his way. It had no less impact. His voice carried centuries of authority. She closed her eyes tightly, pressing her hands to her rolling stomach. I cannot, Darius. Do not ask this of me. I can do no other than demand it of you, he said. Call him to you. If I do, he will believe he has the right to my obedience. You are suffering needlessly. Whatever this man has done to bind you to him, we cannot undo until we know more. He forced a gentleness into his voice. You know I cannot allow you to suffer, Desari. Call him to you. I cannot. Did you not hear what I told Diane? Women have rights, Darius. We cannot be ruled by men simply because they believe it is so. His icy black eyes captured her dark, sorrow-filled ones and held her gaze. I have always been responsible for you and Sindel both. In this I must insist. I can feel your pain, the chaos of your mind. Do as I bid you. Please, Darius. I do not wish to openly defy you. Desari was actually biting her fingernails, the strain on her face terrible for her brother to witness. Her other hand nervously tugged its way through the mass of ebony hair cascading around her shoulders and down her back. You have done so repeatedly since this man entered our lives, Darius reminded her gently. I will tolerate only so much defiance from you, little sister. I realize this is a new experience, one outside our realm of knowledge, but I cannot allow you to suffer. Call Savage to your side. Tears shimmered in her eyes and on her long lashes. She sank onto the wooden bench beside the table, hanging her head in defeat. There is no need to call me. Julian's muscular form solidified beside her, close enough that she could feel his body heat. His arm curved around her shoulders. I cannot take the separation from you, Desari. He made the admission without hesitation, uncaring that Darius was within hearing, wanting only to spare her further pain. What have you done to me? There were tears in Desari's voice as well as her eyes. Her fingers curled into two tight fists so that her nails bit deeply into her palms. Her voice became a tragic whisper. What have you done that I cannot be without you? Julian bent his head to hers, his grip gentle, tender as he pried her fingers open one by one. Very carefully, he brought her hands to the healing warmth of his mouth, pressing a kiss into the exact center of each wounded palm. His golden eyes held her dark gaze captive. Desari could feel the terrible knot in the pit of her stomach begin to melt from his molten heat. Whatever fire lay deep within him ignited a matching inferno deep within her. There was also a peace stealing into her soul and heart, filling the terrible emptiness. She was complete, totally complete again with him so close. Her lungs could work, her heart beat in a strong, steady rhythm. I can feel your fear, Desari, Julian said softly. There is no need. I cannot hurt you. I am your life mate, responsible for your happiness. How can that be if I cannot even be away from you for a short period of time? Desari glanced at her brother, a silent plea for privacy. She had trouble enough accepting such a strange phenomenon without there being a witness to her humiliation. Julian waited until Darius had signaled the two leopards to his side and disappeared into the dark interior of the trees to hunt. He palmed the nape of Desari's neck, his fingers caressing her silken hair. Our physical bodies can be in separate places, Piccola, but our minds must touch often when we are apart. You knew this, yet you withdrew. I chose to assert my independence, and you punished me for it, she said, lifting her chin at him. You ignored your own safety, cara mia, he said softly. You refused to believe the things I tried to tell you, even when I gave you access to my mind. I had no choice but to allow you to learn firsthand that what I say is true. I am your life mate. There cannot be untruth between us. Desari found one button on his immaculate shirt and twisted it nervously. It was not as if I believed you lied. The things you believed, I did not doubt you thought them true. But it all seemed so unreal, like a fantasy, a dream. How could mere words bind us together for all eternity? How could one male have the power to so change a female's life? We are connected from birth, Kara, he explained, moving his body closer when he felt a shiver run through her. Two halves of the same whole. There is only one true life mate. I am fortunate that mine is so talented and beautiful. It is unfortunate, however, he added, that you are so willful and have no knowledge of what is expected of you. Desari leapt away from him, clearing the picnic table in a single bound. She looked wild and untamed, a sexy enchantress capable of taking his very breath away. You think me willful because I insist on taking control of my own destiny? Do not talk to me of this Lifemate thing. It means nothing to me. Nothing at all. You breeze into my life, do something to tie us together, and then feel you have the right to dictate how I should live. Julian watched the expressions chasing across her beautiful, furious face. Everything about her was a miracle to him. How small and delicate her bones seemed to be. The sheen and mass of her silken hair was so luxurious, he could lose himself in it. I am of the old world, a male Carpathian. I did not take into account that you would not know the ways of our people. Is that supposed to be an apology of some kind? Desari folded her arms across her body, shivering as if cold. I do not care about the ways of your people. Our people, he corrected gently. My people are the ones I live with, share my life with. For instance, my brother, the one you tried to kill. If I had tried to kill him, cara mia, he would be dead. He raised a hand to prevent her indignant interruption. I am not saying he would not have taken me with him. He very likely would have. But he was not really trying to kill me either. It was more a matter of being sure. Darius was not going to turn his beloved sister over to a stranger who was unable to protect her. It was a test. Darius was testing you, she repeated slowly. This is some kind of male thing I should understand? Approve of? Julian moved so quickly he was on her before she had time to run. He never gave a warning, never twitched a muscle. He simply was there, his body crowding aggressively close, his hand spanning her throat, his thumb feathering back and forth along her delicate jaw. Desari, Kara, we have no choice but to learn each other's ways. We are bound together. I would like to be able to say the pretty words you want to hear. That I was wrong to force your obedience. Tried to force, she corrected with a flash of her eyes. Julian bent to brush his lips across the tempting satin of her forehead as amusement crept into the deep gold of his eyes. Tried to force. That is true. I am fortunate that my Lifemate is so powerful. Still, Piccola, I was well within my rights to see to your safety. I can do no other than ensure your well-being. Our people cannot afford to lose even one woman, Desari. The total extinction of our race is nearly complete. Our women are our only hope. I will admit that I do not always follow the laws of our people, but in this I have no choice, and neither do you. Your safety and health must be placed above all else. The other woman you have traveling with you must be guarded as well. She swept a hand through her hair. Are we meant only to provide children for our race then? That is the sole reason for our existence. No, Kara, your existence is to bring joy to this world, as you have done for so many centuries. God would not have graced you with such a voice, such a powerful tool for peace, had he not meant for you to use it. But Julian shrugged his broad shoulders, his thumb tracing a pattern along her neck. In time, that would be the hope, yes, that you and I would provide our race with more female children. I am uncertain what kind of a father I would make, as I never imagined myself in such a role, but I never thought I would find or be a Lifemate either. Something close to humor flickered for a moment in her eyes. I cannot say you are a total success in that area. But his praise of her talents had warmed her, as had the drawling caress in his voice, the admiration in the depths of his eyes, the depths of his mind. His hand found the nape of her neck and drew her inexorably to him as he bent his head to hers. His mouth descended with infinite slowness, then fastened to hers so that he could taste her sweetness. She felt her heart leap at his touch, and her body went into instant meltdown. She felt his great strength, the desire surging through him as the heat arced between them. His mouth moved to tease the corner of hers, to blaze a trail of fire along her jaw, her chin. I am, however, quite good at one or two other things, he murmured with casual confidence. His teeth nibbled at her chin. Is this supposed to get you out of trouble? She asked it with her eyes closed, savoring the touch and feel of him. All at once it seemed imperative that they be alone. I should not be in trouble. I am as new at this as you are, Desari. Up until now I have spent my life entirely alone. His lips skimmed the silken column of her neck. Trying to fit into this situation is as alien for me as it is for you. If your need is to be with this family unit, then I can do no other than be here with you. But you must recognize that I have needs also. I do not wish to find other males near you, nor do I want you to question my judgment when your safety is in jeopardy. When she would have protested, he gave her a little shake. Think what you say before you speak. I am in your mind. I know you do not want another authority telling you what to do with your life. I, better than most, understand this in you. But you would obey your brother in matters of safety. The same responsibility he accepted for your security is now mine. I require the same trust and loyalty that you have always given to him. Trust is earned, Julian, Desari pointed out softly. And it goes both ways. My brother does not arbitrarily dictate to me what I can and cannot do. But I am in your mind. I feel the sometimes violent emotions you are contending with, your intense dislike of other males close to me. You do not even want me to feed. He felt the words like a stab to his gut. Every muscle clenched in protest as a vivid picture sprang into his mind. Desari luring a male to her with her beauty and mystery, bending close to him so that their bodies touched, so that her lips could drift along the male's neck to find the pulse beating there. Rage exploded in him, deep, nearly uncontrollable, certainly like nothing he had ever experienced before. It was wild and untamed, a berserker's rage. Julian shook his head. It was illogical to feel such an intense emotion over something as natural as feeding. Nothing in his centuries of living had prepared him for such a thing. He didn't understand it. You will not feed from any other than me, he declared, unable to stop himself from so commanding her. Desari was watching him closely, monitoring his thoughts. Julian made no attempt to censor anything from her. He wanted total truth between them. It was not her fault that he was experiencing difficulties he hadn't been prepared for, nor did he want her to think so. Her soft mouth suddenly curved into a smile. You are right, Julian, I will not. I have no wish to get so close to another male. Her fingertips brushed his jaw, her first real show of affection toward him without his prompting. It will be no hardship to allow you to provide for me if that is what you need. His relief was tremendous, the curious somersaulting in the region of his heart unexpected. I will do my best to come to some kind of compromise over your family unit and your need to sing. It is a great gift, Desari, your voice and what you are able to do with it. I feel pride in your accomplishments, but I cannot lie. I fear for your safety. Your schedules are announced far in advance. I believe you will be safe from the human assassins for now, but we must explore the very real possibility that vampires are congregating in this region with the express hope of finding you and the other female. Now more than ever it was imperative he succeed in his centuries-old quest to destroy his vampire mentor, or she would never be truly safe again. The ancient could so easily track her now through Julian. Desari winced at his last remark. The other female is Sindel. I love her as my sister. You have access to my memories. You can see that. You can also see why we are especially protective of her and why she chooses to take the leopard's form at this time. While she is in the leopard's form, she does not have to cope with her trauma, Julian mused. But you must see, Desari, that it is not right. It only prolongs her recovery. All of you think you are helping her, but she needs to be strong on her own. She can cope. Pretending the assault did not happen will not allow her to recover. She needs to be encouraged to start taking back command of her life. Desari tilted her head to look up at him, astonished at his perception. How could you know this when you have not even met her? Why did we not realize we were only lengthening her recovery? Desari's anguish throbbed in her musical voice. It was my negligence that this has not been attended to. Julian smiled down at her. You take far too much on your shoulders, Desari. All of you tried to shield her. I am certain in the beginning it was exactly what she needed. Now that has changed. Sharing your mind yet seeing things from a fresh perspective allows me to show you the conclusion you yourself would have come to in time. Desari moved restlessly, wanting the warmth and comfort of his larger frame. Julian responded immediately by pulling her close to him. His strong arms enfolded her and held her tightly against him. It will be all right, Desari. I promise you. Darius has told Diane you are to be treated with respect, she whispered into his chest. Julian shrugged carelessly before he could stop himself. He did not seek approval or protection from anyone. Chapter 8. Desari glanced up at Julian's face. It looked as if it had been carved from stone, an implacable mask, unreadable and stony. She sighed softly. Integrating Julian into their family was not going to be easy. He was not one to follow another man's lead. He walked his own path. Darius and he were bound to clash at every turn. The other men in her family were certain to treat Julian with distrust, and that very well could be like lighting a match to dry timber. Julian carried himself with arrogance, and had a wry sense of humor often bordering on contempt. His hand slid possessively up her arm, lingering for a moment on her soft skin before his seeking fingers twined themselves in the rich luxury of her hair. He bent down so that his mouth was close to her ear, his warm breath teasing her. "I can read your thoughts, cara mia, and you should have more faith in your life mate. I can do no other than see to your happiness. If you wish us to live for a time in peace among your family, rather overrun with territorial males, then I can do no other than offer my friendship to them." Desari burst out laughing. He had tried to sound sincere, but had ended up sounding pained. In any case, she could read his thoughts as easily as he could hers. Territorial males? What does that mean? We do not have our own territory, unless you count the coast of Africa, where we lived for so long. I spent some time in Africa, among the leopards, he said to get off the dangerous subject of her family. Her eyes, so enormous and beautiful, sparkled at him. You did? How incredible. We spent nearly 200 years there, and we still sometimes return to visit. It would be funny if we were on the same continent at the same time and never met. Especially if you were running among our leopards. He shook his head. I doubt that happened. I sensed your brother's power as he sensed mine the moment we were in proximity. It would not have escaped our notice if we had come close in Africa. More important, you and I, born lifemates, would have sensed each other's presence in some way. But he did find it interesting that he had been inexplicably drawn to Africa and the leopards there, in his search for other Carpathians. Perhaps some trace of Desari had called to him even then. Tell me more about your people, she said now. They are also your people. You have bloodkin, Desari, still in existence. Your eldest brother is a great man among our people, very respected and equally feared. He is called Grigori, and Darius is much like him. He grinned suddenly, transforming his harshly beautiful features to those of a mischievous boy. They are very much alike. Grigori, the Dark One, is often used as a bogeyman to keep the young children in line. The only other immortal as great as your bloodkin is Mikhail. Mikhail is the acknowledged prince of our people, the one who has kept our race alive and hopeful these many centuries. Mikhail and Grigori are as close as brothers in their own strange way. Each is so powerful that no one would dare to challenge either of them for fear the other would retaliate. Desari nodded her head. Like our family. Julian thought about that. In a way, though few of the Carpathians left alive have family units such as this. What of your family? Desari asked innocently. She saw him wince, and his golden gaze skittered away from hers. I told you, I have a twin brother. Aiden. He resides in San Francisco. I have not spoken with him for many years, nor have I met his life mate. Her eyebrows rose. There was something dark swirling close to the surface again. She sensed a deep pain in Julian and did not attempt to probe his thoughts in so sensitive an area. She chose her words carefully. Were there harsh words between you? There is blood between us, Desari. As your brother can track you, so it is that we can track one another. Julian sighed and shoved a hand through his hair. The majority of our males refuse to share blood with one another for the simple reason that each male knows it is inevitable, without a life mate, that he must choose to end his life or lose his soul for all eternity and become the vampire. It is much easier to track those you have shared blood with, particularly for a hunter. Desari took a deep breath. Julian had some terrible secret he wouldn't share with her. Have you shared your blood with others, Julian? She asked. Julian grinned at her, his white teeth gleaming. You have only to search my mind for the answer, cara mia. He was tempting her, a blatant seduction to enter his mind and know him in the most intimate way. It bound them closer every time they merged. She could feel it, his mind becoming more familiar with each touch. Her mind craved the touch of his, the need growing inside her in the same way the need for sharing his body was growing. It was an ember smoldering, the flames spreading, a dark heat she knew she would be unable to resist. Yet somewhere in his mind, buried deep, was a shadow, too painful, that he refused to share. Desari glanced away from him toward the thick forest. Freedom was so close. Julian wasn't touching her, not even in her mind. He was simply standing there beside her. Tall, muscular, sinfully beautiful. With a pain in him buried so deep, he could only wonder if she could ever find it and eradicate it. His golden eyes blazed at her with hunger and need, drawing her to him. Her heart turned over, and she knew she was lost. I have shared blood on more than one occasion, little one, although, because I am a well-known hunter, my help has been often refused. Should the one receiving it turn, I could track him with ease to destroy him. As he said the words aloud, he remembered anew, too, why few males with life mates hunted the undead. To protect one's life mate, the hunter could very well hesitate to go into a vicious battle that might destroy him and lead his life mate, in inconsolable pain, to destroy herself. An ideal hunter was one with longevity, knowledge, skill, ruthlessness, and power. Such a one had little hope of finding his mate, so the loss of his own life was not something to be feared. With a life mate, if the male hunter were to be killed, his life mate would likely choose to greet the dawn. And their race could not survive the loss of even one of their women. Julian had heard of only one case where a life mate survived without the other. The female died, and the male became vampire, wreaking havoc in the Carpathian Mountains, striking at everyone he held responsible, going so far as to murder his own son and attempt to murder his daughter's life mate, knowing it would end her life as well. Desari put a gentle hand on his arm, finally touching his mind to find what thoughts had made him grow so still and distant. She saw the memory of Julian slowly approaching a handsome man. The man had haunted black eyes, eyes that had seen far too much. The eyes of a man who had been tortured beyond endurance. Brutally wounded, dripping precious blood, he had watched Julian's approach with wary, dangerous eyes. She watched as Julian spoke softly, easily extending his arm to the man that he might live with the blood of an ancient flowing in his veins. Jock, Mikhail's brother. Lifemate to one whose father had murdered her brother, betrayed their people to human assassins, tortured her husband, tried to kill her. She caught that much before Julian wiped the memory from his mind and caught her chin with his strong fingers. Her dark eyes immediately were held captive by his golden ones. "We will work this out to both our satisfactions, Desari," he promised softly. "Come with me. You need to feed this night before we leave this place with the others. And I need to feel your body, touch you, know you are really mine and not someone I dreamed up in desperation." There was such an intensity to his need. Everything else was swept from Desari's mind. Heat sizzled and danced along her skin, arcing between them like white-hot lightning. Julian's hand slid around the nape of her neck, nestling her to him as he began to walk her away from the campsite. With every step they took together, their bodies brushed against one another. Desari felt the burning need, too. But she also felt an inner peace, a completeness. She loved the way his body moved, rippling with power like a sleek jungle cat. The feel of his arm, so sure and strong, made her feel delicate and feminine despite the fact that she knew she was equally powerful in her own right. At the nape of her neck his fingers moved every now and then as they walked into the forest, away from the sounds of the others. She could feel him rubbing strands of her hair between his thumb and fingers as if he could never quite get enough of the feel of it. Then his fingers dropped casually to her neck, her collarbone, to move over her skin, stroking gently, almost absently, yet each caress sent liquid fire pulsing through her body. How had she ever been happy without him? Before him her body had never been restless and hungry as it was now. She had loved her life, her singing, yet now she thought always of him, his strange, solitary life, his loneliness, and his terrible aching need only she could fill. And he seemed to fill her life as nothing had before. She was changed for all time, just as she had feared, yet now, as he walked so quietly beside her, she had no fear whatsoever. Even as they walked together in perfect harmony, breathing in the fresh mountain air, listening to the forest creatures, the creak of the swaying branches, and a rushing stream nearby, Julian could think of only one thing. Before he went out of his mind, he had to bend down and find Desari's mouth with his. He wanted the taste of her lingering in his body for all time. He meant to be gentle with her, a caress, no more, but the moment he felt the softness of her perfect mouth, red-hot lava, molten and hungry, flared and consumed him. His muscles tightened to the point of pain. His arms, of their own accord, swept around her to pull her close. He imprinted his hard frame on her softer one, letting her feel his painful need, his body full and demanding, his mouth fastening on hers as if she were his very breath. "You are my breath," he whispered into the softness of her mouth. "You are the only reason I am still living, Desari. I intended to greet the dawn after I had completed my errand and warned you of the impending danger to you." His tongue explored the heated velvet of her mouth, then moved to the slim column of her neck. As he continued to feed the fire between them, he was moving them deeper into the shadows of the forest. His hands slipped beneath her blouse to rest on her narrow ribcage, taking in as much of her soft skin as he was able to. Julian closed his eyes for a moment, just savoring the feel of her, the rose-petal texture of her skin. Desari circled his neck with one arm, brushing at the wild strands of golden hair falling around his face before she slowly unbuttoned the tiny pearl buttons down the front of her blouse. As each slipped from its resting place, the blouse parted, and she drew his head down to her bare skin. Only a fine film of lace covered her full, aching breasts. Her nipples were hard and pushing through the lace, her need every bit as great as his own. He whispered something soft and sexy in Italian, but the sound of it was muffled as he blazed a trail of fire from her throat to the valley between her breasts. She heard her own gasp, a soft cry of need as she arched to meet his wandering mouth. His tongue lapped at her nipples right through the lace, a hot, moist caress that created a hot, moist response between her legs. "I need you, Desari. I was empty without you. And that kind of emptiness eats away at you, consumes you until your soul is dark and ugly and all that matters is sating your hunger. But nothing fills the void. Nothing. Year after year you endure the emptiness until life itself is a curse hardly to be borne. And all the while the darkness, the beast in you whispers, an insidious whisper promising power from the kill, promises that wear away your belief in God, in all the things that are right and true and good. The monster inside you, so black and hungry for life, grows and grows until it has consumed everything you ever were. That is the curse borne by Carpathian males, Desari." Julian's arms tightened around her until their strength threatened to crack her bones, but Desari only held him closer, listening to the anguish in his voice. She cradled his head to her, protective, feminine, his refuge and salvation. "We have lost so many. I have hunted boyhood friends, dared not become too close to anyone in case I was called upon to end his existence." His hands moved over her skin, tracing each rib. The palms of his hands were hot as they moved to find her waist. Julian lifted his head to allow his eyes to drift slowly, possessively over her. His molten gaze ignited a firestorm of need in Desari. She loved the weight of his eyes on her, the hunger burning so intensely there. She watched as he slowly lifted one hand and stared at his perfect nails for a moment before one lengthened into a sharp talon. Very slowly, he inserted it between her breasts, just touching the wisp of lace that hugged her body. One downward sweep sliced the material easily, spilling her breasts free. Desari held her breath, afraid to move or speak, not wanting to shatter the moment, not wanting that look of hunger for her alone to ever leave his face. His hands moved upward, sliding over her skin to cup her breasts. His heated gaze went to her face, studying every detail, every expression, every emotion in her dark eyes. "I will never deserve you, Desari, no matter how long we live, no matter how hard I try. I do not deserve a woman such as you." He whispered the words, meaning every one of them. She smiled, tilting her head to one side. "Perhaps not, Julian," she agreed. "But I am not the angel you think me. You have only to ask my brother the trouble you are letting yourself in for. But I promise you, I do plan on showing you." Her voice, soft and pure, straight from heaven, slipped over his body like the brush of her fingertips, touching him everywhere, teasing, stroking, promising the very things fantasies were made of. She wanted to end his suffering, take away the centuries of emptiness without hope, the terrible burden of the deaths he carried, forced to hunt his friends and end their lives in order to save mortals and immortals alike. She wanted to play and tease, be as mischievous as possible, teach him the meaning of her kind of trouble. A sound intruded. The others were still far too close to them. The campsite was some distance away, but Carpathians had exceptionally acute hearing. Julian could hear them breaking camp, starting up vehicles. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm the raging storm within. He would not subject the other men, all so close to turning, to the sounds of their love-making. Very tenderly, he cupped the creamy fullness of Desari's breasts in the palms of his hands. His thumbs caressed her nipples into hard, beckoning peaks. "You are so beautiful, Desari, your skin's so warm and soft." He bent his head to trace the valley between her breasts with his tongue, lingering over the steady beat of her heart. "I want you so badly, I feel I might go insane if I do not have you at this moment." She lay her head over his, rubbing his thick mane of golden hair with her chin. "But," Julian sighed softly, "I will have to be content with looking at you in adoration." He reluctantly released her and stepped away. "I think I can manage to wait a short time." His golden eyes glittered at her dangerously. "If you do something to distract me." Desari tilted her head, her long hair sliding like so much silk over her shoulder, partially covering her bare skin from his view. A small, feminine smile curved her soft mouth. Just the sight of it made him groan. "Distract you?" Her voice hummed with promise. "I can think of several interesting things we can try to distract you from thinking of my family." Her smile was sexy, enticing, a promise. "You are not helping me," he scolded, his body an unrelenting ache. Desari had slowly merged her mind with his. She saw his terrible need of her, the images of them intertwined. She felt the fire rushing in his blood, the heaviness pooling between his legs. The monster roaring for release, inciting him to take his life-mate with heat and passion and damn the strangers he was trying to be considerate of. It was a measure of her own raging passion that she had not considered the men, their hearing, their ability to smell. The wind would so easily carry to the others what went on in the forest. "You are far more deserving of me than you believe," she whispered softly, pride for him making her want to throw herself into his arms. The fire of hunger and need was on her. She wanted his body crushed against hers, filling hers, his blood running in her own veins. She needed the closeness with him to take away her fear of being separated from him. Julian shook his head, his hand curling around the nape of her neck. "You cannot look at me like that, Piccola, or I am sure to go up in flames." Desari allowed her fingers to tangle in his golden mane. "Thank you for thinking of my family when I could not." Her voice was a whisper of seduction, sliding over his hot skin. Just the sound of it made every muscle in his body clench. Julian made another effort to breathe. Air. It was all around him, yet he couldn't seem to drag enough into his lungs. He took her hand in his and carried it to the warmth of his mouth. "We need to find a safe subject, cara mia, or I will not make it through these next few minutes." Desari's soft laughter was like music in the wind. She perched on a large tree trunk that lay across the forest floor. The breeze tugged at her long hair so that it shifted around her like a veil, one moment hiding the temptation of bare, gleaming skin, the next revealing it. A safe subject, she mused aloud. What would that be? The air slammed out of his lungs once again at the sight of her. She looked so much a part of her surroundings. Wild. Sexy. Provocative. "You might try closing your shirt." His voice sounded hoarse and desperate even to his own ears. Desari had made no attempt to button her blouse, and her breasts jutted toward him, a temptation he knew he would be unable to resist for long. Her buttonfly jeans were partially undone, exposing her tiny waist and narrow ribcage. She continued to smile at him, a blatant seduction, while her fingers fiddled with the third button of her jeans. His hot golden gaze touched her, then moved quickly away. "You are not helping me, Desari." His voice was husky with his terrible need. Much more, and he might truly go up in flames, spontaneous combustion. The tip of her tongue darted out to moisten her lush mouth. "A subject that will keep our minds off other things." She touched his chest gently, hardly more than a brush of her fingertips, but she felt him jump. "I am thinking, Julian," she said softly, innocently, her large dark eyes staring up at him. Her fingers slid the buttons of his shirt free so that the palms of her hands could find the heavy muscles of his chest. Julian gritted his teeth. "You're killing me, Desari. My heart cannot stand much more." "I am merely touching you," she pointed out demurely. Her nails slid lightly over his skin, tracing each well-defined muscle with exquisite care. "I like the way you feel." She bent her head closer so that her long hair brushed his sensitized skin, and a sound escaped his throat. "I love the way you smell, too." "Is that so bad?" He captured her hands and held them tightly to him. "You are going to get yourself into trouble. I wonder if you would be more comfortable if I just opened the front of your jeans. They seem a bit tight." Desari slipped her hands out from under his, wickedly tracing the path of golden hair down to his flat belly. Her fingers were already at work, parting the material before he could think to stop her. "You are a tease, Desari," he accused, groaning again when his body burst free from the restraint of the denim. Her eyelashes swept up so that he was staring into her dark eyes. "Sexy, mischievous, intriguing." Nice," she whispered, staring at the evidence of his desire. "Very nice." He would be lost forever if he continued to look at her. He would never be able to stay in control. As if she could read his mind, her hands slipped even lower, brushing the strong columns of his thighs, moving up again slowly until he was once again unable to breathe. Then she cupped his heavy fullness in her hands, feeling the thickness of him, stroking the velvet tip with knowing fingers. Julian couldn't help himself. His head went back as pleasure ripped through him, as fire raced through his veins. His teeth clenched. "What are you doing, woman? Trying to drive me insane?" Desari's dark eyes trapped the moon and shone brightly. Her voice purred with innocence and laughter, silvery notes that danced over and caressed him. "I thought I was bringing you a measure of relief." Her hands followed the images in his head, became more skillful, more persuasive, teasing and gliding over and around him until he was tempted to beg for mercy. "Is my family gone yet?" she whispered, intrigued by his reactions. She moved her head to brush his stomach with her mouth. Her hair cascaded around her face, fluttering against his skin, until his body was raging for release. A low growl escaped his throat. "They are just now beginning to move their vehicles," he said between his teeth. "Really?" Desari said, distracted by his hot fullness. Her hands slipped around his hips as she dropped even lower, finding the carpet of vegetation with her knees. She heard him gasp and looked up at his face, etched with harsh lines of need. She smiled slowly and once more bent her head to him. Julian had never seen anything more beautiful in his life. The trees swayed and dipped in the wind. Her face was white and flawless in the moonlight, her long lashes and dark eyes so mysterious, her mouth so erotic he wanted to hold this moment for eternity. Her blouse gaped open so that her breasts were bare and inviting. She looked like a pagan goddess of ancient times. Then her warm breath effectively knocked out his ability to think. Her mouth, moist and warm, took away all self-control. As her soft lips slid over him, he grabbed 2 fistfuls of silky hair and pulled her close. His hips began thrusting almost helplessly into her. Her nails raked up and down his thighs gently, urging him closer still. Her mouth tightened until he wanted to scream with pleasure. Her hands moved over his buttocks, lovingly tracing them, then moved to cup him once again. "Thank God they are away," Julian gasped, his body thrusting into her hot mouth. Then he clenched his teeth and began to pull her to her feet. Reluctantly, Desari left her erotic exploration and allowed him to tug her up against his rock-hard frame. His mouth fastened itself to hers, devouring her, dominating her, possessing her. His arms threatened to crush her. Desari reveled in the strength of his arms, in his desire for her, his need of her. He was kicking his jeans away in a frenzy, forgetting in the moment his ability to simply will them away. She loved his wild, uncontrollable need, the fire and hunger in him for her. Only for her. She felt complete, feminine, powerful. She was lost in his arms, giving herself up completely to be whatever he might need or want. She wanted him with the same savage fury and need. Her body was going up in flames. His kiss alone was causing her bones to melt. She allowed her blouse to float to the ground, and her arms slipped around his neck. She pressed herself even closer. Julian ripped at her jeans, jerking them in strips away from her legs. He lifted her in his arms so that she could wrap her legs tightly around his waist. She buried her face on his shoulder, breathing in his wild scent, gasping as he lowered her over him, filling her completely. It was a miracle to her the way her body stretched to accommodate his invasion, the way her muscles welcomed him in. The pounding of his pulse caught her attention, and instantly her hunger surged. She needed him flowing into her, his mind merging with hers, his blood flowing into her veins, his body taking hers with wild abandon. Her tongue stroked his neck. Once. Twice. She felt his heart leap against her breasts. His hips thrust forward, burying himself inside her. Her teeth scraped back and forth over his skin, lightly, gently, in teasing bites until his hips moved in a savage frenzy, and he growled a warning, his hands tightening on her bottom, urging her into a fiery, turbulent ride. Her teeth sank deep, and he cried out with ecstasy, somewhere between heaven and hell. She could feel what he felt, his mind a haze of heat and passion. Julian moved closer to the fallen log so that he could lean Desari against it. The angle gave him the ability to deepen his stroke so that her body was forced to take all of him. He moved aggressively, hard and fast, burying himself in her over and over while lightning blazed through and around them. He wanted to make it last for eternity. She took away his terrible loneliness, the darkness crouching within him. She held it at bay with her velvet fire. The wind rose around them, gusting at the branches overhead. She closed the tiny pinpricks at his throat with a sweep of her tongue. Very slowly she began to lie back against the tree, her breasts thrusting upward toward the sky, her hips filling his palms as he drove into her. As he stared down at her, he saw the triangle of silky black curls that met his golden down. He was mesmerized by the beauty of their bodies coming together. Her muscles clenched, her moist sheath tightening and releasing him until the friction between them was so hot he felt flames dancing over his skin, her skin. He was swelling, growing, thick and hard, and still he wanted to go on. Julian. It was the softest of pleas, Desari's beautiful, haunting voice shimmering for release in his mind. It sent him hurtling over the edge, taking her with him so that they clung together as the earth shook and the skies exploded. Julian nearly collapsed on top of her, his great strength drained for a moment. His body gleamed in the night air, his golden mane wild around his face. Desari touched his mouth with the tip of her finger in wonder. How can this be, Julian? How could it be that all these long, lonely centuries I did not know of this? Why did I not hunger for such a thing? His eyes glittered at her, a warning menace, the ice cold of death itself. You were made for me, Desari, only me. There was no need for you to seek another. She refused to feel intimidated. His face was harsh, a hint of cruelty around his mouth. Not now. But I have lived long. Why did my body not hunger for this? I read books, heard of things while among humans. Sindel and I talked of such longings, but I have never felt such a need. I have gone centuries without ever knowing the beauty of this. What if you had never found me? Julian's hands tangled in her ebony hair. You are mine, cara mia, only mine. There is no other who could make your body feel the things I can. And if you tried to experiment, I would have to kill him. Make no mistake, Desari, knowledge is a good thing to acquire, but there is no need for you to go to any other. If you wish to try something new, I will oblige you, but I will not tolerate another male near you. She shoved at the solid wall of his chest with her palms, glaring at him. Oh, shut up. I was not contemplating running around with every male I saw. I was just wondering why I had to wait so long. Julian refused to move an inch, his heavier frame pinning her beneath him, his body still firmly buried in hers. You waited for me as you should have. For us there is only one. Her eyebrows arched. Oh, really? Then why did Barack use human women in this way? Have you? Be warned, I will not accept a double standard. Julian swept back the fall of hair from her forehead, the gesture tender as he bent to brush a kiss on her eyebrow. Men feel for 200 years or so, Piccola. Some act on their urges, although they are a poor imitation of what we feel for our true mate. True sexual heat comes with the finding of our life mate. It is more than infatuation or chemistry. It is stronger than love or sex. It is a combination of mind, heart, soul, and body. The emotion is so strong, one must always be in proximity to the other. Desari was silent for a moment, suddenly aware of how vulnerable she felt. It wasn't just her body so open to his, or the depth of her desire, it was the emotions he evoked in her. Her long lashes swept down to conceal her sudden doubt. At once, Julian's hands tightened in her hair. Cara mia, do not fear our union so much. I will see to your happiness. I could never hurt you. Do you not understand yet? He captured her hand, brought it to his mouth, and kept it pressed against his finely chiseled lips. Even if you chose to be with another male, I would never harm you. It would not be possible for me to do such a thing. But I am being honest with you when I tell you I would kill the man. I am a predator. Nothing, not even your light, can change completely what I am. I will allow no one to take you from my side. Does it not scare you, Julian, the intensity of our feelings? She whispered, her dark eyes clouded. It frightens me more than anything I have ever encountered. I could not bear to be the cause of another's death. I see you struggling with your emotions, those that I have brought to you. It is a battle within you that you cannot hide from me. And there is something else, something you struggle to hide even from yourself. His teeth scraped the knuckles of her hand lovingly. Yes, the emotions are new and strange, unknown to me these many centuries. And yes, they are difficult to learn to deal with, as they are intense and violent. The something else he could not yet share with her, could not yet face. But we have centuries for the learning, he concluded. Reluctantly, he eased his body from hers. I feel your discomfort, Piccola. Come here to me. He was already drawing her up so that he could examine her body for marks. I am perfectly fine, Julian. For some reason it embarrassed her that he was searching her fair skin for telltale bruises his passion might have left on her. Explain to me why Sindel has experienced sexual feelings while I did not before you. Am I so different? Not feminine. Julian's head came up, his amber eyes heating. How can you not know how desirable you are, Desari? Surely you see the effect you have on males, mortal and immortal alike. Her fingers clung to his. You are the first immortal I have ever encountered outside of my family. And just because human males find me desirable does not mean I am. Our race often has that effect on mortals. It is not me. Besides, I felt nothing in return, for which I am eternally grateful. Why Sindel has felt these urges, I do not know. Perhaps she has sensed her life mate near but without recognition of him. There was a faint frown on Julian's granite features. It is possible some women are able to have sexual affairs with men other than their true life mate prior to their claiming. But I cannot see how, given how closely our women are guarded. I cannot see Darius allowing males near you or Sindel, even though he was not raised in the traditions of our people. That is true. Darius would never have allowed either of us to carry on with a male. Neither would Diane or Barack. They watch us all the time. Since Savon's treacherous behavior, they watch one another just as closely, she added sadly. It is only Darius who fights the darkness so desperately, Julian answered grimly. He has been drawn deep within the shadows because he has had to kill to protect you all. The others can hang on longer if they wish it. Darius's battle is a difficult one. Tears swam in Desari's dark eyes. I cannot leave him, Julian. He cannot think we can do without his protection. I have seen the same thing in him, and I fear for him constantly. More and more he keeps to himself. He rarely shares his thoughts with me. He is a great man, and I do not want to lose him. Julian bent his head to brush each of her eyelids with the soothing touch of his mouth. Then we can do other than see to it he remains with us. Desari lifted her face to his, smiling up at him as if he had given her the moon. Thank you, Julian, for understanding. If you only knew Darius, you would see how important it is. I have been in your mind many times, Kara. I can see him as you do. I have also seen the iron will in him that allowed all of you to survive impossible odds. He is one truly worth saving. Then his golden gaze was sweeping the length of her body, and once again there was a hungry gleam in the depths of his eyes.